The private side is about 7. They're all right. I already know it's like retail sales are not going to stack. That's why they're not showing numbers. Their big play, this big play that they're going to announce is the new strategy that they're going to announce on This handsome man right here. He looks younger since he got married. Yeah. I got this thing from Larry's been training my numbers.
Good morning, folks. Welcome. I just want to make a couple quick announcements just to get us a little bit warmed up. In about 5 minutes, we're going to start a little game where you will be eligible to win some really sweet prizes. So you want to be at a table because there will be teams on the tables. So get ready for that in about 5 minutes. And if you're looking for Wi-Fi, there is free Wi-Fi. It is enable FABOR_guest. That's the Wi-Fi. There is no password. You put it and you will be connected. And then last but not least, it was last 5 minutes. If you haven't already, breakfast, coffee, and there is an exhibitor room. So sometime, I'm probably not now, but everybody can go. But run up there, look across the hall, check out the exhibitor room. All right, we'll get started in 5 minutes.
Go all the way to 0. There we go.
Yes, I know. I'm disappointed.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, I got one What's up, buddy? See you. Hey, how's it going, man? Yeah, how you doing? I'm good. Look, finally. Yeah, so yeah. People here talking about
It's bigger. It's better. It's better than ever. Woo. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Bitcoin Day, Naples. That's right. Hardy, Southwest Florida. Welcome to everyone. Thanks, of course, for joining us and traveling from far and wide to come to this really exciting and unique event. At least that's our intention, of course, to deliver on to you. Now, our objective today, of course, is to do one thing, and with many different facets of it, and that, of course, is to examine Bitcoin, talk about the value of Bitcoin, and what Bitcoin, of course, means to the world, which means, of course, what it means to all of you. We got lots of incredible talent in the room and great experts and people just from all different walks of the world, of course, to share their unique experience, and that's one of the things that I personally love the most about the Bitcoin community. So welcome, and let me thank everybody in advance, of course, for sharing it and making it happen. Now, I'll just say this, by the way, that Bitcoin Day, it started off with a very simple premise. The idea was to learn something new about Bitcoin every day. In fact, I remember it was really just a couple short years ago, and I kind of went to the big conference in Miami, and I kind of realized there was so much to do, and I kind of made it a challenge amongst ourselves, and it turns out that that became kind of the premise for an event like this. And we founded Bitcoin Day on that very idea of learning something new every single day.
And that's kind of what we're about to do, and he'll deliver unto you. So we're going to hammer it out, we'll talk it out, we'll share things, of course, and have a nice bit of connection, because really at the end of the day, that is our primary goal. There's lots of delicious content, but even more delicious connections and great friends to be made. All right, so let me see. In fact, I have a really nice quote here. It's very inspirational. I borrowed it from someone's text. You may know him, Trey Sellers is in the house somewhere. Where is it? Can you wave, Trey? There he is, right smack in the middle. I know Trey traveled from Atlanta. Well, actually all over the country. I will get out into that stuff later. But here's the sentiment. He says, when Bitcoin's significance finally dawns on you, it's a sight that can't be unseen, and you can't unring that bell. Trey has, of course, published widely about those types of concepts, and in a way, that's how I feel about what our delivery is here today. The opportunity, of course, to see something new that you hadn't have heard before, and it can't be unwrung. Right, John? Good to see you. All right, let me give you a quick little backstory, of course, about how I wound up on stage with you. Yes, it's only about 20 minutes long, so just settle in for a quick second. I know it's an incredible backstory. But here's the deal. I wandered into the Naples area just about a year ago, and I met the executive producer of the event, and we started talking about things going on and what was happening here in the world of Naples, Southwest Florida. And I kind of started to express some interest. I wound up in this meetup group, and he started telling me about, of course, Bitcoin Day. And I thought, like, well, shoot, I'll jump in and see if I can help out. Why don't you tell me a little bit of what type of people actually show up to this event so I kind of can gauge my assistance a little bit better, right? And so he goes on to describe all of you to me by saying things like this. First of all, he says a very eclectic mix. That sounds familiar, doesn't it? Well, wait, it gets better. He says you're smart, you're intelligent, and ridiculously good looking. Anybody sound familiar to anyone? I know I hear the chuckles, but you know it's true inside, right? Now let's see, he goes on. He says, we got the smart ones. We got your happy ones. Any smart and happies out there? Let me hear it. All right. We got your lovers and your world travelers and your hometown heroes. All of them. There's Ben. See, he knows. He's a hometown hero. Ben and Bamboo right there, of course, helping us produce today. We got your snowbirds and your too cool for schoolers. Who is a snowbirder that maybe traveled down to Southwest Florida to avoid the coldness? Yes, well, welcome. We love it here. And of course, we've got your rowdy types. Any rowdies out here? Maddie, see? Oh, there, yep. Maddie's a young cohort right there. And of course, in the spirit of blazing saddles, that's right. We've got your Satoshi Slims and your crypto kids. Any of those out there? We've got your meme makers. Who is a prophetic meme maker out there in the world? Anyone? Come on. Michelle, you make a meme or two, don't you? Yeah. Where is Nico? He's not here just yet. All right. Let me see. What else is on here? We got your rustlers, your mugs, your bugs, your thugs, and your vipers. Is anybody old enough to remember Blazing Saddles? Yeah. All right. Oh, I saw a few hands go up over there. Perfect. And we got, of course, your train robbers, your bank robbers, your ass kickers, your shit kickers, your bushwagglers, your hornswogglers, and all the rest of them. Did I cover everybody in the room? So you're in the right place or what? All right. Just wanted to get that out of the way in case somebody wandered into the wrong day conference. All right, so let's move along, please. I actually had slides to go with this. Look how exciting that is. That's a beautiful shot of Naples. We just did that part, pretty exciting. All right, and here's what we're doing today. I'm pretty sure you already know the preview of that. We got our panel sessions. It's going to be sort of fast and furious. Each panel is packed with a great variety of folks and talent and super intelligent people. Of course, we're going to do our best to have them share, but really the idea is all of the speakers are essentially, because they actually are, here in the room with you and with us. And the idea is that you have the ability to kind of come up and say hi and introduce yourself. And of course, be inspired by what maybe was said, but of course, even more inspired by some sharing that can happen in the connections between us. Does that sound good? Pretty simple. All right, so here's what we're going to do next. Oh, I already covered that one. See, I'm already out of sync. Let's play the game. All right, get you loosened up. Oh, look at that, we're burning clock. Michelle, would you come on up here? Everybody welcome Michelle. All right. Now, we're gonna play a game that has something to do with creating an inverse acronym. All right? Right. Back. See. Sorry, everyone. I went backwards, huh? Look at that. Oh. Wow, fussy little system today. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to put up a, so here, we're going to start off with me. I'm Jack, by the way. Nice to meet all of you. Thank you in advance. My background is pretty slippery, really. I'm a retired hand model from the Self-Discovery Channel. And here are going to help me out with this. So I want you to go J-A-A. All right. So, well, the mic's not happy today. What we're going to do, of course, is come up with words that go with the actual letters. And don't trigger that too far there, buddy. Oh, it keeps bouncing around. All right, we'll solve that. Technical issues. So, for instance, J stands for what, Michelle? Juicy? Put it down. I know. Jackal. Juicy. That's pretty good. All right. What's A is good for? For me. Oh, apple. Okay, that's cool. You want your inverse acronym, or jacronym in this case, to kind of like have some meaning. It's almost like a seed phrase to get me out of jail, you know, like a safe word. Okay, what about the C? Charming, obviously. And the K will go with keeping it real. That's good enough for a nice start? Keeping it real. All right, cool. So, while now is some crowd participation, we're going to help Michelle out with the next word of the day. What should we go with, Michelle? You want to go with Satoshi? Satoshi. All right, so I need an audience participation. Please help me out with a good word that goes with that first letter. Yes? Just shout it out. Satisfactory. What else? Scarce. Now, these can be somewhat unsavory, however you like it. Slippery, saucy. Okay, how about the A? Give me another A. Just shout it out with popcorn out there, kid. Awesome. Appreciate. All about the gratitude. That's all right. We can see it. We get the idea. How about the T? Throw it out there. Somebody say it. T for tiger. T for terrific. Treasure. Top. Okay. Michelle's going to make a judgment. She is part of the judging team. All right. I'm going to let Michelle work on that. What's the next one?
Awesome fun.
Just shout them out for her so we can move along. You guys can see your own team. And the S. Shout it out. Who else has a perfect S? This is going to come in handy in a second. Here you guys. You can charge it up. This is right here at the table.
Simply sound.
Sound.
Yeah.
H.
This is for your table.
Sure. Why not? And
Idle.
Hey, man. It's actually one for a table, but you guys can get a group back here. All right. Well, sorry, I got distracted. Michelle, was it wrapped up?
Yeah.
And so when you say it out loud, does it really translate back into a good seed phrase for remembering Satoshi? Say it out loud. Wow. That's so nice. Thank you. Wow. Inspiring stuff. All right. Okay, now here's the deal. We're gonna, enough of my challenge words. We're gonna actually have a backronym. Oh my gosh. Sorry, people. I don't know what's going on. Could be the phone. So, no, that failed. Got to restart that. I apologize. Okay, so this is our instruction set that we're looking at right here. I'm going to turn in the challenge onto you now. Each table has one of these little slips. Did we get one here? Yeah. Oh, Michelle, thank you. And what we're going to do is each table is going to be a squad, and you're going to establish basically a team name or a squad name, right? You put it on the top of the sheet. And then you're going to basically assign like a captain or put down a name that is basically responsible for your squad. You guys making sense? Everyone's got pens probably somewhere by it? Let me know. And then each table, come on, Susie. And so each table is going to come to a consensus for our challenge word. Does this make sense yet, Maddie? Sort of? You're going to get the challenge word. Oh yeah, I know. And then you're going to do the challenge word. You're going to follow a QR code and you're going to send it in. And we have judges that will make decisions and verify that before your submission will be admitted onto the block. We have valuable prizes. We have incredible baskets full of goodies and generous items, of course, unique to this challenge, and of course donated by our awesome sponsors and our team. Okay, any questions? I'm about to give you a challenge word, and each team will have 3 minutes. Each table, each squad, I'll have 3 minutes to run through it, arrive at consensus with each of your backronym words. You'll be judged on, it says so right there, creativity, composition, and cuteness or cleverness. Whatever. All right, any questions? Let's get on. There's your word. Shocking and surprising, your challenge word of the day is Bitcoin. You got 3 minutes from right now.
We were just in
All right, minute and a half to go.
Thank you.
I don't have a pen. Are you?
Nice to meet you.
All right, we're down to 1 minute. There's high stakes, high prizes, high prestige to go with it. Oh, shoot. John, do we have any extra pens? Of course, we didn't think that through. Give me a second. When you're ready with your submission, there's the QR code on the screen. Yes. Okay. And now, if you're able to, should we just collect at this point? Yeah. Make sure your spelled name on the top. You can either do the QR code, or we're going to come around and collect them because we're running behind already. So. There we go. All right. If you're ready, get your hand, put your card up in the air. Pens. Thank you. Yeah, we really got that one through. All right. Okay, we're down to like 10 seconds. If you're done with your sheet, hold it up in the air. John's going to come and collect them. If you do the QR, we're going to also collect them physically instead of that. Make sure your team name's on it. We're going to be awarding prizes for this after lunch. And boy, tough room. Good. I think all the cell phones is messing up my remote control, and I'm going to go with that. That's my theory on why it's not. Okay, time's up. Make sure your chart is in the air. Come and collect it. If you want, pop up and get it to them. If you're feeling mobile, just so we can move them. Thank you. And all right. So I'll just tell you this while we're settling in. This is our beloved executive director. There's Big John. Now, John had a big speech prepared, and he's going to deliver that a little bit later because I got way off track in our timing, so that's why. Well, look at it. There he is getting jiggy over there. We'll be back to him in a few moments. If you haven't met him yet, please do say hi. There's now, yep. True value of Bitcoin, that's our objective today. Now we're going to start off with our first panel of the morning. Right, Michelle? And I'm going to do that by bringing up someone very unique out here in the Bitcoin world. Maybe many of you have met her or seen her. Everybody please welcome to our stage, the one and only Mother Satoshi. Always looking sharp, my friend. Now let's see, there's an incredible background here about it. She just sent it to me moments ago, but I think you may get the idea. Inspired, of course, from the maternal nature that is Satoshi, also delivered onto the world. That has turned out to be Mother Satoshi's role. She's part of the crew that's here with the BTC Bitcoin Day, Bitcoin trading cards. As you can see, that's a sample of it right there. And they're here in our exhibitors room. Please say hello to them. They do some really cool stuff. So now Mother Satoshi is about to change and transform roles with us. And we are about to, I think it's all the cell phones. Can I claim that as my excuse for my clicker? Yeah. Well, please forgive me. And it doesn't matter. Let's get our first panel up here. Mother Satoshi's going to reveal her true identity to us in mere seconds. And I need, of course, the rest of the game. Where is Trey? Where is... Where's my first one? Oh my gosh, yeah. Stephen, look back, please. Oh, they're all in the hallway waiting? Oh, come on in, you guys. God, I was looking the complete wrong way. Come on in, grab a seat, then grab a microphone. They're on mute. Oh. Wow. Okay, Trey. Paul Tarantino, of course, and Charlie's in the house as well. Hey, Charlie. Great to see you finally. All right. Now, are you ready to do your reveal? Yes?
Yes, but before I reveal, whoever is behind the mask, I just want to mention that for raffle today, please give a visit to the booth for Bitcoin trading cards because I have Mother Satoshi's signed Bitcoin trading card. So let's see who gets to get this one. So.
Would you like a...
Check.
All right, test. So welcome everyone, good morning. I am so excited. I'm so honored to be the moderator of the session today, Bitcoin and Money. So I know that there are beginners or the freshmen in the room, so we will try to cover the fundamentals of Bitcoin. So are you ready to learn? And all right, so well, I'm very honored to be with the panel of this esteemed gentlemen. So let us take a few minutes to listen and for their introduction. So let's start with you, Trey.
Hi, everybody. Really excited to be here. My name is Trey Sellers. I am VP of Enterprise Sales at Unchained. Unchained helps people hold Bitcoin, acquire it, and then really maximize its value using some other financial services that are out there that we provide. And I'd like to think of it as the financial services company for a Bitcoin world.
Thank you, Trey.
Yeah, I'm Stephen Luca. I run a private client for Swan Bitcoin. We're a Bitcoin brokerage firm, and I lead the high net worth and concierge team.
Paul Tarantino, Director of Business Development for Byte Federal. Byte Federal is the 7th largest ATM provider in the world. We have an ATM in the back there you can play around with. We also have a booth inside here where you can see the POS system in our wall.
Charlie Sherman, the host of the Charlie early founder of the Bitcoin Foundation in 50. And now I'm the GP of Drew Adventures, a Tampa-based Bitcoin and crypto VC fund.
All right. So as you can see, we have experts here. So for the first question, Stephen. So in John's opening remarks, he said, the more you pay attention, the more you realize the true value of Bitcoin. So tell me, what did he mean by true value of Bitcoin? I mean, is it like, what's the current price of Bitcoin right now? Who has the current price? How much? See, I thought that's the true value of Bitcoin, isn't it?
Yeah, so, there's a difference between price and... Yeah, there's a difference between price and value sometimes. Like, prices get set in proportion to how people value assets and value things. But, one can certainly make the statement that, maybe the market or the world as a whole doesn't fully understand the value of Bitcoin at this time. You could make a similar comparison to the early internet, right? Like when, Bill Gates is on that talk show and he's saying, no, trust me, it's all going to be online one day. And very few people understood that, right? You could make the argument they didn't truly grasp the value or the ubiquity or, what was coming with the internet and digital technologies. And Bitcoin is kind of similar in many ways. It's not immediately apparent. It's not an area, an asset, a technology that immediately gives up all of its secrets at first glance, right? So it's not something that you can just kind of look at and be like, okay, it's digital currency, it's on this network, this blockchain. It's like, okay, I get it. It moves money around. It's actually, and I would argue it's very multidisciplinary. And what I mean by that is it's at the intersection of technology, economics, politics, history. I'm going to go off on a limb here, but this is something I've been thinking about a bit, in that in many ways, the concept of Bitcoin has been with us for a very long time. I would argue since the Enlightenment, since the Scottish Reformation. And what I mean by that, that's obviously kind of a crazy statement at face value because it's, relatively recent. But the reason I'm saying that is that the ideal of money, right? When we think of what is money, when we think of like the essence of it, the ideal, we don't think that money is debt to someone else, right? Like that's not the concept, that's not intuitive. We don't think of money as this thing with inherent counterparty risk or that, it's just a claim, it's a debt to some other entity. The ideal of money is money stands alone. It is itself the unit, it is itself the money. And Bitcoin really is like the actualization of that. Bitcoin is really this kind of, not that we ever approach the ideal, not that it's perfect, but it's this kind of, it's much more in the direction of that ideal form of money. but I think humans have thought about for a while. It's certainly been throughout all of Austrian economics, throughout all of kind of mid-century economics. And, Bitcoin was a step in that direction. But, going back to your question, it's something that it doesn't immediately reveal itself at first glance. It really does reward a level of investigation, a level of digging, and a level of analysis.
That is very interesting. So Charlie, would you like to chime in on that?
That was really great. I completely agree with everything you just said. And the beauty of Bitcoin is like, over my life, it had like a lot of thoughts and ideas for me. For now, over time, it's represented freedom for me. And it's represented a way out. At first, a community of people, just like an early days. And at one point, it also represented work for me and job and employment within what I want. In the early this was like in the early financial crisis in 2008, 2009, Occupy Wall Street. We were talking this morning, but quantitative easing was mostly focused on the corporate level. We weren't getting checks yet. The government wasn't printing money yet. And now, 10 years later, we all see what the rallying cry was 10 years ago, that Bitcoin really is a safe harbor, and it's a way out. So it's not just like financial freedom. It's not just freedom. We're in a room together of like-minded people that we feel understood. These are our friends. These are our family. These are lifelong bonds that you're going to have over decades from life. I met my girlfriend, who's my wife now, at a Bitcoin meetup almost 10 years ago. That's just how it is. And so that's what Bitcoin means to me.
That's really awesome, because for me, when I discovered Bitcoin, it was the very concept of freedom. Because, coming from a third world country, I'm originally from the Philippines. That's what really hit me. But anyway, Trey, when they say orange is the new gold, what does that mean? Could you enlighten us?
Well, it's really referring to the long and storied history that gold has served across civilizations over thousands of years as that preeminent money that Stephen was talking about. And in a lot of ways, we, after having, driven our economy away from sound money and the foundation that the gold standard and using a store of value that can't be manipulated as easily as the current financial systems. As the economy has gone away from that, it's created a lot of perverse incentives in the market. And in terms of the first question, like the way that I think about Bitcoin is it's solving the biggest problem that the world faces, which is a broken monetary system, a broken money. And Bitcoin has been compared to gold in that it shares a lot of the same properties. It's perfectly fixed in supply, which is an improvement on gold. Gold's supply goes up by 1.5%, 2% a year or something like that. And it's very hard to produce, but Bitcoin is impossible to produce more of. All 21 million Bitcoin already exist out there. It's just being issued into circulation over time through the mining process. But nobody can change that. And that's a drastic improvement on what gold offers to the world, which is that concept of sound money. It's much more portable. You can zip it across the internet. You can zip it from here to Japan instantaneously. And the person on the other end of that can verify that it's actually real Bitcoin. And that's very difficult and expensive if you're trying to do that with gold. You certainly can't zip it across the internet. Actually the actual asset, right? You could zip claims to gold across the internet, but that's not the same thing, right? You can zip claims to gold and claims to Bitcoin in the form of ETF shares across the internet, also not the same thing. For the first time, Bitcoin represents the ability to hold your own money, this bare asset, and use it in a pristine way without having to rely on the counterparty risk that is inherent with trusting other people to solve these problems that that gold can't solve in and of itself.
Very, very well said, Trey. So, Charlie, can you explain now the difference between Bitcoin and the traditional forms of money such as fiat? And I think that's one of the very common questions out there.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, we just all kind of alluded to it, is that Bitcoin is the money itself. And we were talking to Carl this morning, I'm really happy we did, but all forms of money have just been debt forever, unless you're using gold. And so, I mean, forever for my life and for most of our lives, it's just been that dollar that's kind of been off and floating. And all transactions take time, credit card transactions, all types of transactions take a little bit of time. So Bitcoin transactions, even though they take time, happen instantaneously, but it's the money itself. And I think that's the major difference.
Right, perfect. And you know, I can relate also that it's very instantaneous, because I do have a business that I run from the Philippines, and the third party, you know, coming in between when they try to wire money for payroll or something like that. It really makes a big difference.
Yes, Satoshi, in his announcement for Bitcoin, talked about all the trust that's required to make the current financial system and monetary system work. And Bitcoin directly addresses that problem, right? The key, like, tactical or tangible problem that it solves is by eliminating that counterparty risk. Exactly. I mean, you can hold cash to some degree, but any larger amounts, you're kind of crazy to hold cash in because it's very dangerous and it can be stolen from you. And even if you are able to hold on to it, the value of that is going to be bled away by the financial system printing more of it.
You can't even use like luxury watches anymore. I just saw like Arnold Schwarzenegger got pulled over at the airport in Germany because he had to pay tax on his watch. So you can't even use, like, you try to bring a watch over a border nowadays, you're gonna have to pay tax on it. Bitcoin, you know, said.
Right, and it, you know, and that's oriented in this view of a financial system that thinks, like, the mindset and the ideology is that you have to keep taxing. I don't even mean just like literally with like an income tax, but you have to keep chipping away at the value of currency and assets in order to force investment. Like, that is the Keynesian idea, is if your money deflates and, you know, these sort of other stores of value get penalized, you're forced to make investments in the economy. And the hope is that those investments are productive. But I think so often what we see when those investments become forced, when, you know, you earn some money, you earn some cash, you earn some dollars, like, you must invest it. If you don't invest it, not only do the value of the dollars go down, but like the asset values are going up. Now, a lot of that is monetary expansion. So you're not just dinged on the decrease in the dollars, but, you know, your dollar now buys X percentage less Apple stock because Apple stock went up. It's like in both directions. And the idea, the ideology behind the system is like, we need to force everybody to invest all of their money in productive enterprises. And that sounds good in theory and on, you know, like a white paper that economists are scribbling over. But in practice, it produces something called malinvestment. Like, if you're forced to continually invest, the probability that you're going to make, you know, finance bad, you know, bad, not even you, just in general, the system, finance bad businesses, unsuccessful businesses, unproductive uses of resources, that just increases exponentially over time.
So, Paul, you've been quiet, so this question's for you. So why is Bitcoin and its blockchain a better way of tracking accounts?
So in short, it's a triple entry accounting system. So essentially there's a third party that's keeping track, miners like our friends over here, that are keeping track of the transactions across the database so that no one can manipulate the database, right? So it's got built-in auditing essentially. So that triple triple entry accounting system is really the thing that sets it apart from anything else that we've had in the past. If you think about, I did want to add one thing to the gold
Please go
discussion, if
on.
I could, because the original question was, is Bitcoin the new gold, or orange is the new gold, right? So when you look back historically at gold, a lot of people like to say, you know, it led to these incredibly stable financial times. But the issue, and it did to a certain extent because it's a bearer instrument, right? It's nobody else's debt. Like, you just walk up, I give you gold, you give me goods, transaction settled instantaneously. And the problems that arise from the debt system or credit-based monetary system, which we all discussed up here moments ago, can lead to lots of sort of boom and bust cycles in the economy. When you start to now compare that gold system to Bitcoin, and you see that Bitcoin is absolutely scarce, you can start to imagine a future with a lot less boom and bust cycles, right? Because with gold, we had a gold rush. We did have boom and bust cycles. We had new discoveries. We had expansion of the monetary system during the California gold rush. We had these booms and busts expand throughout the economies over time. So a lot of people just think of gold linearly, just coming out with this 1.5%, 2% new discovery every year, and it really wasn't that way historically. So Bitcoin becomes this first digital gold where you have a deflationary supply schedule. That leads to, as our friend Jeff Booth describes it, if you haven't read his book, I highly recommend you do. It leads to everything dropping in value relative to Bitcoin. So you can't look at today's fluctuations, you can't look at today's volatility, you can't look back the last 15 years of Bitcoin and look at that volatility and project it into the future when supply is shrinking, right? And when everything's losing price against Bitcoin, losing value against Bitcoin. That leads to us returning back to a point in time where the entire system runs on bearer instruments, volatility in prices starts to compress, everything gets cheaper relative to Bitcoin, and that monetary boom and bust cycle gets replaced by the business boom and bust cycle that is driven by innovation, not by monetary expansion. So this is why I think gold can be seen as, Bitcoin can be seen as much better than gold. And it also fits into our modern way of doing business, right?
Charlie, yeah.
I always learn something new when I talk to Paul.
Well, I think of, gold was great for its time when the speed of the economy and the transactions that were happening on a day-to-day basis were much slower and much more local. And fiat money really came to solve a new problem when we got past the Industrial Revolution, when we had the telegraph and could start communicating and making transactions on a much more global level. And you need money that moves a lot faster in that world. And fiat money really solved that problem. We introduced counterparties and banks and other financial institutions to throw credit on top of a gold standard, and that became a little bit brittle and volatile. And then we just did away with the gold part, because at that point, you can't really settle the gold you can't settle those transactions in gold anyway, because you've got to ship the gold across the world if you're doing transactions with other countries and that kind of thing. And so, I think it's wrong to say that there's like something completely bad about the fiat economy. It did solve that problem of faster transactions. But now Bitcoin comes along, and you don't have the problems that arise with gold in a global economy. And you also can address the problems that arise when you introduce credit into the mix in the fiat world. So Bitcoin solves both of those problems. It allows you to operate in a digital world across vast amounts of time and space and settle transactions instantaneously. So you don't need this credit-based economy anymore. You can just go back to sound money and operate at the speed that you need to in the current world.
I totally agree. Stephen?
Yeah, just to pull on one thread there, I really like that. It's, it is that the lack of portability that I think was really the issue with the gold standard. Because it not only, like you said, was a mismatch for a growing speed of transactions, it didn't suit itself to doing transactions over distances, digital or remote communication. But it also lent itself, because it was very difficult to transport and difficult to store large amounts of it, it was inevitable that it was going to end up in a bank and have a paper receipt issued against it. And then, you have a, trusted, you have a third party, you have a counterparty, and they can inflate those receipts. And like, it's just a function of the cumbersome nature and the systemic incentives with an asset like gold. And like, that's one of the like critical pieces. We haven't, touched on this so much, but that Bitcoin solved, not just with being able to send it globally, quickly, efficiently, but that you can self-custody Bitcoin, and that it is an asset that you can actually own for yourself. You do not have to rely on a third party or even a company like mine, or you don't need an intermediary.
You can do that at any scale.
Exactly, at any scale, like billions of dollars, hundreds of dollars, thousands of dollars, whatever you're looking to do, you can just do it. And that was a revolutionary innovation, because that wasn't possible with gold. And so I really agree with Trey's point. Like, fiat was a step in the evolution of money. It was a step that was fraught with downsides. Like, there are major problems with it, but it solved the problem. And it was, we went from one thing to another thing. And, Bitcoin, I think, is the next step in that, because it gives us the best of both worlds. It gives us the speed and digital nature of fiat monies, and it gives us the store of value property, the security, and the lack of, a third party that can debase your money that gold offered for many years.
So I get to finally disagree with somebody. I think fiat, let's do it. I think fiat's evil, and I think people that develop.
I can see we all agree to that, Paul. That's why we're here, right?
I think fiat inherently allows powers that be to steal wealth. And I think they knew full well when they broke away from the gold standard that the speed of transaction, the ease of transaction was an excuse that allowed them to steal more wealth. So that's the only point I disagree on. I mean, I understand that's sort of like jabbing them for fun, because what they're saying is 100% true. But I think humanity is just waking up to the fact that their wealth is being stolen, and it has been stolen for decades. And so this awakening has opened up this pathway for Bitcoin to succeed and take hold and go through humanity like a virus, which is a great thing, and I think it's going to lead to wonderful things. So just a little jab. I like this guy.
There are trade-offs to everything.
Yeah, 100%.
And so the global economy collectively made the decision to trade off that lack of counterparty risk for the ease of transacting and being able to solve that.
I don't remember having a vote for that.
Well, you
I
vote every
just
time
don't
you
use
spend
the
your
word
money,
collective.
right?
Just don't use the word.
Well, okay. We reached some kind of consensus individually that we're going to use this money. Like, you don't have to use dollars. Right? You could use gold, but there are severe downsides to doing so.
There was never a choice until Bitcoin. And that's the thing was, like, for me, I was disenfranchised from PayPal, which is what led me to Bitcoin. I think in late 2010, I was trying to raise money for a nonprofit, and PayPal was like, for my friend's prosthetic leg, he got his leg blown out in a terrorist attack. And then right when we were going to buy the leg, PayPal was like, yep, you're not a real nonprofit, we're freezing the money. So here, I'm now I'm a tax-paying citizen, and all of a sudden, like, PayPal is the overlord of fiat, says that I can't. And worst case is that if many Bitcoiners know, we all get our bank account shut down. How many have had their bank account shut down from Bitcoin? well, not that many, I guess. It used to happen a lot more. But it used to happen a lot more that you get your account shut down for doing a Bitcoin transaction. And what would happen is they give you a cashier's check. But what do? You can't leave the dollar. You have to take that check to another bank. What if every bank in the world said, no, Charlie, you're out? What do? Those dollars are worthless. So I didn't have a choice. And now we do. So that's kind of the thing.
And that is very well said, like Paul said, and I think the portability of gold really is the weakness, because you think about the Yamashita gold, right? It's still out there, and it's stored somewhere, but even if you discover it, the government's gonna chase you, correct? For sure. So anyway, we're talking about Bitcoin, and so tell me, Stephen, how is a new Bitcoin created? And how is it different from other forms?
Yeah, no, that's a great question. So there's answers to this that make more sense but are less technically accurate, and there's answers to this that are more technically accurate but make less sense. I'll try to kind of thread the needle there. So in a sense, new Bitcoin is never really created. That's a misnomer, right? Like Trey said at the beginning, all 21 million already exist. This is a foregone conclusion. However, they are being distributed over time. So, in common, just to talk normally, yes, miners get issued new Bitcoin. But let's be very clear, those Bitcoin aren't being truly created. There is a totally fixed supply schedule that will reach an issuance rate of 0, and this is effectively predetermined by the protocol. But so what happens in practice is that miners, and so let's drill down there a little bit. Now, what is a miner? A miner is an individual or an enterprise that uses a specific sort of computing hardware called an ASIC. Just think of it like it's a computer that is just very, very good at doing things for Bitcoin. That's all it does. It's completely useless for anything else for the most part. It can heat your hot tub, but that's another topic. But they're specifically designed for that. So either an individual or a company, they're running the specialized hardware. And what they're doing is effectively they're competing to solve, let's call it a cryptographic puzzle. So it's just a novel and kind of pointless. They're not doing some sort of useful computation, and I'll get into that. They're not computing, genetic code for some science facility. They're just solving a cryptographic puzzle. It's relatively arbitrary, but it's very important that they do that. And the fact that they do that is in no way arbitrary. And the reason is so that miners have to expend energy or work in order to win this puzzle, and as a result, update the blockchain, and as a result, earn some of this Bitcoin that is issued. They're paid Bitcoin for the service. That's how those new Bitcoin go to the miners. But so why all of this? Why all of these hoops? Why all of these complexities? Why are they using so much electricity? Why are these multi-billion-dollar operations at an industrial scale? And the reason is that it is paramount to Bitcoin's decentralization. Bitcoin, if it were not decentralized, has very minimal value. It is its decentralization that allows it to be this robust monetary network. And the way in which it is decentralized is these miners performing this computation, this work. And the reason is that if they were able to do it for free, if you were able to just plug in a computer and freely mine Bitcoin, freely update, the transaction record, the network becomes insanely vulnerable to any corporation, any government, any group of people with a bunch of hardware that can just spam kind of miners. And so it's this expenditure, it's this costliness that ensures that Bitcoin is not forgeable, that it is decentralized, that it is robust. Because if you want to play the mining game and you want to contribute to forming blocks and ordering transactions, right? Like what miners are doing when they're doing this is like, at any given moment in time in a ledger, let's say, person A has 1 Bitcoin, person B has 1 Bitcoin, and person A sends 0.1 Bitcoin to person B. We have to update those balances, the ledger, just like a bank, has to update. Well, person A has 0.1 less and person B has 0.1 more. And so the miners are doing this. And this energy use, this costliness, this hardware, it means that if you want to be part of that, you need to expend capital. You need to expend energy, you need to make capital investments into hardware. And this is what allows it so that even if you're a government, like even if you're, China, or even if you're Russia, or even if you're the EU or whoever, like you can't just snap your fingers and like start messing with the Bitcoin protocol. You would need, hundreds of thousands or more of these specialized computing hardwares, and there's not enough of them. You can't just like, even if you were to like turn all of your chip factories into producing this, you still wouldn't be able to produce enough of them in any sort of reasonable time frame. And so, those a little about mining, but that's the whole process by which these new Bitcoin get issued. And it's the way in which the network is secured, and it's the technical innovation that makes the whole thing work.
All right, so very well explained. So now I have a Bitcoin. So what does it mean when they say, not your keys, not your cheese, Nico? Not your keys, not your coin. Trey, could you explain why do they say that?
Well, as we were referring to earlier, Bitcoin is a bearer asset. It is akin to holding a bar of gold or a bag of cash on your person that you and only you can control. And the way that's done is through what's called private keys. Private keys is just secret information. And as long as you and only you control that secret information, you can verify to the rest of the network that you intend to move Bitcoin from a Bitcoin address that you control to somebody else, some other address that somebody else controls. The network will not accept any kind of transaction that does not have a valid cryptographic signature that's coming from these private keys that somebody controls. If you are buying Bitcoin, let's say, on an exchange, and you don't withdraw that Bitcoin to private keys that you control, the exchange controls that Bitcoin. And what you have is an IOU. You don't own Bitcoin, you own a claim to Bitcoin that somebody else has. So the process for actually taking control of that Bitcoin is that you give an address to that exchange or to somebody else. And that exchange will create a Bitcoin transaction, and they will sign it with their private keys because they control that Bitcoin. And they will broadcast that transaction to the network. And when that happens, the money moves. The ledger, that blockchain, is updated, part and parcel with that mining process that Stephen was describing. And at that point, you have full unilateral control over the Bitcoin. Nobody can just arbitrarily update the ledger to take it from you. You can verify that you and only you have the ability to spend Bitcoin. Again, as if you are holding a bar of gold in your hand. But the beauty of doing this is that it actually is not physical. So you can use various tricks and cryptographic methods to remove single points of failure from that, to cooperate with other people to cooperatively control Bitcoin. We call this multi-sig. That's a large part of what Unchained helps our clients to do is hold Bitcoin in their own self-custody without single points of failure. And it's extremely important in terms of the problem that Bitcoin is solving. If we end up with the majority of Bitcoin stored with custodians, with exchanges, in ETFs, with layers and layers of counterparty risk, we risk having Bitcoin and Bitcoin users being able to kind of be controlled and locked out of access to the money. The core problem that we're solving at a technical level with Bitcoin is to remove that counterparty risk. And the only way you can do that is actually controlling the private keys that control that Bitcoin.
So self-custody, at the end of the day, is the way to go, right?
Yeah, don't buy the ETF, either buy it from Swan, Unchained, or Byte Federal.
There you go.
Well
There
said.
you go. That's the point, right? So here, the next question will be for everybody. So Jamie Dimon has recently been quoted as saying, Bitcoin is money only for criminals. But he's not the only first one to say this, right? And terrorists, and that the 21 million supply can't be trusted. So I'll open this question for everyone to answer.
Yeah, I'll take a first stab at it. So in the most recent chain.
Oh, wait, I hate to cut you off there, Stephen. So how would you respond to Jamie? Let's do this like you have a chance, like you're facing Jamie right now. How would you respond to that without being violent, okay?
I mean, I am talking to one of the, most highly penalized criminals in the world, so it's a little hard, speaking of illicit activity, but we got to try. So chain analysis, I forget how to pronounce their name, but they're in kind of like an analytics firm that monitors not just Bitcoin, but other kind of cryptocurrencies. And they do a report on, what percentage of these transactions is for illicit purposes. That could be money laundering, that could be terrorism, that could be, all of the things that our financial system prides itself on trying to prevent. And I think the most recent report just came out like last week, and it was 0.34% of all transactions. And this isn't just Bitcoin, this is the whole spectrum of any sort of cryptocurrency. So that's really good. Let me put that in perspective. The usage of dollars, of cash dollars, for these sorts of transactions has sometimes been estimated to be as high as 5%. So we're saying 0.34. It is not like Bitcoin is predominantly, there is no intellectually coherent way to argue that is what people as a group use it for, that is descriptive of how people use Bitcoin. The vast 96 or 99.6% plus of all transactions are not for illicit purposes. And that's kind of the first thing. Former directors of the either FBI or CIA were commissioned by some of these companies to run an independent analysis. They came to similar conclusions. It just isn't used for crime in any sort of material rates or frequency. And part of this is because it is a public ledger. It is fully transparent. Anything you do on Bitcoin, there is a permanent record of that, analysts and software sleuths can pore over for the rest of human history, right? Not really what you want if you're a criminal. Much better to just use dollars. And, speaking of Mr. Dimon, it's like, what is the total amount of financial crime that JP Morgan has facilitated, that the large US banks have facilitated? I mean, these figures are staggering. So the proposition that they're positioning Bitcoin against there is like, Bitcoin is used for crime, but not traditional finance. Like, no, traditional finance is overwhelmingly it is the ideal choice for criminals. Banks have been caught many times consciously serving, drug lords and, traffickers. And then finally, just real quick, let some of the other guys jump in. But the notion that the cap can be changed, the supply can be changed, it goes against everybody's incentives. This topic kind of goes kind of deep because it is possible to create a fork of the network, and that fork has different properties. But the beauty of Bitcoin is that the incentives of the system, you would need all of the holders. You would need everybody that owns Bitcoin, and and everybody that has an incentive in it. Even the miners, you could argue like the miners might benefit from new Bitcoin being issued, but what's going to happen to the value of those Bitcoin? what's going to happen to trust in the network, like all of that is going to collapse. So you have to get everybody to do things that are not in their interest. And Bitcoin has proven itself time and time again through battle-tested, contentious wars through 2017, 2018, that it won't compromise. And 21 million is relatively non-negotiable.
On the question of 21 million, I know we're running short of time. Sister Diamond, you run one of the biggest, if not the biggest banks in the world, and you've got a litany of extremely smart technologists working for you. You don't have to wait until 2140 for Satoshi, as he called it, to pop out and say, oh, aha, the supply has changed. You can verify it right now. Ask one of these people who work for you to go to bitcoincore.org and download the software and update the code and see what happens. Observe how what the reaction there is. And what you will find is that you are no longer part of the Bitcoin network. You are voluntarily choosing to adopt a different rule set, and therefore the rest of us don't have to play with you, right?
Yeah.
Like that is how this works.
Yeah.
You don't have to wait till 2140. Go ahead and use the team that is at your disposal.
No violence so far. Okay, Paul, your turn. We'll see how Paul.
So I would just say that if you look across human history, the people that yell the loudest are the ones that know the least about the argument. And so when you hear Jamie or Warren Buffett or anybody, Charlie Munger, he's fabulous at this, telling us how it's the worst thing for humanity. They are the folks that have the most to lose, right? So they're not making rational arguments. They're making loud, preposterous arguments because they don't have anything logical, rational to back up, their thoughts on Bitcoin. So their thoughts are coming from a purely emotional perspective that they have an empire to lose. We, as the plebs of this world, have nothing but a bright future, have a lot to gain by participating in this network. It's the first time in human history where the plebs can literally flip the table on the system. And that scares them to death because they are going to lose all their power, they're going to lose all their control, and they lose control of the monetary system, they lose control of humanity. We actually are free to do what we want. We're actually free to say what we want when we have a free way to transact peer-to-peer. So this is what scares them to death, and this is why they're so adamant about telling you that this is a bad thing for you. Additionally, oh gosh, I lost my train of thought. It's too early in the morning. Yeah, right. Well, anyways, it'll probably pop back to me here in a second. But you have this whole entire Wall Street system that is incentivized to sell you things, right? I spent a lot of time on Wall Street. I spent a lot of time where the only way I got paid is if I sold you something. That leads to a culture that if they can't sell it to you, they don't believe it's good for you. Okay, so here now you have an asset that's the best performing asset in human history that they have no control over, that they have not been able to make money on promoting and selling it to you.
And taxing you.
And taxing you. So now you have this somewhat radical shift, and I would say Jamie Dimon just became the largest custodian of gold in the world. BlackRock is making a move to become the largest custodian of Bitcoin in the world. Why are they doing that? Right, they're doing that because they see the monetary destruction that's coming, and they know that if they don't have a foot in this space, they're not going to survive. So once they're deeply embedded in this space, then the real monkey printing, then the real credit, then the real death spiral is going to be unleashed. So they don't do anything without understanding what's coming ahead. They're intricately tied. It's a public-private partnership between politicians and these big institutions. So you have to realize that when they're making these steps, what they're telling you is one thing. What they're doing is another thing. Watch what they're doing, not what they're saying, and anticipate where this is going in the future.
All right, thank you, Paul. So let's give Charlie the chance here to talk to Jamie.
They spent, the thing is with Jamie is that, first of all, yes, he represents the other side him and JP Morgan's and the Vanderbilts and all those, they started the whole New World Order that we live in now, Bretton Woods and everything that we have, the current dollar. But secretly, and I know this since 2012, 2013, I was sitting in JP Morgan's offices, that they've been making money off of Bitcoin since day one. So of course in public, he's out there and they've been working on building their own stable coins since 2014. They have whole departments of people within JP Morgan building out different blockchain labs, incubators. They've been coming up with ideas. Like I said, they just couldn't sell it to you yet. And now we have the Bitcoin ETF and they can sell it to you and tax you. That's all that happened over time. So they're out there saying that, yeah, we were right, but they were not nice to us for a very long time.
And you always hear blockchain good, Bitcoin bad.
Yeah, that's what they were saying too. It was all about that.
Remember when the internet came out, it was intranet good, internet bad.
Does that really happen? I didn't know.
Remember that?
Yeah.
So what was that? What's that situation? Enlighten me.
Well, so when the internet became a thing, all the big corporations wanted to just conceal it within their organization. They go intranets.
It's like blockchain.
Yeah.
And Bitcoin is oh my God.
Bitcoin is the internet.
So guys, there's nothing new under the sun. It's all over again.
This is the beauty of the Bitcoin community. We constantly learn, we constantly grow. So with that,
I'm sorry. This is why, by the way, Jamie Dimon sold his entire development department to Consensus.
Yeah, exactly. You're right.
The
They had the
entire
whole thing. He sold it to them.
He
way
loves it. He
before.
loves Ethereum. And why do you think Ethereum became proof of stake? Because it's an entree for Wall Street to take over a prominent blockchain. It's very easy for Wall Street to come in into a proof of stake system and control it. They can never control Bitcoin. So Bitcoin is for you. Ethereum is for Wall
Proof
Street.
of stake
You
is not
decide where you
permissionless.
want to go.
It's not permissionless because if every holder decides to not let you in, you need one token to stake on that network. If you don't have those tokens, everyone can say, I don't want to sell you one, and therefore you can't join that network. It's again, the idea is to be in a permissionless network. You don't need permission to mine Bitcoin. No other miners need to give you permission. You don't need to join their clubs. You can go and mine right now and participate in the Bitcoin network in any way you want. No one else can tell you no or yes.
amen. I think with that, we end with this session with that from Charlie. Again, thank you so much for joining us. And to our panel, thank you. That was very, thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, pass on the mic to Jack now.
Thank you, everyone. Thanks to our fantastic first panel. All right, Suze, bump over really quick. All right, we're going to make up for a little bit of, everyone's not feeling good? Having a pleasant morning so far? All right. Let me show you me, and let me have you show me that you mean it. If I turn around to your left and right, hey, you're looking good. All right. And speaking of looking good, right up here, allow me please to acknowledge the generosity of our primary benefactor, the man that single-handedly did all the heavy lifting, the one and only Matty Ice. And Consensus Protocol, of course, does some amazing work, decentralized infrastructure, computing power, supporting Web3 protocols, etc. And if you haven't noticed yet, he does the Wrong Way podcast. It's a fantastic show, and he's they're new on the horizon producing, but it's fantastic, and we love Matty and all the great things that they do. So be sure to say hello to him, and his family is over here as well. And then, yeah, thank you for that. All right, Sue, next slide. We're going to give some love to a number of our contributors, and there are plenty of great talents in the room. including Daniel Hertzberger. Where's Daniel? He might be in the other room. Daniel brought with him a book. It's called Bitcoin is Better, Natural Money That Works for the Working Class. Like I are one of them myself. And be sure, of course, to see them in our exhibiting room and, of course, find out what he's up to. They do run a very fantastic nonprofit organization. So thank you for saying hello to them. And where would we be without the generosity of Blockwork Solutions? Danny and his crew is in here somewhere, I believe. They run a hosted mining program and protocol. If you have never clued into that, it was completely new to me as of a couple of weeks ago because I'm just that young and still learning everything as we go. But please say hello to them. I can't see Danny at the moment, but we'll find. Oh, there he is, right there. Everybody turn around and give some love, Danny. Danny Condon from Blockwork Solutions. All right, I'm going to let everybody breathe for just about a minute, and we're going to catch up on some lost time, and we'll be back in just a second.
Two or three GPUs. I see a lot of no. What's up there?
Indeed. All right. It looks like our next panel is beginning to gather, which is a good sign. Now, the funny slide you see up on the screen, I'm going to play it later. It's a fantastic Bitcoin meme, borrowed from the Matrix itself. We'll play that at lunch or something with it.
All right, folks. Looks like our next panel is up and ready to go. I'm going to make a quick announcement. We should do the mic.
Oh, yeah. Thank you, Mike. All right. Awesome. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. We're almost ready, folks. Go ahead and find a seat. We're going to get started here in 30 seconds. 29, 28, 27. I have a really important announcement to make, so you need to give attention. We're going to have the next panel, Bitcoin and the economy, starting in 15 seconds. 14, 13, 12, 11. Let's have it quiet in the room, please. So our mission is to accelerate the peaceful transition to a Bitcoin economy. Accelerate the peaceful transition to a Bitcoin economy. These Bitcoin Day events are one of the ways that we deploy that mission. So we are thrilled to have you here and be a part of this. And we have a really special announcement. We've been talking with some people in Miami, and we are working on a Bitcoin Day Miami, shooting for May this year. So if anybody's interested in talking to me about participating in Bitcoin Day Miami, look me up throughout the day. We have to talk to you about that. And that's all I'm going to say. Without further ado, I'm turning it over to Nico and the Bitcoin and the Economy panel.
Bitcoin Miami. That sounds exciting. I'll be at Bitcoin Miami.
All right, guys, everyone go sit down.
Yo, we're starting over there with the food. Over there with the food. Hello, everybody. Welcome to Bitcoin and the Economy at Bitcoin Day Naples 2024. But I just heard about Bitcoin Miami, and I'm 100% going to be there. Anyways, the price of Bitcoin was like 48K not too long ago. We're down to 41.5. So I want everyone in the room to stop what they're doing and stack the tick. If we all do it, I think it will, help a little bit. But anyways, I'm really excited about this panel. My name is Nico Moran. I'm the host and founder of Simply Bitcoin. We're a media company focused on the peaceful Bitcoin revolution. We have an all-star panel with us today. I want these panelists to introduce themselves, starting with you.
Yeah, hi, my name is Larry Lombardo. I'm a sound money advocate. I make a lot of noise on Twitter.
Hi, I'm Teresa Morrison. I run a traditional TradFi investment management, and I'm here working with Bitcoiners and do some advising for Block Spaces, which is a risk management infrastructure developer, as well as an advisor to Base 58, which is the School of Engineering on Bitcoin standard.
Good morning. Good morning. My name is Mark. I'm the CFO of a family office in Naples. Mostly venture capital, private equity. We do hold Bitcoin in our portfolio. Prior to this current role, I was trying to stand up a crypto bank within the FDIC regulated bank called Cogent Bank. So to all the Jamie Dimon commentary, there are TradFi bankers who believe in what's happening in the ecosystem. He is not the standard bearer that I would have chosen to articulate that message. So, happy to do it.
So I was hoping Lola wasn't going to mention Jamie Dimon, but we're definitely going to jump.
Hey, how are you? My name is Ash with Bitcoin Ben, and please forgive my voice. I talk all the time, so it's almost gone. I have a club in Sarasota where we help educate the general public small guys on how you get involved. And we have a club in Sarasota. I'm launching one up in Nashville, in London, Australia, El Salvador, and Texas.
And if I heard correctly, you guys are almost up to like 500 members, is that correct?
Yeah, it's, once everyone realized we were there, everyone's rushing in. And while I appreciate everyone helping the rich people get in, we can't forget the little guys.
Amen. Larry took the words out of my mouth. Amen to that. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to rip the Band-Aid right off from the start and, spice it up with an interesting topic. The SEC, I don't know if I can curse, so I'm not going to, but they absolutely dropped the effing announcement of, the approval of the ETF. The day before on Twitter, the ETF got approved, the price of Bitcoin went up, the price of Bitcoin went down. The SEC is literally responsible for wrecking investors, their only job, consumer protection. They failed at that. And then the next day, Gary Gensler said, okay, the ETF is approved, but he had to release a statement, and he was so salty. He was so salty. He was like grinding his teeth. He's like, I can't, you know what? Fine, we're going to approve this thing. So I want to get your guys' take on that. The SEC finally approving the spot Bitcoin ETF. It only took them 10 years and millions of dollars. We are finally here. Larry, what's your take?
Well, I think it's a very good thing, obviously, that it happens. And I think it's hilarious that the SEC doesn't know how to use 2FA.
No, hold on. And you know what the funny part is before Larry continues? Is that if you go to their Twitter, they literally say recommendations, turn on your 2FA. And then one of the other tweets was, only trust tweets that are coming from the SEC account.
I mean, it's truly phenomenal. They had to do it, and I think for two reasons. One, the Delaware court had ruled in favor of GBTC, so they were going to be forced into it either way. And then also, I think that the BlackRock holds a lot of power. And once, what you saw here, in my view, is you had the banks on one side of the equation, and you had the fund management industry on the other side. The banks didn't want anybody to get an ETF going, obviously, for Jamie Dimon-like reasons. But the fund managers all can see the fees, and they know that it's an asset that their customers are asking for. And so, obviously, Fidelity, Vanguard, and a whole lot of them were pushing extremely hard. And not Vanguard at the end, in the early days, they were actually at BlackRock. They're all pushing very hard, and they won the day. The combination of that and the court case caused them to win the day. I think it's a beautiful thing, and it obviously hasn't impacted the price right away because of the GBTC bleeding out and some other issues. But that's the way Bitcoin always is. It never does what you expect it to do when you expect it to do it. And so we're going to sit around for another week or two or a month, and then we're going to have a God candle in mid-60,000, and we're just going to say, oh look, the ETF's happening. And so that's coming. I mean, and we all know that, but the TradFi world doesn't really understand that.
Ladies and gentlemen, Larry Clark just told you to stack the effing debt. Teresa, I'll pass it on to you. SEC finally approved, absolutely dropped the ball. I do want to read a bit by Hester Pierce, and she's actually a member of the SEC. And she said the fact that they spent millions of dollars trying to delay this thing, rather than focus those resources on something else, I think is like a really a representation perhaps of kind of the mismanagement of this. This was extremely political from my perspective. So what's SEC approval of the spot Bitcoin ETF?
There we go. All right. Hester Pierce. At the end of the day, the SEC is a government entity, so it's going to be a little bit slow on uptake, and there's a lot of deal making that needs to be done in the background. Part of the slowness, perhaps, of coming together is that a lot of those deals hadn't been done, and it took the likes of BlackRock to come in and put parties to the table and get the handshakes, behind closed doors, make that work.
All it took was Larry Fink.
All it took was Larry Fink. I think there were a lot of others, but he's the elephant in the room. I mean, they're monstrous.
Is it safe to say that Larry beat Gary?
At his own game.
Or beat Jamie.
That's true.
No, he co-opted Jamie. Because Jamie's one of the authorized participants in BlackRock ETF. So
It's almost
for
as if
those
it's
of you who
very
don't know what
fascinating.
an authorized participant is, it basically is the trading arm beneath the ETF shares. So every time an ETF is bought and sold, JP Morgan makes a few pennies.
Research, are you speaking on both sides?
This world-
You wouldn't say that.
I would
No,
say
of course
that.
not. No, of course not, of course not. Anyways, Mark, same question to you. The SEC mishandling it, finally approved, historic moment for Bitcoin. I might add, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm like this, I feel kind of emotional saying this. It was the same date that Hal Finney tweeted out running Bitcoin, January 10th. That is a very, very big coincidence, if it's a coincidence. So, Mark, what's your take on the SEC approval?
So, a couple of things from a price action perspective. Let's go back 2 years when the BITO futures ETF was approved a couple of years ago. We saw a 15% drawdown in Bitcoin 30 days after BITO was approved. It should be to no one's surprise in history that there was a drawdown once the ETF hype was realized. I think there's actually pros and cons. We self-custody off cold storage our Bitcoin. So there's no immediate catalyst for us from the ETF. But as we think about how we invest capital, as a hedge fund, as a VC, as private equity, we want two things. We want things that are compelling and things that are misunderstood. The ETF approval does make Bitcoin much more compelling as an investment. The challenge we see is you now have, as it was mentioned earlier, ex-GBTC, the largest institutional holder now, is BlackRock. BlackRock has $9 trillion of AUM. That is double the GDP of Japan, triple that of most European countries. I'm not sure if we want a $9 trillion AUM Wall Street firm being the torchbearer into a new era of Bitcoin euphoria. And so I think it's compelling as confirmation of a true nascent asset class, but we will always prefer to self-custody our Bitcoin in cold storage.
I love that you say that last part, right, with the self-custody aspect, because fundamentally, ladies and gentlemen, the revolution is self-custody. That's what makes Bitcoin so unique. So if you don't take self-custody of your Bitcoin, I highly suggest you do, because it's not really your Bitcoin. Anyways, I can't wait, because we do have someone who's representing the people on the panel. So I can't wait for his response to this. What's your take on the SEC approval?
The SEC is actually doing the job they were made for. The SEC is a tool, a weapon against the people. They were never created to be good. They are part of a progressive movement that was launched in 1913. Now, what we're going, everyone in here who holds any friggin' Bitcoin at all, you're going to be rich. Just accept it. Now, two things. Charlie Shrimp is gonna love me, and Swan is gonna hate me. And I'll tell you why. Because Swan, this is not personal. Swan is one of the companies that has been created to infiltrate the Bitcoin system. One of the original people that launched Swan Bitcoin is a Hertzker, or however you pronounce that damn last name. The governor of Illinois is a Pritzker. Right? Now, the SEC was created early on so they could transition. What the elite know is that currency is a social engineering tool. In 1913, they launched the Federal Reserve to train the public to accept paper over gold. Once they did that, they caused 1929. Last year was our 1929. That's when they wiped out finance. That's when they wiped out all of the smaller exchanges, all of the smaller companies. Now, 2024 is the relaunch of the future plumbing of the next monetary system. That's why you see BlackRock getting involved now. BlackRock owns the preferred companies of the next system.
So, ladies and gentlemen, I did give you a heads up, but there is also some signal there, which is by the effing dip, once again. And the other part, which was, he did mention an interesting date, right, which was 1913. So 1913 was when the Federal Reserve was established. You know what was also established in 1913? The federal income tax. Is that a coincidence? I don't think so. Okay, so now that the ETF is approved, and especially Larry, Teresa, Mark, and we'll get to you, Ben, does this change the outlook of perhaps some of your hesitant clients towards Bitcoin, right? Because in a way, especially if you're coming from the TradFi world, this was the legitimization, right? If you have Larry Fink, you know, on MSNBC basically saying Bitcoin is a flight to quality, and the anchors are the ones attacking him, and he's like, no, you understand, Bitcoin is for people in tyrannical countries. You're like, okay, things have changed, right? You can't, and I was texting a friend of mine that we went to high school together, and now he's VP at Goldman. I'm like, hey man, we work for Bitcoin now, congratulations, and he just responded, F you. So it was hilarious. I've been telling you about Bitcoin for like 8 years now. So anyways, Larry, to you. So from your client's perspective,
it's a really big deal. I mean, remember that this is a revolution that's taking its time through the world, and the traditional TradFi world just doesn't get it. They still don't get it. Some do, but and to have these big organizations, one, supporting it, two, selling it, and three, embracing it, it's going to be a big deal. And as Sailor says, it's hard to tell what the registered investment advisory, asset size is. There's a lot of ways to measure, but it's something between 20 trillion and 100 trillion dollars in RIA accounts. And those accounts are unable to buy Bitcoin other than GBTC, which they always viewed as flawed because of the discount. So, and now they can. And so here you've got something with the highest Sharpe ratio in the industry, the best 15-year performance in the industry, and it's going to be easy for them to say, well, yeah, it's volatile, it's risky, but we're going to put 2% into this. And so the fleet's just got the ability to front run the entire world. And it hasn't really impacted the price yet, and that's because of the way a lot of the mechanics and how it all works. It's going to take time, but I think it might have been unique. We tweeted out. There's a great chart that shows what happened to the price of gold when the GLD ETF was enabled. And prior to that time, if you wanted to buy gold, you had to go to a coin shop and you had to buy coin. People just weren't going to do that. They had money trapped in Wall Street accounts, IRA accounts, etc. They couldn't take it out. They couldn't go buy coin. And the same thing applies here. Exact same thing. So it's going to start slowly. You're going to consistently see a build of these accounts allocating something to Bitcoin, and it takes time. I mean, nothing on Wall Street happens instantly. I mean, the memos are being written now, the analysis is being done now, the research reports are being done now. But you can bet that a lot of Wall Street and RIA advisors are going to get arguments for why they should put a piece of their clients' assets into Bitcoin. And the ETFs are going to be the mechanism for doing it. Now, compared to what we all know, that they're terribly flawed. I mean, they're in the system, they're trapped, they're, you have to report to tax all the nonsense that's associated with it. They're gonna know who has what. And the correct way to own Bitcoin is to self-custody. But that's okay. We'll get them to come to that step once they start by seeing their ETF money go up 5x in a 5-year time frame. And then they'll realize, hey, you know, there's really something to this. I'll just say one other thing. I've been on a couple of recent podcasts with very well-known traditional TradFi people. One of them was a guy named Daniel Moses, who was part of The Big Short. He was in the movie. And he said to me, he made the statement about Bitcoin. He said, you know, I really support it, and I get it, I believe in it, worried about what the government will do to it. But let me say something. I kind of thought it was all over with FTX. And when it went from 69 to 15, I thought, that's it, this thing's dead. And then I watched it this past year, it's up 150%. And, you know, and of course, we all know this is standard, right? It goes down 70%, it recovers. But he didn't. And he said, you know, I'm beginning to think there might really be something here. And it was like, no shit, Sherlock. But this is a very, very traditional TradFi guy who's a smart TradFi guy. I mean, as I say, he was in the movie The Big Short for that whole team. So, you know, they're coming. They get it, and they're coming. And it's nothing but enormously positive for this asset result. I mean, it's just going so much higher.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was the 4th time that the panel has told you to buy the effing debt. So I'm going to pass it on to you, Lisa. So, and to add to what Gary, oh my God, I have PTSD, what Larry was saying. He's entertainment, but he's also, you know, he's made our life rough. I'm not going to lie. Okay, so I'm going to add to what Larry was saying, which was the idea that it's going to trickle in slowly, right? Not all asset managers have, they're not offering this. One of them, the second largest asset manager in the world, the Vanguard CEO said on MSNBC, like, we're not going to offer this. I tweeted, I was like, this is going to get this guy fired, in my opinion, right? Vanguard's going to have fun staying poor. You know the ship, it's going to sink, like the logo. So what's your take? Is it just taking time because, you know, they're walking slowly, they're trying to check all the boxes? Are they taking an ideological stance? Did Elizabeth Warren call them in the middle of the night? What's your take?
Is this one working? There we go. All right, so let's go back to sort of middle market RIA, registered investment advisors. I have to do all this disclosure, not advice, to listen to me, educational only. Okay, here we go. Sorry. It's been 10 days, and we had a long weekend in there. So give the investment advisors a chance. Some of them knew about it. Most of them were told stay away from it. I had people a week before the ETF was announced, put a little thing on LinkedIn when I promoted Bitcoin Day Naples, and some guy from an unnamed large advisory decided that he would post on there, crypto, those are tulips going the way of dodos. I'm like, oh my God. Okay, I didn't even respond. And the next morning, his compliance had taken it down because it wasn't there anymore. So that is a representative. It's really common amongst financial advisors to actually have that view. But the other thing that's happened, so that's one contingent. The other contingent are people who are interested in it, but it was like fringe and they couldn't access it. They're not going to go to the compliance risk of understanding it. I mean, it takes years to understand Bitcoin. This is not something that you walk in here on one day. You have to go to Bitcoin Day Miami. You have to go to a lot of places. You have to do a lot of research to really, truly understand what they were talking about earlier, which is the value of Bitcoin. What an ETF does is it simply gives you access to price action. It does not give you access to Bitcoin as value. And so we have these financial advisors who are now going to be taking time to look at it. And as Larry says, they're going to be starting to do analysis on it. They're going to have to do continuing education. So whether they want to or not, these financial advisors are going to have to start learning about it. Some of them will get good at it. Some of them will still, you know, stick in the mire. That process is beginning to happen. I'm actually seeing it. I'm having financial advisors say, hey, how do we learn more? Where do we go? Can you put a group together? We need to understand this a bit more. So it's happening. It's going to take time to happen. It's a good thing that it happens. It's a bad thing that the Bitcoin gets sucked up into BlackRock and into these ETF pools because that is not self-custody. So you're losing part of that value. But in the interim phase, I look at it as a marketing tool. Like Bitcoin doesn't have a marketing agent. Like there is no CMO. So this is a really mass adoption CMO campaign. And it's up to us who are really involved and understand the value of Bitcoin to educate those who are beginning to want to know more. And the more they know, the more we teach them, the more they will recognize that it needs to be self-custody, and they will leave the ETF and they will move into self-custody. We'll also have easier on-ramps for self-custody. Any of you out there self-custody, you know, it's not easy. It's a lot easier than it was 5 or 10 years. I don't know, 10 years ago, 5 years ago. So I look at it more in those terms. It's a good thing as long as we keep moving in the Bitcoin standard direction.
Gotcha. And you specifically mentioned that this is not financial advice, but I interpreted that as buy the effing dip. Is that correct? So Mark, oh, I heard something. Mark, same question to you. What's your take? You know, they're slow walking at Vanguard. You know, I think it was JP Morgan as well, right? These institutions are just not offering the Bitcoin ETF. I think that's a temporary thing. What's your take?
Right. So for those of you who have been around for a while, you might recall that years ago, the compelling ad about Bitcoin was it solved the Byzantine generals problem. No one talks about that anymore. At least not. Maybe this is a podcast episode on the Byzantine generals problem, but it might be lost from years and years ago. What makes it compelling now is things like the ETF. And so this is what we see. Over the next 25 years, $55 trillion will flow from boomers to millennials. Of the millennials, 48% currently hold crypto or Bitcoin in their portfolio. The power struggle is not going to be the RIA says we're not comfortable with our clearinghouse arrangement for clearing Bitcoin. It's going to be half of my clients at least want Bitcoin, and they're getting a shit ton of money from their parents who are dying off. That will create a new mindset around the markets. For example, ask your advisor right now, how did I do? Well, let's benchmark you against the S&P 500. Bitcoin, in my opinion, will become the benchmark for asset performance. I don't care about the SPY, the S&P, or the NASDAQ. What did you do compared to Bitcoin? Because you're going to have, simple math, 40 trillion, half, $10 trillion flowing into a single asset class, which would make it, I believe, at nominal values 3 times larger than Microsoft, Apple, or NVIDIA. So there's this massively compelling argument about the inflows into vehicles like the ETF, the buyers of those ETF over the next 20 years, and what that will do, how people even look at the capital markets. I really think that Bitcoin's most compelling idea over the next 20 years is it becomes the capital market benchmark that replaces the S&P. Remember, it used to be the Dow, then the S&P, then the NASDAQ. I think Bitcoin is the logical next benchmark. And because of that and all the inflows, you can just do the math. Gold right now is a $13 trillion market cap. That's 13 times larger than Bitcoin. People are buying, we're not buying gold. My dad bought gold, which is why he has no money to pass to me. So I'm not going to get some of that $13 trillion. But my kids, my children, you know, their future is built upon, I think, again, an asset class where Bitcoin becomes the benchmark. And I think that is the most compelling idea for price action over the next 20, 30, 40 years.
I'm going to jump in on that with just one little side story. So the client, not the child, the father, definitely well into boomer territory. And when I was talking with him about the portfolio, he's like, and he doesn't know it. He kind of knows a little bit about Bitcoin, but not really. It's like wasn't on his radar. But we were busy talking about the portfolio and the mix, and he goes, no gold, under no circumstances, no gold. I will do Bitcoin before I do gold. And I said, I want that in writing.
She said by the dip. Ben, I got a question specifically for you. Is the Bitcoin ETF an attack on Bitcoin?
No, what it is, and once I say this, you'll get the system. BlackRock is the collection arm of the future Federal Reserve, which is Jamie Dimon. This is what they're doing, right? When in the 1900s, after the crash of the market, last year was 1929 to them. This year is when they collect up all of the people's gold, right? They're using BlackRock as the collection arm that they used the old authorities for when they collected the gold. That's why JP Morgan is holding the Bitcoin. JP Morgan is actually on the backside.
So it's actually, Ben, it's actually Coinbase. The custodian is Coinbase, Fidelity is taking some custody, and then Gemini, I think, is with Franklin Templeton.
Who owns all of those?
BlackRock? You could say BlackRock owns a percentage?
Right, and this is financial advice. Buy Bitcoin.
All right, yeah.
Hang on, no.
Okay. Wait, have you guys seen the Gladiator movie? Are you not entertained?
Fuck the old system. The old system was created to rob your labor. The new system has been chosen. It's Bitcoin. Now they're collecting up all of the Bitcoin they can get so they can re-liquidate the plumbing system, which is all of the companies that BlackRock owns. All of the companies that BlackRock owns are the chosen winners for the next system. It's what they did in 1929. They wiped out the market, got rid of the small players, recapitalized the chosen entities, and launched the fiat system into it so they could draw all of the economic energy that was going to be created over the next 80, 90 years into their plumbing system. Now, that plumbing system has done its job. The Keynesian economic system did its job. It socially trained us plebes to accept paper money. Now we have reached a point where us plebes have accepted the Bitcoin, and they're rolling us in to the next system, collecting up all the gold, the Bitcoin, into BlackRock. BlackRock's going to implement blockchain and the currency of the future, which is Bitcoin, into all of the corporations BlackRock owns. So those corporations are locked in as the winners for the next 300 years. Because as the Bitcoin gains value, all of those corporations will not be able to be bankrupted. End of story.
That makes a very interesting point. I don't think enough people are focused on the danger of these ETFs in one respect. There'll come a time when the fiat system will clearly be failing, and it's failing now in most of us who are mean, it'll be obvious to everybody that it's failing badly. It will look like, Turkey or Argentina did, and or Venezuela. And at that point in time, they're very likely, in my opinion, to try something like a 6102, where they want to promoting sound money. And that's where the the men are going to separate from the boys in the sense that if you've got your money on your own keys, your own address, and you're independent, they can say, give me your coin, you can add a voting accident. Sorry. If your money's at these ETFs, that's it, it's gone. They'll stop you out, pay fiat, and you're screwed, you're cooked. So, and that's a very real threat. And I would add one other point that Jackie Price, who's done a lot of work lobbying, and she's here today in Washington to talk about this fight isn't over yet. They're going to come at us. I mean, Elizabeth Warren and the Biden administration are absolutely determined to shut down crypto, and they're going to probably try very hard to make us report our addresses, et cetera, et cetera. And I think, one of the things that probably allowed the ETF to go through was the recognition that this thing is happening. The politicians all realize this thing's happening. We got to deal with it one way or another. So let's try and get them in our house rather than outside of our house. And in our house is in the ETFs. And, they're going to know who owns exactly what of those ETFs. And they can wake up someday and say, guess what? Bitcoin is a 90% tax, or Bitcoin is illegal in the United States, and we're going to seize all this Bitcoin. And if you have an ETF, we're going to pay you out in cash. Oh, sorry, end of game. And that's what's going to be a big difference between everyone sitting in this room. None of them are stupid enough to own the ETF, and all of them are smart enough to self-custody their own coin. It's going to be a big deal.
Absolutely. And Larry, you said something really on point, right? Which is, ladies and gentlemen, right now in the Senate, there's a bill, 20 senators, it's bipartisan. I think there's 3 Republicans that signed on to it, that would essentially ban self-custody in the United States. It would outlaw mining. And of course, it isn't a direct ban, but it's a ban because it's unenforceable. So it's like a ban by, like a de facto ban, right? They've also invented terms like self-hosted. I don't know about you guys, but I've never seen that term in the Bitcoin white paper. That's a term invented by bureaucrats to make it seem scary that self-hosted Bitcoin is dangerous. They know that they will not be able to pull off a 6102. They were able to do that with gold because of gold's physical characteristics, and that causes centralization in the custody of it. But if you have millions upon millions of individuals holding their own keys, Bitcoin gives you 2 powers. It gives you the power to vote with your wallet, but it also gives you the power to vote with your feet. So if the U.S. decides to go the route of North Korea, we say, F you, I'm going to El Salvador, but only if you have Bitcoin in self-custody. So the name of this panel is Bitcoin and the economy. So I kind of want to reel it back in and focus on the economy. And I always ask Larry this question because he always has the best answers to it. Larry, where's the recession? Is it going to be a soft landing? Is it kumbaya? Because I think a lot of people were expecting it. And then I'll add another question to it is, if we are going to enter into recession in the near future, how will Bitcoin perform in a recessionary environment? Because it's never existed in a recessionary environment.
Yeah. What is a recession? Well, it depends on whose set of numbers you believe, right? If you want, the propaganda numbers, no. If you want to believe reality, yes. The report is up on Twitter, and you can get it there for free. We talk about this. I mean, to me, one of the most stunning, we should have had a recession by now. It should have been reported. It should have shown up in the stock market. It should have shown up everywhere. And arguably, for a lot, we have had a recession. People are hurting and hurting badly. But the reason we haven't is because, statistically, the reason that we haven't is because the federal government, and there's a chart in my report, I think it's on page 16, it basically shows how when COVID came along, about $4 trillion a year. COVID took spending from $4 trillion to $6 trillion. And actually, the 1-year peak spending was $7 trillion. Now, COVID's over, and that emergency is gone. You would think we'd trend back towards the $4 trillion, but you would be wrong. We're actually at 6.2. We came off the boil at 7, we're back at 6.2. Federal government now spends 37% of all of GDP. That's just federal. You've also got state and local. When you put those in, government spending is now 50% of GDP. Guess what? Government people don't get laid off. So it's hard to have a recession when half of your economy is taking a check from the government, and the other half, the retired people, they're taking a check from the government too. So, we're in a kind of different economy where a recession, the way you would think of a recession when you had a manufacturing economy before we outsourced it all to China, that kind of thing is just not going to occur anymore. So we're in this floating mess of, the cost of everything goes up and, employment kind of hangs in there, but nobody's feeling really good about stuff, right? To the answer of how Bitcoin does throughout all this, doesn't matter. Bitcoin does incredibly well because the money is being debased. Again, it's all laid out in my report. The fact is that they cannot help themselves from printing or creating credit. And they absolutely have to because they're creating, that's the other thing. They showed the debt last year was 1.7, but in fact, if you look at the year, the debt went up by like 2.3. So there's 600 billion that they're not even reporting, in the debt, an annual increase. And so the point is these increases, this debt growth, they have to create money to service it. Last year, the debt grew by 7%, GDP grew by 2.8%. That trend cannot continue forever because GDP is what's used to service the debt. And it was fine when they were faking the interest rate at 0% interest rate. Nobody noticed. The U.S. was bankrupt, but nobody noticed. When we took interest rates to 5, suddenly people are starting to notice. The U.S. federal interest bill has gone up to over $1 trillion a year. So, the bottom line is that the U.S. federal government is manifestly bankrupt. And the world doesn't fully understand that yet. And the bond market is just anesthetized on drugs. I mean, anybody who's holding a bond is going to get run over by a steamroller. And so, as a result of all of that, what's going to happen is there's going to be enormous money printing again in the future, very much the way there was in 22. And as that comes, these if you want to own anything that the government can't print. And so the list is pretty short. It's Bitcoin, gold, silver, and real estate. And real estate they can tax. So I really prefer the first group.
Absolutely. And this is exactly why I ask Larry this question every time. But you do have a term for it. You call it the fiscal doom loop.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty straightforward. I mean, the bond market, so here's what happens. I mean, think about it this way. The federal government is the largest debtor in the world at $4 trillion, right? And they pay interest on that. And when the interest rates were low, interest bill was low or lower relatively. It was $400 billion. Interest bill now is running at $1 billion. Average debt interest rate of like 2.5. Well, guess what? The 6 month and the 1 year and the 2 year are trading in the high 5s. So if you take that 5% and over time, a lot of it's maturing in shorter term. If you take that 5% and apply it to the entire 5 trillion and growing, you quickly get to an interest bill of something like $1.5 trillion a year. And this is against revenue that's coming in of about 4, and this is against Social Security and Medicare of 2.5. I mean, and $1 billion on defense. And by the way, we've decided to start some more wars in the Middle East, and wars aren't cheap. So the bottom line is, as interest rates go up, the cost of the interest to the government goes up. The deficit gets bigger. By having a bigger deficit, you have to sell more bonds. They've crowded out all the other means of borrowing. They've exhausted their ability to borrow. So that leads to, when you're selling more bonds, you have the same amount of demand, all things being equal, the interest rate will go up. That interest rate going up makes your interest bill bigger. You see where I'm going with this? It's a doom loop. It's a spiral that keeps getting worse and worse. This is the way a family goes bankrupt. I mean, you get to the point where, your interest, you can't even make the minimum payment on your credit cards, and your lifestyle is large enough that you're borrowing more than you earn, and your credit card balance keeps getting bigger and bigger, and the credit card interest rate keeps going up as a result of the interest, the way the system is constructed. It's untenable. It just will not last. And so this is why the Fed was forced into pivoting. I mean, Jerome Powell did not want to pivot on the 13th, but he did because he had to. He had no choice.
Because I think, and everything you said is correct. I think one of the challenges that you're going to see as Bitcoin grows, as its asset base grows, is its correlation to the bond market will actually increase. Well, look this up, I'll take my word for it. If you go back to the last 18, 24 months, and you take the price of Bitcoin, chart, and you overlay the 2-year or the 10-year treasury yield, they move in opposite directions. There has been a defined correlation between treasury yields and Bitcoin. Why? As you get more asset managers, as you get more global funds tied to overall risk appetite, as reflected in bond yields, as rates go up, Bitcoin has tended to go down. when the Fed pivot occurred, coinciding with the halving and the ETF, we saw this huge run, right? Interest rates are now creeping back up. What's happened to Bitcoin? It's creeped back down. So I agree. I think the challenge is, how does Bitcoin, from a price action perspective, bring this correlation to U.S. Treasury yields? I think that's a question that maybe no one can answer, but we have to, I think, be very mindful.
Absolutely. And
So on that score, I would say that at the moment, Bitcoin is still regarded as a risk-on asset.
Great.
And we have to get through probably another halving, not this one, the next one, at which point it will, that volatility will compress. And the role of Bitcoin in as the risk-free asset, that quality risk-free asset, will then begin to show those characters and that quality. We're just a little bit too early for that.
Yeah, I think for a while, Bitcoin and the NASDAQ were linked, then that decoupled. Then it was Bitcoin and Treasury bills. I think you're right. As Bitcoin grows, not to be the bearer of bad news, but typically as an asset base gets larger, volatility dampens, price action dampens. 4,000% moves on $1 trillion assets have never happened before. Maybe they will. But now, and Chris is here somewhere, he can tell you, once you get ETF options and leveraged options and short positions on ETFs, now it's just a trading game. And you lose the underlying spirit of all that we're talking about. So I think, in a nutshell, it's very complex in terms of what will happen from an alpha and gain perspective as it matures into ETF. And to your point, what the Fed does, what the Treasury does, it's all very, I think, unfortunately, now tied up to things.
Gotcha. And I have a question for you and Teresa, but before I get to that, I want to what Larry was saying in regards to the fiscal doom loop. Historically, when governments have defaulted, they go to war or they confiscate on a massive scale. But for the first time with Bitcoin, you can theoretically store millions, billions, trillions of dollars in your mind by memorizing a 12-word secret. I highly do not recommend that, but you can do it if you are in a pickle. And that gives you the ability to, like I said, vote with your feet. So Teresa and Mark, I'm going to start with Teresa first. For ultra high net worth individuals or high net worth individuals, what percentage of their portfolio would you recommend they allocate to Bitcoin?
All of it.
I mean, I'm with Ben 100%. I don't think Teresa could say that.
I don't think I can say that. Okay, all sorts of financial disclosures. So in the general financial advisory world, they're saying somewhere between 1% to 5%, right? It depends individually on the person and what their portfolio is, what they need to live on, and what they have as excess savings. And actually, I want to use that term. I want to hone in on that term a little bit because a lot of people think that they're investing in the stock market. They're really just saving, and they're saving to try to keep up with inflation. So when people say, how much do I invest in Bitcoin? I'm like, you don't invest in Bitcoin. You buy Bitcoin. Like, I don't know anybody who invests in Bitcoin. You buy it. You understand the value and you buy it. As the price, now that's not to say that there aren't some great price actions to play with the ETF and the options and all of the complex instruments that are going to be coming to play because that's what Wall Street likes to do. So you can play the price action, but if you're going to buy it, you're going to buy it. See, the word invest didn't even come into my mind. How much do you have in terms of your excess savings? Like there. For a while, probably, well, certainly for hopefully not my lifetime. I'll probably still be reliant on some degree of fiat. So I need access to that. And then for the rest, it's savings, and I choose to do what I want with it, just buy Bitcoin. That's me, not financial advice.
I mean, I'm sorry, can you ask the question?
She just said buy Bitcoin again.
Yeah. So the question, what's the proper allocation?
Yeah, so exactly. So for like high net worth individuals or ultra high net worth individuals, right? Like specifically ultra high net worth individuals, you know, diversification, you know, they're older, they don't want to take risks that, for example, if you're a lot younger, you take more, you're more open to risks. What percentage allocation, right? So I tell my parents and, you know, I tell and I was just recently married, by the way. But I've both told them, you know, I've been telling them for 8 years, 100%. And then every single time number goes up, I'm like, I told you. But yeah, so what would you tell for older clients?
So that's a really hard question to answer in 90 seconds. I would say it's more than 0 less. It really does depend on, I think, you're right, a lot of factors: estate planning, tax situations, liquidity, all kinds of factors. What I would say is most high net worth folks that I work for, that we talk to, when they consider how to allocate capital, where do I put money and why do I do it? It's based upon an expectation of multiple returns, right? Most high net worth people, frankly, real secret, they make their money in the private markets, right? They're not making their money in stocks. They take their private money proceeds and give it to an advisor who manages their public portfolio. So from a private perspective, you think a compelling return will be 10 to 15x or 10 to 15 times our invested capital. Clearly, Bitcoin has the potential to do more than 10 or 15x. The problem is we want a 7 to 10 year horizon. Some folks might say, yeah, Bitcoin will do 1,000% increase in the next 5 to 7 years, and maybe that's true. So because we're sort of time bound, and then we apply our time horizon to what is our expected multiple. Someone mentioned a Sharpe ratio. That's basically what is your risk-free return over your risk return as an opportunity upside analysis. If I can buy a treasury at 5, but I can make 9, the Sharpe ratio says it's worth it because it's 4% upside. So from our perspective, it is Bitcoin's compelling, but we can't put all of our money into Bitcoin because we can have more control by operating businesses. Sorry, yeah, okay, hard question. So
I'm just totally playing with you. Ben, I have a question for you specifically though, okay? This is right up your alley. So Argentinian president recently elected Javier Milei, highly recommend this speech, by the way, went absolutely viral, like literally 500,000 views. He spoke at the Conciliator Conference, also known as the World Economic Forum. And he warned the West of the rise of collectivism. And he was making the case for individualism. He was making the case that if humanity wants a prosperous future, humanity needs freedom. I think I saw Klaus Schwab shed a tear. But in a more serious note, really, and combine this, by the way, also happened this week with Donald Trump obviously talked to Vivek Ramaswamy, and Donald Trump said, if I get elected president, I will make sure that central bank digital currencies don't get, passed in the U.S. Now, put the politics aside, left, right, it's all BS. It's really green versus orange, CBDCs versus Bitcoin. The Overton window is clearly shifting. And that's the question that I have for you, Ben. It feels like we're winning. It feels like people are really waking up to this collectivist BS. Ron Paul has the famous quote, right? It's not a coincidence that the bloodiest century in human history was the century of central banking.
With all due respect to you two, you act like we're on a cruising out in the ocean. We're on the fucking Titanic. And you're telling people, hey, keep 80% of your ass on the Titanic. Maybe allocate a toe or two to a lifeboat. That's absolutely bullshit, folks. I don't know if you noticed, but this world has gone to fuck. Right? We're not living in a 4, a 3, a 6, a 7 year time span. We got about a year. And this is all gonna change over that year. This is gonna be the year that we squeeze 100 years into. As the old system dies, and this is why I tell you guys, is get into Bitcoin now. And I mean this hour, because the elites, they're not gonna let Bitcoin gradually go up. They're gonna skyrocket it, not because they have control, because they know. That's why BlackRock got involved now. They know that the blockchain has a pinch point. And once you hit that pinch point, the price is gonna skyrocket. It isn't gonna gradually, over 7 years, allocation from this fiddle fuck over to another fiddle fuck. It's gonna shoot up because they were closing the door.
John, I see what you did here. I see what you did with this panel.
Once it shoots up, the average Joe is only gonna be able to afford a couple of cents. That's what they want. They want the separation point to be sharp. That's what they did with gold. They took everyone's gold, then shot the price of gold up. They didn't do it gradually. And that's what and yes, Washington is gonna try and legislate away our private property rights. That's when we all gotta go, fuck you. And I'm sorry for the language, folks, but I gotta get your attention.
Beautiful, beautiful. So, I want to, we're closing up on time, I want the ability to say the final words, but I do want to say this. I was privileged to be able to moderate this panel between public miners and private miners, and Bob was there. We had Ben Gagnon, and I was like, okay, let me pit them against each other. It'd be fun. This is 10 times more entertaining. Okay, so I'm going to start with Larry first. Larry, any final messages for the crowd about Bitcoin and the economy, just general advice?
Well, no, I'm actually, if you ask me the allocation, I think between 50 and 100%. Right now, I'm 50% gold, 50% Bitcoin. I'm 50% gold is just because it's less volatile, and I believe it'll hold its purchasing power. It's obvious to me that we're in a crisis and that the world is changing rapidly. I don't know if it's 1 year, it's been suggested, it could be. I'm pretty sure it's not more than 5 years. And, Bitcoin was the best performing asset last year. Nobody ever talks about that. It's up 150%. I mean, where else would you put your money last year about as well as you would have done on Bitcoin? And by the way, since inception, the compound was 108.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Right? There's nothing that even compares. And so, I think that's going to continue. I was on a podcast yesterday that just came out where I was arguing with Peter Schiff about gold versus Bitcoin. And I made the point that just, the dogs are eating the food. I mean, as long, which is to say that Bitcoin adoption and use cases continue to grow. And it's pretty simple, folks. As long as adoption and use cases are continuing to grow and the supply is locked at 21 million, and it's not as Jamie's, going to be able to go to, how do you pronounce it? Satoshi or something? Or
Satoshi? I don't know.
Yeah.
Satoshi. Oh, very posh.
Yeah, Satoshi's going to come back and change the 21 million, right? I mean, this guy's a moron. I mean, seriously. He's a billionaire because he gamed the system, and when he knew they were going to bail him out in 2008, he got an enormous number of options on JP Morgan stock. And he's just rode that whole game. And the guy's a financial criminal. He ought to be in jail. But setting all of that aside, we're all here just to protect ourselves and protect our savings, protect the fruits of our labor. And the only way one can do that is to own something that the government won't print. And Bitcoin, and there are a number of things that fall into that category. The beautiful thing about Bitcoin versus gold and silver is it's more easily transferable, it's easier to hide, and it's also undergoing an adoption curve. So it reminds me very much of the internet. And that, most people don't, by being here, by even being aware of it, this makes you a very small part of the entire population of the United States. And yet, in 5 or 10 years, everybody's going to know what this is. And everybody's going to have bought it. Everybody's going to have to buy it. And you see the dominoes falling. I recall that, what was it, I think was, what was you saying about Bitcoin 2 years ago? Something you said.
It's only good for money launderers.
Yeah.
Now it's a flight to quality.
Right, and now he's the evangelist. That's what happens to everybody. And it's going to happen. Imagine that happening to all of your skeptical friends who tell you you're nuts. They're all going to realize, and then they're going to say you're lucky. And you're going to say, tough shit, I'm rich. Fuck you.
I know we're getting to the top, but I do want to. I do want to give Teresa and Mark an opportunity, starting with Teresa.
All right, I'll keep it brief. I'm going to focus more on the ETF and go back to the story of it's a price action, it's a marketing tool. There is a place for it if you don't have the ability to self-custody. If you have the ability to self-custody, make sure you do that. And if you don't know how to do that, there are a lot of people in this room who can help you. There are a lot of companies who can help you, including Unchained. Trades in here, but mingle. You'll find those lists. There's a difference between the value and the price. And the other point that was raised, Larry raised it. It was raised a couple of times. Is that we have this infrastructure of Bitcoin built. It's the network. It's that foundation. If you want to relate it back to the internet, it's the IP. Who bought the IP, right? Nobody bought the IP. You have a chance to buy the Bitcoin network, which is the foundation. The use cases that are coming on top of it are not going to be the Googles and Apples of the world that collect your data for free and make millions and billions on your data. The Bitcoin network allows use cases to be built on it. It allows for self-sovereignty. And those types of use cases will actually increase not only the Bitcoin that you own, but also the value of participating in that economy and in those use cases beyond the value of price.
Thank you, Teresa. Mark, last words.
I think different views is what makes a market, and that's healthy. My only last thought would be, I can't think of anything in society where economic, political, and socioeconomic thoughts have become monetized the way that Bitcoin has. It's a social movement, it's an economic ideology, it's a monetary policy, all into one asset. And that is what I think makes Bitcoin truly so special. It's a monetized economic and political ideology. And that is its nascent power. And if you so believe in that, and others do, it can only go higher in value over time. And so I would encourage you to do what I do, which is buy Bitcoin every single day, 365. And on that.
Anyone to that? Ladies and gentlemen, this was Bitcoin in the Economy panelists Larry Card, Teresa Morrison, Mark Kinley, Bitcoin Gun. My name is Nico Moran. Thank you, everybody. Appreciate it.
You look sharp, man.
All right. So, by the way, if anybody's looking to buy Bitcoin right now, as Ben suggested, the Pike Federal ATM is live and running right there in our media corners. So don't be shy about checking it out. It's quite a novelty. No longer, it shall be ubiquitous. Thanks to Pike Federal. And coming up, pardon me. We've got a little bit of housekeeping. I want to remind everybody that there's a silent auction going on. That's right, it's underway right now. Of course, it's silent until I just said something about it. So in our game room over there, we've got a clipboard to sign up. At stake is a industry pass. Let me see if I can bring this up for your attention. Check this out. Industry pass worth a $1,200 value right at the moment. For the Bitcoin 24 Nashville event, we're all going to see you there, of course. And the bidding starts pretty low. Again, it's an opportunity to get in if you like the value of the industry pass. Go check it out. It's on auction, of course. And also, we've got, let's see, a little bit of housekeeping. Where's Susan Von Volkenberg? She is here in the house as well. Check out her artwork, please. And yes, I'm rushing a little bit. We've got Wesley and the gang are here from the Sound Money Soiree. And that's right, that's coming up fast in just a couple of weeks. February 3rd, and we've got a special code. You get 50% off to all of our attendees here today to come and check it out. We're going to be there. It's going to be a blast. All right, John's going to grab a microphone over there, and he's going to do something really clever with it that I can't really mention in public. And speaking of which, if anybody needs to have a swear word clinic, Bitcoin Ben is going to be doing a private clinic in the antechamber later on today.
Okay. Thank you, Jack. All right, let's go. We're going to do a raffle drawing. If you can't hear me when I draw your number, I'm going to move on to the next one. We are raffling off one of these beautiful autographed BTC trading cards. This is the Nico Moran unconfiscatable BTC trading card. We just had Nico up here. It is autographed. He wrote the block height at the time that he signed it, and it is one of the limited supply cards. This is number 199 out of 500, so this could be quite a valuable card. So I'm drawing, I guess I was going to draw it to you. The winner is 089105. 089105.
Winner!
Nice, terrible. Jack, right. We're going to introduce the next panel. Let's get going.
Let's do it.
Look at that, I already jumped ahead.
Hello.
Yeah. Sam, all right. Samuel Arms, everybody, and Anessa Santos, they are on stage live. Now we're going to move right into our next session. Give them a warm welcome, please.
Thank you, everybody. Very nice to be here. Thank you, John, for hosting, John and Jack for hosting Bitcoin Day Naples. I don't know how many of you know what a pain in the ass it is to host a conference, but there's a lot of behind-the-scenes work that doesn't actually get seen, obviously. So make sure you guys appreciate and thank them afterward for all the work that they've done, and especially this guy over here, Maddie, as well as just being one of the main stage sponsors. So what we're going to be discussing today, if it shows up on the slide, which we're also prepared if our spells work, because I know we're, no, ready? Okay, is this working?
Oh, John.
Kind of. You know what's funny? How many of you in this room are actually from up north? How many of you, I see a few hands, you guys in the back, how many of you are from up north? So, well, the key is, because I work in the political realm and passing legislation, actually looking into talking with Anessa a long time ago about how we could ban people from moving that we actually pushed was the Florida Blockchain Task Force bill. What that did was it created a 13-member task force to look into how Bitcoin and blockchain could be used in the state of Florida and what policies Florida should be promoting. It ended up being completely useless in one aspect. The aspect that it was appointed by government officials, they were supposed to publish a report that actually had recommendations about pilot programs and how to push Florida forward, but because it was run by government, none of that really happened.
Well, the people they appointed to the task force honestly didn't have any idea about what blockchain technology was or what to do with it or how it could be used, but report Sam's favorite.
So what's great about that bill, though, even on the surface it was a failure, it was the first time the Florida legislature had heard of blockchain, and now it became a popular buzzword. So oftentimes when you see bills like a task force promoted, whether the actual task force is useful or not, there's always some propaganda at play, and our propaganda was we need the legislature as a whole to realize that blockchain and Bitcoin are things that we're going to be promoting in the future, so we need an opportunity to educate them. We can't just come in and promote a bill without having education first. And that actually led us to the next bill, which was a huge money transmission license overhaul, which I'm not going to go into that too much. I think there's too much regulatory stuff there.
Well, I think we can bullet point it.
Bullet point is what? State of Florida had some of the worst MTL laws because of a court case called the Espinoza case, which was a huge firestorm.
Well, it was a firestorm because the way the Florida statute was written was ambiguous. And unfortunately, a gentleman whose last name was Espinoza got caught in the firefight of the ambiguity. One of our appeals court judges over in Southeast Florida decided that since there was ambiguity, that she was going to apply the generally understood federal meaning of money transmission law, and this resulted in the unfortunate convicted of unlicensed money transmission. He was imprisoned, and then consequently we were able to get the bill changed, or get the statute changed, for the Florida intended interpretation of what money transmission is, what you have to be licensed for. And this was massive because if the federal interpretation would have stayed, it would have immediately put out of business a number of our Florida operators in money transmission. And for those of you who don't know, money transmission is basically just a business that helps facilitate the movement of various forms of money, currency, fiat, and now cryptocurrency from one person to another person, like a Western Union or a money changer if you need to change your bills from pounds to dollars, but now also Bitcoin to dollars is money transmission as well. The change in the law did not result in Espinoza's conviction being overturned that I'm aware of. I've looked, I haven't been able to see it. I don't believe it was overturned, but the law changed and many of our Florida businesses were able to stay open as a result, and Sam led that charge as well.
So then after that MTL overhaul, we actually had some maybe boring bills to you guys, but that have actually been very important in setting the foundation for how we're able to make Florida so awesome. We created an agency for state technology, which had an appointed CIO here in Florida. So Florida has an official state CIO that's in charge of technology. And then after that, we created a specific position under the governor and CFO's office, specifically dedicated to blockchain and cryptocurrency. What that means is now within government, there's another Sam, a Sam who can advocate on behalf of the industry, but who has government credentials. No other state in the United States has a position like that. It is strictly what makes Florida unique. And it's one of the things that's allowed us to do so well, because when you have people inside government advocating for your industry, it's a completely different story. You will hear oftentimes people don't like regulatory capture, but I'm a big fan because it has proved useful for what we want to do. The next bill that we had was probably the most well-known, and that was in 2023 when we passed the anti-central bank digital currency bill.
That was so controversial.
It was very controversial, and I still get
so much fun though. It made so many people, so many of my colleagues were mad.
It's very, yeah, I get a lot of shit for it. It's very interesting because the governor's office, at the time, DeSantis had not announced running for president, but there were a lot of rumors. And, there's a lot of partisanship now. And so we had big issues on the table like immigration related, abortion related, healthcare related. The governor's office told me that they got more calls in support of their anti-CBDC bill than any other partisan issue that they got that session, which is a very big deal because it shows you how much that resonates with people who are not your average Bitcoin. They may not even know what crypto is, but everyone in America understands what a CBDC is.
Does everyone in the audience know what is a CBDC, a central bank digital currency? Is there anyone who does not know what a central bank digital currency is? Okay, so I'll just give a couple of words about it really quickly. Basically, you take the network and data management technology that is blockchain, right? You take all of the best properties of pseudonymity and transparency and instantaneous transaction reconciliation, the power of Bitcoin, but then you centralize it in the hands of the Federal Reserve, which means they will be able to track and trace every single transaction that you have. They can program your money, your digital currency, which is very different than the digital dollars you send flying around now. It's programmable money. So if they decide they don't want you having that stake from CALIX, you will not be able to purchase it. They will not allow you to purchase airplane tickets if you tweeted something that they don't like, and so on and so forth. And this is why this is so critical. So while my colleagues were flipping out at the Florida Bar listservs, all those committees that I participate on, what is the point of this anti-CBDC bill? This is just a political play, they said, the words going back and forth. But it was brilliant because it let the feds know what the position of Florida and Floridians are, that we are having none of this. We shall have our financial autonomy. As our previous speaker said, if they were really that flipping concerned about currency being utilized to commit crime, then as a former criminal defense attorney, let me tell you, prior to Bitcoin, all crimes were committed using the dollar. So if they've got a problem with their currency being used to commit crime, then why are they not touting the collapse of the dollar? Why are they not restricting the use of the dollar? Why are they not canceling the dollar?
So you can have a lot of lawyers talk about our anti-CBDC bill, and there still is a lot of conversation. In fact, I was on a call yesterday with a bunch of other states listening to our presentation, and on the call they were like, do not replicate Florida's bill, it's terrible. I was like, oh, okay, that's fine. But the key here is, whether you believe that or not, is back to what I said at the beginning of this talk. Everything in our modern day America is about power and those who are willing to take it. So let me walk you through something. By the time a CBDC is passed, because a lot of people will tell you, why do you need anti-CBDC legislation? One hasn't been introduced. So they say, does the state of Florida actually have the authority to do so? The answer to that first question is, if you actually want to get somewhere in life, you have to be proactive, not reactive. By the time you're reactive to a CBDC, for example, you're already too late, right? It's pointless to wait for something as authoritarian for a CBDC to come and then try to fight it, because simply you will not be able to once it's embedded in your everyday life. So being reactive for a lot of these contentious issues is completely pointless. Two, as far as authority goes, we see the authority of states pushing federal bounds all the time, and with CBDCs and money now, it shouldn't be any different. The opportunity of a CBDC is essentially to skirt our entire Constitution and our entire Bill of Rights through the act of money. Because money is mandated. We do have to use the dollar. So if you have to use the dollar and something like that is within law, that means if I can just use the dollar as an avenue to skirt all of your constitutional rights, there's nothing you can do about it. So what we did in Florida is we said, well, a CBDC that is authoritarian like that, we will not recognize as money. The goal is eventually to set up a lawsuit, because what would happen? The federal government could institute a CBDC, and Florida would say, sorry, if you're a Florida business, you're not allowed to use that. And most likely the DOJ would sue the state of Florida.
So that's really interesting, because what's the point of passing legislation if the rule of law is crumbling?
Correct. So if you look at our modern day era, everything is now turning into lawfare, right? And we're seeing that when institutions break down and we really don't know who has the power to institute or control the institutions and legalities that we live by, the way you fight back with that is to do the same game and push it through what I would call lawfare. So the example now is, I think there's 10 other states that have either passed anti-CBDC resolutions or are looking to pass anti-CBDC resolutions. What that means is, depending on how they create those laws, the federal government, depending on who's in charge, will then have to sue each one of those states, which takes up a lot of political capital, and also who knows if they're actually going to win those lawsuits.
Or they can continue rolling out Operation Choke Point 2.0.
Yeah, which is something else coming up. So it's really crucial that everybody in this room, I think, understands, though, that when you look at how the media in general, and most normal people think, this isn't a bad thing, about laws and regulations, it's coming under the assumption that we live in 1950s America, where people are able to follow the rule of law and not get in trouble, and that bad people get punished, and that people respect the bounds that they're confined by in our constitutional system. If you've been watching the world the past 10 years, maybe longer, that's very obviously not the case anymore. What that means is, if you want to be in the good fight, you have to change your strategy. And operating within the traditional legal norms, fighting the good fight, will make you lose. So you have to start operating outside of those.
So let me add to that by providing a little bit of a framework. So part of my job in representing emerging tech companies for 20 years is helping them to navigate an increasingly complex regulatory framework that governs their industry and their activities. And this is no more exemplified than the blockchain and fintech industry here in the United States. So right now, I want to make sure everybody understands that there is no path to compliance. So when you hear your legislators or your talking heads on your mainstream media and they say, oh, well, you know, they're not complying and they don't want to play by the same set of rules, or they say, oh, well, you know, there aren't regulations, this is not an unregulated industry, and that's why FTX was such a scam. As a lawyer, I want to tell you all right now, those are both lies. This industry is so unbelievably regulated to the nines that when I was speaking in favor of Congressman Gosar's Act on Capitol Hill in 2020, I said that if Congress doesn't do something about this, we're going to have to start, the colleagues, my profession is going to have to start advising startups to start up somewhere else, meaning in another country. There are regulations. I could go through, I have them memorized, I could give it to you all right here. It would take up too much time, but I'll be available to discuss it with you after if you really like. The problem is that it is intentionally frustrated so that there is no path to compliance. The reason why the SEC continues to pursue these exchanges and these operations and these businesses and these individuals is because they have a mandate to go after it, because it's presenting a legitimate challenge to the global hegemony of the dollar and your right to financial privacy and financial autonomy. They don't want any of this, and this is why they are attacking the industry. This is why they refuse to provide a framework. It's why they refuse, right, to provide direction for people to be able to comply, for businesses to be able to innovate. And lastly, I want to drive home this point, that we are the only jurisdiction on planet Earth that approaches the regulation and legislation of blockchain and financial technology innovation in this way. I lost 14 clients last year to other jurisdictions, and I got 2 more on the chopping block this year. And I am not alone. This is happening. We're being squeezed, the noose is tightening, and make no mistake, it is intentional.
And all that's under the current, you clap for that. And all that's under how things are right now, right? I mean, that's if we don't do anything, that's just where we're headed, right? And so that's why we have to be proactive. So I'll move beyond the anti-CBDC bill. I'll update you guys on the legislation that we're working on this session, And then depending on how much time we have, because this goes till 12:30, Jack? Do we have till 12:30? Because we're right before lunch, and lunch is way more fun than listening to me talk. So, and I personally believe that because I'm hungry. So we'll get to questions.
You're always hungry.
It's also true. I'll get to questions after we go through the 5 bills that we have in the current legislature. So the first bill that we have now for Florida's legislative session is a Bitcoin sales tax holiday. So on the surface, what does that sound like? It sounds like in Florida, we get most of our revenue from sales tax, right? So we know if you have kids in school, back to school day, we actually exempt a lot of those products from that sales tax. The idea is if you spend Bitcoin for a 2-month period in 2025, you will be exempt from sales tax. That is just a way of saying that, one, Bitcoin is an acceptable form of currency. We want to encourage people to use it, whether they will or not. Like, I don't spend my Bitcoin. Sorry to the Bitcoin Bay guys who tell me that I should. But I don't really spend my Bitcoin, right? But here's the key. If I can make it so that you can get out of sales tax through using Bitcoin, what other taxes can I now get you out of if you decide to use Bitcoin? What does that mean if you're in real estate and you do real estate transactions with Bitcoin? What if you start purchasing other things? What if it's not just about purchasing? What if it's just general taxes? Can we make loopholes to where if it's denominated in Bitcoin, maybe you don't have to pay them? So there's an idea behind a Bitcoin sales tax holiday that goes beyond just the fun idea of Bitcoin sales tax. And that's why, once again, anytime you look at legislation, always know there may be something strategic behind something so simple. Another bill that we have is actually it's a DAO bill, open source soft bill, open source software bill, which I know a lot of Bitcoiners love DAOs in the Ethereum community.
Sam and I have debates about the utility of the DAO bill.
Yes, but part of it is just marketing. That's why we call it a DAO bill. But
Kind of like the anti-CBDC bill.
Correct.
Which I'm fully in favor of because of the marketing aspect.
Correct.
And that's the only way he's been able to drag me into the DAO bill.
So what's interesting about the DAO bill, which a lot of you probably hate me for even bringing this up now, but I also call it an open source software bill. So the key is if you are an open source software project, you should not be defined by traditional fundraising limits. What does that look like? So at the end of the day, even though I may be using DAO bill terminology, if you are simply an open source software project, you should not be treated like a financial institution. I don't think that's right.
But they will anyway.
They will anyway, but we can
Because
why?
Because we start with the general premise that all cryptocurrencies, with the limited exceptions of Bitcoin and Ethereum, are securities. And then if they're not securities, then they're by default commodities. And if they're commodities, they can also be simultaneously regulated as a currency. That would be the Financial Crimes Enforcement Network, right? In addition to the Commodities Future Trading Commission. And then, of course, then you land yourself into the land of having to have a money transmitter license, which is what got our friend Espinoza in trouble.
And that's what kills a lot of the fun that I want to have when I'm trying to pass legislation. I think it would be an effective bill. We'll see if it passes, but it is one of our 5 bills that are going through.
But know this, if you're going to be a DAO, then stay anonymous, because if you're not gargantuanly decentralized from the get-go, then you will be regulated as a general partnership, which means you're basically a business entity, but without the protections of limited liability.
Unless you like living life on the edge, which some of us do, so I don't know.
Or we can just move you offshore.
That's right, that's right. You just have to go to the Bahamas or wherever St. Bankman-Fried's Island was, I don't remember. The third bill that we have is actually a bill that we're currently fighting, which is a bill that regulates cryptocurrency kiosks. And essentially what it's doing is it's adding burdensome regulations that we don't like. The background on that bill is there's a lot of elderly people who get scammed in romance scams in the state of Florida.
They willingly participate.
Correct, and it's not the kiosk's fault.
It's really not. I'm a compliance officer. It's really not.
But those people who get scammed vote, and those people who get scammed complain, and they will never accept the blame for themselves.
They do.
And that's human nature. That's not me even talking bad about those people. We all do that same type of thing in
They
our
want
life.
their money back.
So now what's happening is some state legislators have decided, you know what, these ATM people are the scourge of the earth. Look at how they're scamming people in my district. We have to figure out a way to regulate them.
It's a political thing.
is strictly political, which means sometimes it goes beyond education, right? And that's where sometimes, quote unquote, power gets involved, funding campaigns, seeing who you can talk to, getting the right guys on your side. Because as soon as it does not become about the facts, then you run into a lot of issues that education does not solve.
That's right, and that's why it's so critically important that we all come together in these events like this to get to know one another and make our voices unified in support of the unity, and that we actively, proactively, like Sam said, lobby. Are you going to talk about my favorite one?
The digital goal.
Yes.
I was actually looking at my phone. I was like, what are those? Go ahead.
I was waiting patiently.
So one bill that we have, which we're actually working on, the Citizens for Sound Money, they're another nonprofit that we're working with. The idea here is we believe that gold and silver are legal tender species, right?
I looked it up. It is.
It's actually in the United States Constitution that states do have the right to accept gold and silver as money.
They do.
So what that means is if we just simply pass a bill that says digital gold and digital silver are money, that creates a pathway for maybe some other digital assets maybe.
But it's tough because it's kind of a derivative.
Correct.
It's regulated differently.
Correct. But once again, if you look
We can do it.
if you look at the marketing aspect, but then if you look at the practicality of just digital assets being normally accepted as currency and being used that way, it's a big deal, especially for the psyche of the populace.
Anything that circumvents the collapsing dollar, I am in favor of by default.
The coolest, yes, after that. The cool thing, by the way, is the gold and silver that can be recognized as specie does not have to be minted by the Federal Reserve. And that's a little thing that is very important.
Yes, and some of the states that have implemented their own pieces of legislation in support of other forms of gold and silver, they missed that. They missed that. And then the legislation for that state actually says, oh, and it has to be minted by, one of the U.S. licensed mints. And I'm like, well, that's crap. Now we're just right back in the same gutter.
Yeah, so part of it's ensuring that Florida's financial economy is not reliant on the Federal Reserve at all.
We must maintain independence.
And we don't necessarily need Bitcoin to do that out the gateway. We can actually start now by simply saying you can use constitutional gold and silver that doesn't have to come from the Federal Reserve.
And if we could split the attention of our regulatory overlords, that would be a fantastic war strategy that we could employ.
So once again, understand that even as a Bitcoiner, Bitcoin maxi, Bitcoin adjacent maxi, whatever you guys want to call yourselves, not every bill that talks about Bitcoin does not mean it doesn't lead you to where you want to go. And this digital gold bill is the exact example of that.
That's right. Absolutely.
I think the last bill that I have is kind of odd. I can't really talk too much about it because some of the background on it. But there's this mini bit license bill that they're actually pushing for now in Florida. I don't think it'll pass. Yeah, very big boo. But even bigger boo when you figure out that people in your industry, our industry, are actually pushing the bill.
Wasn't there something on mining, or am I making that up? I thought that we were looking at a possible mining haven.
We've talked about that. It's not introduced though.
Okay, all right.
These are all the bills that are introduced.
I take it back. Ignore that. Strike it from the record.
This mini bit license bill actually has interesting intentions, and the intention is to make it so that banks can easily accept digital assets and actually hold them. But if you look at the way that the language is written, it makes it so that anyone self-custodies Bitcoin now needs a license to do so, which I have a feeling is not great for adoption. I don't know about you people, but that doesn't sound too awesome, right? So I'm figuring out currently whether the intent of that bill is to be bad, or if it's just a badly written bill. But I do know some of the actors behind it, and it raises a lot of
Either way,
flags.
I don't like it.
Correct. And most likely, this bill will get nowhere this session. But what happens is a bill will be introduced so that it can be talked about next legislative session, and that's when you gotta be scared of it. I think that's all we got for the bills.
Right, but I really want to make sure that you talk about your upcoming Bitcoin Day at the Capitol.
That's right. So actually next week, what we do is we bring a select few group of people to Tallahassee for our Bitcoin Blockchain Day at the Capitol. We meet with the CFO's office, governor's office, attorney general's office. We go and we thank all the legislators who have helped us with our Bitcoin legislation. And we actually talk to those who are actually anti-Bitcoin and try to at least show them that the community is here and the jobs that they would be killing, you'd be very surprised in politics that 99% of it is just about showing up. And a lot of people just don't simply know what's out there. And so one strategy that we use is we will often connect politicians with people in their districts and say, hey, you know, I run a Bitcoin mining operation. I create 30 jobs in your town, right? And you may or may not know that, but the bill you're pushing is going to crush 30 jobs from your district, right? Until they hear that and see it from a physical person, they just still view this stuff as some ephemeral digital currency, right? When it's not.
Right, and before we start taking questions here, I want to make sure that folks know how to get a hold of you and FBDA, because we love having participation from the wider community.
So that's when I wish I could like have an email up there for you guys. You can follow me on Twitter. It's just Samuel Arms. If I know a lot of you are big Twitter people. I'm on LinkedIn as Samuel Arms. My email is just sam@fbda.io. And that's B as in boy, B as in boy, A.io. And then a lot of people, probably at least 30% of the people in this room know how to get in touch with me already, actually, so you can just annoy them for my information, like a Maddie.
Or you can just yell at me, I'll give you Sam's info.
Exactly. Don't send me random text messages, please. Delete it.
You just won't answer.
That's right. So now we'll open it up. We have how much time for questions? Like 10 minutes? Yeah, 10 minutes. So if you got a question, raise your hand. Maybe we'll pick you, maybe we won't. Yeah. So as a Chamber of Commerce, we're funded off of annual membership dues. So just like any Chamber of Commerce, we're a C6. So if you're a part of a local city's chamber, all the same funding mechanisms. Anyone else? We did a really damn good job explaining everything, so I guess you guys don't have questions.
Yeah, the gentleman there.
Yeah, so you said that there could be issues with the sound money of gold and silver because it would be a derivative. Is that because it's tokenized? And then what is the roadblock there? Since the paper IOUs were almost a derivative as well.
Right, so exactly. When you have not the thing itself, which would be the actual gold or silver, but you have a representative of the thing itself, which would be the paper, whether it's a paper certificate or whether it's a digital certificate, right? Then you're going to run back into federal regulations. And that's really the ultimate challenge that we have here as an evolving community is how do we navigate the federal regulations, and then once you sort of mind your way, because it's all regulated by the feds. Every last thing you could ever possibly do in this industry, there is a litany of federal regulation, and then having navigated that successfully, then you got to move on and say, all right, well, where do I have nexus with any one of the 50 states? That's where do I have a person, where do I have a place, or where do I have like a transaction? Where I have profit, person, place, or profit, really the 3 Ps of accounting when you're kind of thinking about where do I have nexus with a state. And if you have any of that, or if you're even actively marketing into a particular state, which is extremely complex when you're thinking about digital marketing, then all of a sudden you activate that state's regulations as an additional layer upon your activity. And so you have to take a look at this and say, what is the nature of my activity and also my prospective activity, right? How am I regulated federally and by whom, right? What sort of licenses do I need? And then also, after that, where do I have activity in each of these states? And so because it's certificated, whether it's digital or in paper, you got an extra layer of regulations.
And are there any rights that are afforded to a company that would offer a tokenized gold or silver from the Constitution, or is that only the states?
No, it's only the thing. It's only the actual physical gold and silver, which was contemplated by our founders at the time the Constitution was written, and unfortunately nobody voted it out through all of the various amendments that happened subsequent. Yeah, of course. I think there was somebody, yes.
So like blockchain associations and digital assets based on your membership and your efforts, how much would you say you're advocating and working towards Bitcoin companies here versus crypto companies? Is it like a rising tide lifts all of them? Would you say that the majority of your membership is Bitcoin-based businesses and these other sort of crypto companies are just kind of lumped in with if it's good for one, it's good for everyone? How does that kind of pie kind of break down?
No, that's a great question. So the majority of our companies are probably actually blockchain companies. And so I devote the most time to the biggest amount of our membership. Bitcoiners have been very lucky in that they're probably the least of my membership, but probably profit the most. I forget there's a term for that. But yeah, we're working on hopefully getting more Bitcoin specific legislation. If there's more Bitcoin companies that want to help us out with that, it's just very practical. The more funding we have, the more funding we can push towards certain bills, right? So if I were to give you a bill that's, say, specifically focused on Bitcoin mining, you develop a plan on, okay, what do I need to make that happen? Florida has a very interesting electrical grid, where we actually have a public service commission. The way we're set up is different than, say, Texas, which has ERCOT, or some other stuff because we have public utilities. So we actually have a different organization that we have to lobby, quote unquote, to get involved in kind of the negotiations of what a Bitcoin mining bill would be. So that takes a special avenue of funding. So sometimes it's kind of like sales where you're trying to connect A and B, right? And figure out if there's a match. And if there is a match, then you push that policy forward. Some of it is we just think we have to do it, like our MTL bill. Our MTL bill, which benefited Bitcoiners highly.
Money transmission.
Yes, was one of those foundational bills that if I wanted to do anything else, I would have had to push. So your question, great question, it just depends. Well, two questions.
One more real quick.
Yeah, hit me.
So do you find yourself in a position where you have to educate the difference between, say, Bitcoin and crypto, or
Yes.
are you in that kind of education seat with a lot of this legislation?
So what's funny, how do I not insult anybody? So a lot of times, of course, this is Bitcoin Day. There's a lot of conversations about the utility of all the kinds of tokens. And if you're a politician, you have very limited time. And one of the reasons why lobbyists are so powerful is because they become a trusted resource for politicians on issues. A lot of the politicians, if you have a good relationship, do not care what the difference between Bitcoin and cryptocurrency are. They don't care about blockchain. They might think it's cool. All I care about is that they vote yes on my bill, right? So in a very real sense, I don't need and I should not waste time educating someone on the intricacies of Bitcoin and how it's different. All I need to tell them is, you vote yes on this, more jobs in your district. That is all I need to say. Because there are other lobbying groups, and this is way worse in DC, since a lot of times why politicians kind of hate our industry, is for every educator who comes in and says Bitcoin's the best, another one will come in and say, actually, that's not true at all. And then the politician just gives up and says, I hate all of it. So my goal is to actually stay out of that conversation.
That's what happens with the Florida Bar.
Correct.
The Florida Bar tries to educate everyone to death, right? And so we're constantly producing white papers per request of our Florida representatives. And then nobody ever reads them and nobody ever cares.
Yeah, so to reiterate, my goal is hopefully I never have to have those conversations. I'm just going to tell you, Bitcoin sales tax holiday is awesome. If they tell me, well, why not another token? I just say, well, we're just going to start with Bitcoin. We'll talk about that later. Just vote yes on my bill.
He's like a blossoming politician, folks.
That sounds like a negative. I don't know.
This lady here had a question. What was your question, ma'am? You're not.
Yeah.
They're all reporters now. They all have to report that transaction. They're all subject to examination and reporting pursuant to regulations. Yeah. To be private or to report?
Yeah, it depends on the advice that I want to give. I mean, there's all kinds of ways.
I'll be happy to talk to you about that.
Yeah.
Offline.
Yeah.
Okay.
If you're really, yeah. Oh, go ahead.
There was a famous case, right? It was the John Doe case when the IRS demanded all of the financial records of Coinbase. And Coinbase came back and said, it's too broad, the request is too broad. And they argued about it in court, and then consequently, the IRS resubmitted their request to something that was more reasonable. The judge approved it. Coinbase had no choice. They had to cough up all the financial records, and that was the end of pseudonymity.
It is an unfortunate reality. As long as you're paying your taxes and are an American citizen, you live under authority. We have some plans for like a holy long empire of Florida, but they might be far-fetched. I saw hands from the, oh, look at that, the true populism that works. You guys want to start right here? Yes, Bitcoin Bay guys.
Yeah, so the Bitcoin startup ecosystem and a lot of the companies that are coming up in the United States, Texas has been a popular state for a lot of Bitcoin companies. How in Florida, we're proposing a lot of these deals, how can we incentivize businesses to start in Florida, specifically Bitcoin startups, and attract that?
Oh, that's easy. Texas has a business receipts tax. Florida has none. We are a much more friendly state from the perspective of business taxation than is Texas.
Florida is 10 times better than Texas in a million different ways. Texas though Texas just has resources, and so we just don't have oil and gas here. And so we don't have Bitcoin miners here. So that's almost just like one of those economies of scale things. Wherever the Bitcoin miners are, obviously they're going to want to build community there. So that's something we can never take from Texas. But who wants to live in Texas, right? So I think that's the best advantage that we have.
Before we wrap it up here, there's this one gentleman in the back here who's got a good question.
Quick question. As far as like long shots go, addressing some of these issues at a federal level, has there been any attempt to draft something like an amendment that would end run a lot of what we're dealing with? Because there is a convention of states movement to amend the Constitution, and I think getting something into their agenda would be helpful.
I am wild about the Convention of States movement. I follow them on TikTok, on X, on Facebook, on Insta, on LinkedIn, on like everything that I possibly can.
We need it.
Okay, so Sam and I, of course, are familiar with all of the organizations that are active in Washington. And what's really interesting is that, and you know what, if I speak out of turn, feel free to just, bitch slap me. Don't correct me. But I think that, a lot of the stuff that they're proposing in DC just, that's supposedly in favor of the blockchain and fintech community, I've just not really even seen any of it play out positively over the past several years. I've not really seen anything good. It's like earth shattering, and there's so much that can be done that's like entirely reasonable. For example, right now the currency transaction report limit, so like every time any one of you engage in a transaction that within a 24-hour period aggregates to the equivalent of $10,000 US, did you know that you're being reported on to the Financial Crimes Enforcement Network, and they keep a record of that? Do you know that that has been the same threshold since the 1970s, which has an equivalency of about $80,000 today? So the noose is tightening. There are so many things we could do. I think that we need to launch SAM to do both Florida and federal, and then you wouldn't have to change the FBBA, because it could be it could go for both Florida and federal business blockchain association.
That's right. More work for Sam. Thank you, Vanessa. That's what I need. Yeah, absolutely.
And I think your question, sir, is really important.
And I'm not speaking necessarily for the chamber right now. I'm speaking as someone with my colleague, Maris here, who works with the chamber. I think there is a profound lack of understanding in this room of how Washington works. And Florida works one way, that's great. The SEC, the CFTC, FASB, all these regulators in DC know very, very little about our industry. They are just learning. Go to members of Congress. First of all, you never speak to members of Congress, very rare. You speak to chief of staffs, you speak to policy directors, you speak to press secretaries. These are the people that have to be educated, because most members of Congress spend the vast majority of their time raising money. They don't even read the legislation that they vote on in many cases. Some chief of staff tells them, we've all read it, we've all vetted it, you vote yes or no. The reality on the ground in Washington, D.C. right now, and to your question, sir, as well, is we have a certain contingency of people who are very uneducated. Their knee-jerk reaction, their default, is to dislike and distrust this industry. Why has that escalated or stayed the same in the last year or two? His name is Sam Bankman-Fried. You go to Washington, and you talk with a bunch of people on the Hill, and you talk with people at regulatory agencies who are not in compliance or legal, and they will say, yeah, but what about FTX? That was extremely damaging. It set us all back on the lobbying and the advocacy side back a long way. So when we come to the table, where they see videos, and I'm not saying we don't all have First Amendment protection issues at stake here. I'm a big libertarian, I've been for a long time. But they see videos of people saying, F the SEC, screw this, anarchy. That sets us back so far. We have to deal with the world that we live in. Larry Fink is now at the table. Do you honestly think Larry Fink and Abby Johnson at Fidelity are not going to have lobbyists swarming all over this industry? Of course they are. We want retirees in. We want people who are Gen X like me getting close to retirement in. We don't want a highly risky, highly volatile political environment. Volatility is good for the asset, but we don't want a volatile political environment. So if we come in as very volatile and hostile, that's what we're going to get back. I don't love saying this, but the machine is what it is, and we're inside it now.
I'd like to add to what she's saying. She's absolutely right. And it's important to know that love him or hate him, Vivek Ramaswamy was right on one point. And that is, we've got the administrative state, and that's where most of my practice has been directed for the past 8 years. These regulations that I keep talking to you about, regulation nation, regulatory overlords, the folks that are tightening the nooses around our neck. Congress, the way it works is they'll pass a bill, right? The bill is gargantuan, but they're not actually entrusted with like walking it out, implementing it, administrating it, enforcing it. They pass this off to these administrative agencies who are pointless if they don't have the authority to enforce. So now they have their own law enforcement, their own police enforcement to show up and haul you away. And they do, and they haul away some of my clients, so I'm doing white collar defense again. So it's important to know that, you know, when you're getting involved, because we hope you will all get involved and raise your voices in favor of your financial autonomy and in favor of this industry. And when you do, it's important to know that it's just, you've got to lobby and advocate for these changes to occur within the administrative branches just as much as you do in Congress, because there are things that the administrative branch completely does on its own without congressional oversight. And that's where a lot of our tax dollars are going, and that's where a lot of this regulation is coming from. And to her point, Congress is insufficiently educated. To Sam's point, they're not interested in being educated. I don't know how to fix that. That's why I'm a lawyer and not a not a lobbyist. That's Sam's job. He's better at that than I am. But that's kind of like the swirling sort of quagmire that we're in at the moment.
The one thing I'll say is one point I gave you guys, Gary Gensler is very educated. He's very smart.
Oh, yeah.
Elizabeth Warren is very educated. She's very smart. Sometimes education is not the answer. Power is the answer. And that's something that I'll leave in your hands to figure out. But education, overused word, these people know. They're either stupid or they know.
And they're manipulating the ones that don't. It's a power play.
Who's hungry? Who's ready for food?
All right. Thanks, Sam and Vanessa. Be sure to check in with Vanessa. She's about to move for Peru. We will miss you. We'll see you on the world circuit. All right, don't forget, we got exhibitors, we got silent auction, we got all kinds of cool things happening right after lunch. So have a nice break. We'll see you back here in about 50 minutes.
Yeah, it was okay. Yeah, I don't know.
It's fantastic.
Big voices, right?
Oh, I thought you did great. I was ready to give you all my money.
Here you go, give it to me. Yeah.
By the way, everybody, enjoy the lunch. It has been served up and prepared by our chef, Suzanne. You can see her over there running around in the blue Bitcoin Day hat. Suzanne and Martha, our catering crew, putting together a pretty tasty little ensemble. So be sure to give our volunteers and Suzanne and Martha a nice big thank you. A high five, a hug, and a kiss for all the great work that they've done.
I want to tally. This is weird because when I was living there traveling, I go by a French sandwich, all the pizza, right on the and it's aluminum. This is inside. And you know, aluminum has been found to because it's a heavy metal that collects in the brain. Well, fun to buy in Arizona. A lot of Palm Springs. Drive into California, Arizona. 2 hours, 2.5 hours. Buy it on the edge of Arizona. Don't go there. But she's not going to live for like 80 years. They're limiting the size of water. I mean, what's it do? They're going on the if you want this size, double or triple, what it's okay. Yes. Yeah, usually you can't take one. Okay, and then after you get out. So just take whatever and just pick it up. Well, you want it right
I'll give your part over to our acquisition team as well.
Thank you.
But basically,
Right, you have the commerce side and the acquisition side. That makes sense.
so I'll just show you.
What I'm imagining is you bring down 10 people in the middle, halftime. You score a penalty, you get a few seconds. and you have to redeem it. You come to
And so once you're, and then everyone just has to register with our system. You get a first transaction limit of $300 just before we just ask you like a quick security question, you know, and then you get 29,500 daily. No monthly limit or anything, and then you just can buy crypto. We just have to listen common scams for compliance. So some locations are sell. We have a few sell locations in Florida, but other than that, they are scarce. It wasn't really doing us justice or making us a lot of money per se. But yeah, so then we sell Bitcoin, Ethereum.
Gotcha.
I know. We trust me. We are at Heartfelt Bitcoin maximalists. I will say. We don't really. Like when I tell you we really sell Bitcoin, I maybe get Ethereum transactions every other week, maybe it's one. And so, but yeah, then we have just like a bunch of other things you can do. We even have a donate tab. I was talking about someone who has a nonprofit he wants to pair with us. Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah.
I like that. Do that because we're also going to be attaching ourselves to a bunch of nonprofits in the area. That's the idea.
I think it's awesome. We've been also really pushing marketing in an educational way rather than like clickbait out, in my opinion. It just,
like that.
you know, the curiosity is so amazing within the realm of Bitcoin. So, you know, we just go ahead and push the educational side of
like
things.
that.
Yeah. And so, if there was anything else you wanted to go around and see, I was just gonna log out.
That's fine. No,
okay.
it's no, go ahead, log out. It's still early for us to understand how we could use it, but it's good to know that it exists and see how we could implement it stay here majority.
And then I'll show you, we have a whole wallet as well called White Wallet. And so this is our fully non-custodial wallet. We are not paired with a bank at the moment, but we're working every day just to get those banking services. But yeah, so you can just go over here. I have my wallet. You can add a wallet, you know, non-custodial, meaning you can get your Yamani seed phrase. And then, but the wallet is super cool. We just rebranded November of last year. And so it's been a long time coming, but I think a lot of stuff coming out.
How old is the company?
2016. Yeah, started with literally the CEO, the CFO, the CTO, and then now we're at 70 employees. So I love working for the startup because I have the opportunity to work in different positions.
You've been there since?
No, I've been since 2021. But when I started, I'm a customer service manager, so when I started, in my 8-hour workday, I had maybe 5 calls. Now we're triple that. And so it's nice seeing the growth and everything. But then I double in I make all the educational videos. I sit in front of the camera. They like me. I was in theater in high school. They're like, you got it, go ahead. So like I was filming all day yesterday. So yeah, absolutely. But if you have any other questions or anything, feel free to stop by the booth again.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Yeah, it's really nice. Okay. Okay. Yeah. So let me speak to the marketing department. Yeah, absolutely. So Bitcoin and then your name. So let me go ahead. Yeah, I'll just write it in my notes. And cover it. And then when you go ahead and sponsor the video, just the daily is we will probably also with you guys as well. Yeah. Oh, so you need cryptocurrency? Oh, so you go to your account. Now, is this the time that they have they got this? So this is really free up cash.
So it's the future of Bitcoin. That's pretty much I love that. No, I'm getting very entertaining. So fun. Or does he? So if your members
All right, everybody, welcome back from lunch. Hope you had a nice opportunity to relax, get to know each other, make a few great connections. And we're going to get back underway with our topics for this afternoon. We've got an action-packed lineup. And I wish I could promise you that the microphones won't fail or the video won't go out again. It just might happen. And I apologize for that. I'll do better next time. Thanks, Martha and Suzanne and all of our lunch crew. Did you guys enjoy lunch? Was it satisfactory? I'm glad to hear that. All right. Well, one more last plug for the, oh, here comes John. For the silent auction, by the way, at stake is an entry pass for, of course, Bitcoin National. Thank you, John. John, come on over here. And then, are we going to do a couple of quick milli coins, or what do you want to do? Oh, all right. John's going to do a quick pull a rabbit out of the hat raffle.
We're going to do, this is another one of the BTC cards, trading cards. This is the one Mother Satoshi told us about this morning. It is signed by Mother Satoshi, and it is a Mother Satoshi card. It also has the block height of the time of signature written on it. So I'm going to, let's see. Let's have a nice volunteer draw. You, sir, you're going to draw a ticket out of there. If you're the winner, though, we'll be very suspicious. All right, the winner is ticket number 089056. 056. We got a winner. 089056. Going once. Going twice. Next. All right, 089002. Somebody came early. 002. 00. Oh, the first one was 056. 002. Okay, no, another one. How about you, sir? Thank you very much. How about 067? So 089067. All right, we got a winner. Congratulations.
Are you done?
Over to you, Jack.
Oh, thank you. Wow, that was riveting, exciting, almost as suspenseful and as exciting as our Bitcoin Grammy Awards, everyone. So what are the Grammys about? Well, it's our special way of congratulating the outstanding effort and creativity that went into this morning's project. That's right, the inverse acronym game. Do you remember that? It seems like so long ago. Well, there were plenty of great contestants and some really exhilarating answers. Thank you, everybody, for playing along with that. Good job to all the squads out there. Some of them, of course, turned out to be a little bit more on the X-rated side, so judges had to make a tough call there on who they could disqualify or consider qualifying. Rosa's here with me, and she is going to help me present the award and read off the awards. We're going to start off with our second runner-up, and here, I'm going to give you the card as I do that. And you can see what's happening now through the room, by the way. If you notice carefully, a couple of our actual Grammys are wandering around. They're in their gold sashes, and they have our second runner-up and our first runner-up, and then, of course, our grand prize will be coming out. So that's Kathy and Marty, and give them a little extra love right there for helping us out. Now, our award baskets, of course, include home-baked cookies. Thank you, Chef Kathy. And a bunch of other fantastic goodies and prizes and a few books. And hey, Dennis, by making his appearance. And I get to the meat of it. All right, so drum roll here is for the second runner-up. And Rosa, will you go ahead and open your envelope? And it is Team Unstoppable. And Rosa, read off their thing for everybody to hear.
Best, incredible, timeless, clever, original, impressive, and Naples.
Not bad. All right, give him a little courtesy golf clap for that. That's pretty impressive. And where is, whose team was that? It was Team Susan. Where's Susan? Oh, that's right. Well, I'll tell you what, let's bring hers and maybe we'll set it on the corner of the stage. That's Susan von Volkenberg, and she is the artist that does all the original Bitcoin wall art. Has everyone had a chance to go check that out? It's quite lovely and fascinating. Well, congratulations to her team. All right, here, throw that other card down. Oh, got them out of order. You're so organized. Okay, so Kathy took care of hers. There's Marty. She's wandering around the room. She's ready for the surprise here. I'm going to let you read it instead of me swallowing it. Go ahead. Yeah, sorry. It's our teamwork thing. I'm warming Rosa up because she's going to be taking over our next big panel, risk management. Yeah.
This is a first runner-up, and John had asked me before that when they introduced me, I should say something about myself that not very many people know. And I was the first runner-up in Mrs. Missouri America, so I feel your pain. Okay.
Susan, that Kathy is yours. You were the second runner-up on our acronym gang. Sorry.
Okay, so first runner-up is Team Alias, Blockchain, Interstellar, Tether, Change, Opportunity, Inflation, Never Ending.
Mike Federal has one. Where's Marty? She's still on right? See Marty right there? She's our official background. Delivering the award. Letter from Mike Federal. Give everybody a nice break, by the way. And then Rosa, what should we do? Take care of his for the very last part of the day, the top prize, the high honors.
Florida Hodlers and Trey. Buy it today, opportunity is now.
I love that one. Jojo's going to deliver the prize to the winners over here. Thank you, Jojo.
Okay, thank you, Rosa. That was a good warm-up. For our risk management panel that's coming in a little bit, and Trey's table. Oh, it's the one and only Trey. Nice job right there. Now, even though I didn't convey it earlier this morning, that's kind of what we were after. Something that's catchy, a seed phrase that you'll never forget. And congratulations to you guys. So thanks, everybody, for playing along. That was so much fun. All right, let me switch over to our next activity, which shall be our risk management panel. You just saw our Rosa.
Check, check.
All right. Well, here, you make your way onto the stage as I switch the slide deck over real quick. Everybody, please welcome Rosa back to the stage. Rosie Shore is representing Block Spaces, of course. And you know what, Rosa? I've got paragraphs of stuff that I was supposed to digest. And in fact, can you give me the super quick version?
Yep, I'm Rosa Shores. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Block Spaces. We are focused on Bitcoin native risk mitigation solutions and collateral management solutions. I'm one of those founding members of the Florida Blockchain Business Association that Sam was talking about earlier, and the former vice president of that organization. So I've spent plenty of time in Tallahassee talking to legislators. I was also served on the Florida Department of Agriculture Ag Innovation Group that's focused on how they can bring emerging technologies to agricultural use cases. I'm also a mentor at the University of Arkansas Blockchain Center of Excellence. So I'm absolutely, I cannot tell you, I'm so glad that they decided to do this panel after lunch, because these guys, and we are missing Gary, so I'm sure he will pop in here in a minute as soon as he's back from lunch, but these guys will definitely wake you up if you're digesting your food still. I am completely honored to moderate this panel, and we're going to take it back to Bitcoin, the capital markets, and risk mitigation and risk management in those markets. Good. It's okay. Yeah. Gotta wait on the guys. Good. Yeah. Okay. So I'm going to let them all introduce themselves, and we've had bunches of conversations. I know everybody on this panel pretty well. Mr. Cardone, who will be here at some point, I also know really well, and I can tell you that I could probably do a panel on each one of these people individually and let them talk all day. So I think that I have a list of questions. I doubt that we'll get to most of them. I think that these guys have a lot to say, and they're incredibly, incredibly insightful and interesting in regards to Bitcoin and enterprise institutions and how we can mitigate risk and manage risk for larger players that are kind of coming into this space. I'm going to let them introduce themselves because there is no way I could do them justice. So, John.
Well, thank you very much for that kind introduction here. So, hello everybody, John Devine here. I'm from Blockfills, and Blockfills, we're an institutional market maker, and we serve spot markets, options markets, futures contracts, perpetual swaps, lending and borrowing. We also distribute technology into the trading world for Bitcoin and crypto more broadly speaking.
Thank you, John. Could I get everybody to do a round of applause for John and his team and how fun the event is? Really colorful, exciting, informative, and not that I matter. I'm co-founder and PM of LIBERY Investments. We run, unfortunately, one of the eldest hedge funds in crypto. It's a multi-strat quant-driven fund. We try and drive a lot of alpha. We were first funded to trade options, run nodes. We developed a lot of the technology in the space, OMS, EMS, EMS software side. Have traded about $1 billion a month for 6 years with total digital assets, and have had a wonderful time doing it. It's been the hardest asset class on earth to run on.
How are we doing? Yeah, give it up for Chris. I'm Gabe. I'm the co-founder of Spaces. We build native Bitcoin risk management solutions for financial institutions. I'm also a co-author of Thank God for Bitcoin. And I also run founded the Tampa Bay Bitcoin meetup group in 2014 and representing Bitcoin Bay.
All right, well, so I'm going to kick it off, and then I'm just going to see where it goes, guys. But we've all been in this space for a long time. Alexis is, I think, starting his third cycle being in business, and Gabe and I are in our fourth cycle as individuals. So we've seen a lot happen in this space, and I think we're seeing a lot. Probably didn't know was going to happen this fast. We're a little bit. It's a little shocking to me sometimes that we have one ETF, which was 11. What do you think that says? And we've talked a lot about the ETFs today, you know, whether they're good, bad, and different, but what do you think that says about, in your opinion, the maturity and the preparedness of the rest of the institutional world to kind of
So the way I look at this ETF is I look at it as an opportunity for Wall Street to limit the educational scope of high net worth individuals and traditional investors to actually understand what Bitcoin is. A Bitcoin ETF is not Bitcoin, as most of us in this room understand that. So if we can offer, if financial advisors can offer a simple ETF that is just like a gold ETF or any other product that a traditional investor is used to dealing with, they don't have to understand what Bitcoin actually is and why we're all in this room today. So that's the angle I think Wall Street is playing right now. Let's give our investor base a product with price exposure to Bitcoin. But let's just stop there. Let's not go any further into the technology. Let's not talk about self-custody. Let's not talk about all the reasons why Bitcoin was even invented, which was really because of the asinine decision-making of most of Wall Street in the first place. So what a beautiful backdoor to really kind of limit the scope of education and offer a simple ETF. And hey, now you can put 2% of your portfolio in it and close your eyes and forget about it. Just don't learn why we all want to be Bitcoin people in this room.
Thank you, John. I'll just piggyback on that because I think it's important to clarify both the why and how. The why I endorse this is because Wall Street thinks they can make money dealing with shit. And one of the worst versions of shit there is it's literally, passive investing is literally the absence of strategy, and it's been sold to the public at large, almost like vaccines or poisonous food. Take this to not think for yourself, to be fat and unhealthy, and to not actually take ownership of your decisions. And that is how the whole fiat realm has operated for 347 years. So I think it's just because Wall Street needs and wants to make money, they desperately need the cash flow dealing something. And then as John articulated, like, don't count your chickens. They never do anything nice. So I would advocate for, only investing in the funds that are publishing their wallet addresses so that you actually know that they have collateral. And then groups, not to disparage like any and all ETFs per se or ETF runners, but groups like our Sound, Bitwise, our Sound, for instance, aren't bad actors. So I would choose amongst those if you have to invest.
Do you want me to
Yeah,
text you the
I
address?
think the ETFs, you gotta take the good with the bad, right? We've been vying for legitimacy with these financial people for
And then, our
15
customer
years.
support hotline.
And now we've kind of achieved this new level here, and I think we can take advantage of that, right? And kind of pry ourselves as like a Trojan horse into the existing financial system. And now we have that opportunity, and I think we need to grab hold of that, but not lose sight of the fact that if you're not holding and learning how to maintain your own asset with Bitcoin, that you could lose, right?
I'll go ahead and do that for you.
Thanks, Grace.
These hard nefarious actors, or you just default thinking that way. Even like Chris said, even though there are some that are not, they're
Never heard anybody to be skeptical.
All conspiracies are true until proven false. Like, let's default with the conspiracy theories until they prove otherwise. Because so far, the conspiracy theorists have been pretty dead on for the last several years. So, yeah, I would maintain that mindset.
Yeah, and so that's interesting. So we've heard some talk here today about that there's the potential or the belief that Bitcoin becomes sort of like a capital market benchmark. And there is this, of course, understanding that Bitcoin rose up in this sort of time when the capital markets and some of the processes and procedures that were in place for those markets were definitely risk mitigation was a big problem. And then we were talking about, she was talking about SPF earlier, but I hate to even give him a nod because it almost, when you defend something, it almost makes it seem like it's legitimate, and he was a fraudster, he was running a Ponzi scheme, so to speak, and so I don't even consider that like something that we should even hold out as something that was doing a process that we need to alleviate. But there are processes within these capital markets, such as rehypothecation, where now you're dealing with an asset that cannot be rehypothecated. How do you address that, and what do you think about those sorts of processes in the traditional financial markets that just are not possible with it?
I mean, the way I would approach that is just going off the stem of what you said about our friend at FTX. bull markets create a lot of bullshit. All right, and I think that we saw a lot of bullshit come out of this last major run that happened from COVID, when everyone was sitting at home in front of their computers. They started trading volumes exploded across Wall Street, and so FTX almost became a Trojan horse to almost discredit an entire industry that is really built on the foundation of discrediting Wall Street itself. Which is why I'm most interested to see some of these ETF analyst reports. Really, the conclusion of all those reports should be, as your analyst, you know I'm completely full of shit. Because by the time you understand what Bitcoin is, what is Wall Street analysts even doing here? They've allowed this all this fraud to perpetuate for decades. So the Bitcoin as a collateral asset that you can track on chain and you can see who's rehypothecating the asset, that actually closes a lot of opportunity for what Wall Street was founded on. So once these research reports come out, the conclusion should be dump the analyst, buy Bitcoin, self-custody it, and then what we're going to talk about here hopefully a little bit is how can you manage some risk with Bitcoin as a collateral asset for optionality.
That's a great point. And we talk about, we hear a lot that, Bitcoin is like this perfect money, but it's also perfect collateral. Do you want to expand on that a little?
Yeah, I think in full disclosure, my fund, which is beautifully named Libertas, does trade and has traded with Blockbills as market maker and principal for years. They're a very solid, transparent, and trustworthy firm with a healthy balance sheet and have a very skilled team, especially on the derivative side. As collateral to the point we're trying to make here, we only transact with one another with in-kind collateral, right? Where we know you have one, I have one, we're agreeing to deal on a Delta or Vega X N number of days in the future, and everybody wins. And it swaps perfectly in about 2 minutes, and we don't have to have DTCC in the middle, or Goldman sucks, or JP Moron. And the reality is, ladies and gentlemen, there are a few of you in the room who know what I'm saying is already factored in research. There is no capital market. It was stolen from you. UCC Article 8 and 9, and then the bankruptcy code, which was changed in 94, 2005, 2012. All of you who think you have money do not have it. Your securities are held in the loop. You are a benefactor. You are not the owner. There's only one platform on earth that actually segregates them outside of the omnibus account system that is held by DTCC. It is Interactive Brokers. The rest are held in omnibus for the benefit of you. Meaning, two things. Lehman Brothers, MF Global. You are an unsecured creditor on everything from cash assets to your Crapple stock or your Google. So the reality is it's already too late legally. So you have N number of days to realize this and act. And if you don't, then you're going to suffer the fate of the plebes. And that'll be on you, not on us.
Gary snuck in here, so Gary, we've introduced ourselves already. Do you want to take a minute and introduce yourself?
Gary Cardone. Good to be here. Sorry I'm late. Apologies.
Gary's great. Good friend. And we're looking forward to hearing your opinion on all sorts of things. Gabe, did you want to tack on to that last question as well? Did you have anything else, or I can move on?
No, that was great.
I don't mean to be an alarmist, but the time to have voted your way out of this has passed.
Yeah, can you expand on that a little bit? We were talking about that just over on this side here, and I think your insights are very interesting in that regard.
It's just history. Like, whether it's patent fraud, IP fraud, the gutting of the country from a manufacturing perspective, or it's inflation or deflation or so-called credit cycle, fiat cycle. Like, fiat literally means by decree, right? You had basement cycles even when it was a gold standard. So there's no free lunch. And I think one of the things that is so toxic about the last kind of 10, 15 years, that people's attention spans for non-propaganda is like a millisecond or a nanosecond, when I have no financial incentive to sit here and tell you the truth. Neither does John, I mean, Dave. So you can bat your eyes and take it with a grain of salt, but All of this has already been usurped. And in America, it really began in 1871. I know some of you know exactly the date that I'm talking about. But if you look at what we've been forced to accept, that is a 99% loss of purchasing power since 1913. Do you realize that the Alders Plan / Federal Reserve Act was voted on Christmas Eve, and it was not proposed to the entirety of Congress? Then, not longer after, we had our gold confiscated from us and entered a second war that was not instigated by the United States, and we're forced into it. Very similar to how 9/11 got us into Afghanistan, Libya, Syria, a bunch of people who weren't our enemies. World War I, same thing. They sunk the Lusitania on purpose to suck us into a war, right? America has been the redheaded stepchild of purse and power, manpower, for better part of 120 years. Meanwhile, 35 trillion might as well be 500 trillion. It literally doesn't matter because all they can do is go boom. So the credit market already has blown up. Gary knows the CMBS market hasn't marked to market at NAV price in how long? 3 years. It's not real. So it's time to move past the legal, the voting, and the fighting from that angle, because it's just get out of the way of it as soon as you can. I can go deeper.
Oh, I want to really leave. I had originally thought that we would not have time for Q&A, but I really do feel like this is such an important topic that I'd like to leave some time in the end for people to ask questions. And of course, all these guys will be available after to ask questions, but I do feel it's such an important topic and you all are extremely insightful. So Gary, did you want to add anything?
Well, I would say, when you say what you're saying to at least a guy like me, because I have a lot of assets that are sitting in legacy, and I suspect there's other people who their lives are more complicated than somebody coming out of college and they have $1,200 and they buy part of a Bitcoin and they, start to make their way into their freedom movement. But I've been in this space I've been in legacy assets for 40 plus years. It's very difficult to go, gosh, I'm going to throw away the whole thing that got me here. That's not real. Bitcoin, actually, for me, really very simply, is my risk management strategy. As a hedge against the possibility, I came into Bitcoin as an anarchist. I like the anarchist piece. I hate the marketing program of Bitcoin's anarchism because it really shows you a fault of decentralization. Okay, we have had the worst marketing in the history of mankind of a product that is this important. It has been 4 different tribes of people saying shit that just doesn't even make any sense to a guy like me or you. I need 12 seed phrases for $100 million. I'm gonna stick it in a wallet, dude. Seriously, you can bury it. I could see doing that with, a couple of 100 ounces of gold or silver, but you're not gonna put $100 million on a wallet. Okay? And Michael Saylor is not gonna put $100 million on a wallet, and they're definitely not gonna do it properly. So we have to be more malleable, I think, about how this product opportunity works into our lives. Personally, look, the ETF is done. You're not going back. So we're going to have to live with the largest players in the world. Like in 5 days, guys, BlackRock and Fidelity own 3% of all the Bitcoin on the planet. 3% of all the Bitcoin on the planet is owned by.
Notice how Gary said they own it, not their clients.
Yeah, but they own my real estate holdings. So they own my Google stock and NVIDIA. And by the way, let's talk about the benefit of ETF. $100 million in an ETF, I get to borrow 70.
Yeah.
They can't do that in a wallet. Okay, if I want to borrow, and I won't get 70 cents on the dollar. So, oh wow, guess what I'm going to go buy? I'm going to go buy some more Bitcoin. Now I got real leverage, right? And they won't margin me out so rapidly. It'll be a nice, Mr. Cardone, you know, you're a little tight on your 70 million today. Okay, give me 10 days. See, that's the beauty. We don't talk about the beauty of the legacy market. If I'm out on a Bitcoin trade, I'm out. I don't get a phone call. I don't get a little nicety, okay? If I'm out on margin with a bank, assuming I had enough lunches and golf games with these people, they'll give me 3 days, 4 days, 5 days. Don't tell me that's not a benefit. Okay, that is a
It's a massive benefit, but the echelon of people who have access to that are you and me.
Yeah, but like if you think Bitcoin, who in here holds Bitcoin? Good. What's Bitcoin going to be worth in 5 years?
More.
Yeah, okay. I hear people saying, hey, it's going to be worth $500,000 to $3 million. All of you are rich. You're just thinking about your cost basis instead of looking at where the puck is going. And I know that you believe that it's going to stay at this price because the way you guys manage your risk and you manage the professionals around you, you're treating it like it's a $10,000 product instead of $1 million. If I think it's worth, look, if I have hundreds of these, okay, if I think this is worth millions of dollars, I am going to treat this very differently than I treat. Why did so many people lose Bitcoin? Because it was priced wrong. They didn't respect Bitcoin. So they lost thousands of coins, hundreds of millions of dollars because it was priced at $3. Have you heard anybody losing a $42,000 coin? I haven't, okay, because now they're taking it seriously. So I just think it's a balance. I don't think we're gonna, the US government, fiat dollar, is a hell of a lot stronger than anyone else's. And most certainly, it is more powerful. It has a military behind it. It is most certainly better than most of the coins that are being traded all over the place. I mean, I would rather own the US dollar with a heavy military behind it than Dogecoin.
But that heavy military is being financed with debt.
Yeah, they're killing people with my tax dollars too. I don't like that. But like, I'm not going to move to Russia. Okay, like I'm not going to move to PR. I mean, maybe we should just all get up and stop paying taxes. Okay? I know that's crazy. That's crazy. That makes no sense. Okay, this is the problem with the Bitcoin community. If you live in the United States, you're going to have to pay your taxes.
Well, I completely hear what you're saying, Gary, and I don't even necessarily disagree with you. I actually came into Bitcoin from enterprise. I was in the digital analytics division in HSN, Shopping Network, and I always thought about, you know, the Bitcoin community at first seemed a little interesting to me as far as it seemed like it was a little disconnected from reality when you're thinking about how do we actually integrate this technology into enterprises and businesses and expose it to people who have a lot invested in traditional legacy systems and legacy processes. And so I don't disagree with you at all. I would say that, you know, speaking to somebody who's a high net worth individual, and I think that there's people, we've done a very good job, I think, the Bitcoin community of speaking to like that base layer education, right? Like the Bitcoin 101, you know, and all of the mantras and the ethos and stuff. But how do we talk to high net worth individuals who have, just like Gary, have a lot invested in these systems and get them to understand that Bitcoin is actually a risk mitigation strategy?
Well, you can come at, the wonderful thing about Bitcoin, in addition to bringing wonderful people like this together to discuss both pro and con, is that if you're really a prudent investor, you don't diversify by asset class, you diversify by strategy. So what's really fascinating about Bitcoin is that if you structure your portfolio or your allocation correctly on Bitcoin, it can be a speculative sleeve, an accumulation sleeve, an asset protection sleeve, and a growth sleeve. And if you know you trade derivatives, or you're in my fund, an income sleeve. So you know that it's a fascinating thing that not all assets, real estate does do that same thing too, but not all asset classes can provide the diversity of strategy where all of us can take advantage of those different sleeves and whatever percentage makes sense. Like what I advocate most of, like what I call mass affluent, that have maybe 25 mil of net worth and 10 million of investable, You gotta start at 10%, but that 10% can have 2 or 3 different strategies within it, right? And the one that never loses, and Gary knows this, because the game is, as soon as I get my fiat, I convert to assets. That's the game, right? Period. But the accumulation side, what I do personally outside of the fund is whenever I get a 20 delta, I buy more. I don't care what, why, or how. 20 delta matter. 20 delta matter. And that
You need a down price of 20% withdrawal.
yeah, the distance from high, basically. And that no one can disrupt that. No one can stop me out. And if you don't lend or rehypothecate it, it should be a core component of your portfolio. And while fiat is going down 11% a year, you might as well, as Gary's saying, take advantage of the debt markets and capital markets and convert all of that into assets as fast as possible.
Yeah, and I, just to add to that, I mean, the education still comes into play here because people have to understand that Bitcoin can do all of these things. It can facilitate all of this financial activity that they're used to, but just as a Bitcoin standard, right? This is getting on the Bitcoin standard, how we can facilitate all the usual risk mitigation strategies, but with the best collateral asset that mankind has ever had. So that's where we have to do a better job marketing Bitcoin and that it can facilitate these things.
But early cycle tip of anything, whether it's internet or prosthetics, right? They're always going to have hucksters first. Yeah. So I would argue we've only had one up cycle and then a secular down cycle. We're beginning our second up cycle because in between that there's cyclical cycles, not secular cycles. But what Gabe said about collateral is correct, because trustless and permissionless to our generation, like we're all 35 to 45, right, means a hell of a lot because we've already gone through, hey, I had 2,700% of my Emory and MIT inflation. How about you? Like then, wait, it happened. I don't have any cash to buy a house. And then, wait, the real estate market bounced 50%. And then interest rates just went up 5x, right? Like our generation has been robbed blind without any saying it. So I think from that perspective, our acceptance of something that is trustless and permissionless is like a breath of fresh air because we don't have to rely on systems that take just.
It's really the only option.
That too.
Very interesting. And so, Gabe, you mentioned that Bitcoin is a perfect collateral asset. Is there a need for more Bitcoin native type infrastructures for this very unique asset?
I think it certainly would help, right? In order to see this transition through without complete disruption and disarray in the markets, which we'll probably even see anyway, because unfortunately, we were talking about this last night, pain seems to be the #1 driver of action with these things. Hopefully, we can do a good job to inform as much people as possible that they don't have to experience as much pain if they would just buy Bitcoin. But unfortunately, that's not always how human nature works.
As Gary pointed out, I mean, I also have a lot of real estate, hotel, multifamily, logistics. But I already know that maybe in my mind it can go to zero, right? But I'm using it to produce cash flow for Bitcoin now. So I think we all have to accept that there's no hiding from this and go at it from a position of power and a little bit of boldness, because coming at it from fear and paralyzation, well, no one's ever going to win or survive through that. So if we all just say, okay, if we're half and half, this half, we don't know, it's already on its way to zero. This half is here to protect that half, but we're still going to lose that other half. Like there's no way as Americans or Argentinians or Europeans that we're going to get out of that equation, right? So it's just accepting that and moving on to more productive uses of our time in the future and our money.
Yeah, very well said. And so I do, we've talked a couple of times about, and we've heard here even today that, Bitcoin is a flight to safety. It's, it's actually in and of itself a risk mitigation strategy. How do you, Gary, like when you think about that specifically, what do you think about it? I mean, you have a multitude of investments and assets, and
how do you think of Bitcoin when someone says it's a flight to safety?
It is a flight to safety for me. Look, it's a piece of the stack of the investment stack. I mean, I don't think Bitcoin's ever going to be able to do what real estate does. Multi-dwelling real estate as an investment, not as you sleeping in a bedroom. That is not an investment. It's a horrible investment, in my opinion. But owning an apartment building that generates cash flow distributions that allows me to then either buy more real estate or buy Bitcoin. My brother will buy the real estate. I will buy the Bitcoin. And there's a lot of reasons for it, but my brother's real estate position gives him, as does mine, a lot of things Bitcoin does. Depreciation, amortization, 1031 exchange rules, monster. Like you want to compound, 1031 is the way to do it. Bitcoin will never be allowed to roll in a 1031 type way. I would be stunned. And that's what we should be having the lobbyists work on. Hey, this is a freaking real estate play. Give me the ability to do 1031 back in the digital age. See, to me, we would be better off spending money doing that than trying to fight all this crap. You're not going to win that battle. You're not going to win that. You're going up, and nobody from Bitcoin actually invests in any lobbyists. While Goldman knows it all, I would actually say Goldman Sachs don't make fun of these people. These people have an agenda. They know how to do advertisements. They know how to look at the Bitcoin advertisement. More people are going to adopt Bitcoin in the next year than was ever adopted in the prior 15 years because it's being sold correctly. It's being sold in a way to him. It's boring, dude. I need boring. Hey, you guys talking about having fun with these coins? Like a real investor goes, why are you having so much fun? It shouldn't be fun. It should be like really logical. And then you go on a date with your chick and you go have some fun. But it shouldn't be, hey man, I'm swinging $1,200 a day around and aren't I smart? That is not a real market. I mean, it is a real market, but I'm giving you a monster warning here. If you're playing with a bunch of coins and you're swinging on leverage, you have never seen what's getting ready to happen. Okay, you're getting ready to meet 500 people like me. And if you're on the other side of an electronic trade, as far as I'm concerned, you are not a human being. I could care less if you get wiped out when I'm playing that game. And these people are brutal. They are brutal. They're working for $3 and $4 million bonuses while you're trying to manage 10 grand. They're going to wipe you out. They're going to look at every stop loss that everybody has. Bang! We're going to have more volatility this year than we've had in the prior 15 years, I think.
What Gary's talking about sitting right here. I don't advise trading. You go up against the smartest, most vicious sharks on the freaking planet.
With tons of
and all of us hunt and have more ability to take punishment than basically every type of human on the planet. And you'll never know the names of most of us. But Gary is 1,000,000% correct. You have no chance going up against us. So you might as well just do a strategy that you can control that keeps your head on straight. So it's like I wouldn't go to my guy that I love at Maitland Auto to retire who changes my oil. I'm not going to him for a knee replacement. Wait, you think you can trade against me? Go ahead. You know, and so it's just logic. All of it.
I think we should talk then about, how can people defend their Bitcoin position? Because yes, there's a ton of sharks in this market and it's about to get brutal, okay? Because the ETF is going to bring in people who do not have diamond hands, like many of the people in this room, and they're going to want to figure out ways to, overextend themselves, and they're going to get stopped out of this market. So when I talk to institutional investors or high net worth individuals who have yet to come into Bitcoin, the first thing I talk to them about is, yes, you can buy spot Bitcoin, but now you need to defend that position because we're about to hit some major volatility. An example, I think we all know this from our stock portfolios, selling covered calls. Let's start there. Let's start annualizing return against our Bitcoin, not just holding it free against the market. And then to go even further, when you start selling optionality, you can buy protection for free. You can sell call options and buy put options at zero cost. Now you've got a very interesting position. You're long spot Bitcoin, but you also have a hedge on that position as well. And when you start talking to institutional investors about this stuff, their eyes open up a little bit wider. They think, oh, I can actually defend a long Bitcoin position, not just whip around with the spot market, because yes, I completely agree this market's about to experience some massive volatility. So I want to be a seller of that volatility, and I want to have insurance and protection with put options as well.
And then I take the other side. Like what he's saying is a perfect real world example of how we trade with Bitcoin as pristine. I call it pristine collateral, where I can take, let's say, 10 BTC. Block fills will give me 20 BTC worth of credit. I will sell a 30 delta call at a 2 yield, and then I'll also take the other side of his 30 delta put for a 5 yield. And because I'm just going to buy if it drops 30, and I'm just going to sell if it rips 30. Guess what? Either way, I fucking win. You know, I mean, and that's like simple stuff that block fills and super pro firms you can do that with. And you're just doing what you would otherwise already do by protecting yourself.
100%. So I think as we, Bitcoin is going to be in a massive volatility regime for the next couple of years. I think this year is going to be a major one of them. So what can you do? You can educate yourself on some of these strategies, although I'm sure many of you understand some of this stuff at a high level from your traditional asset portfolios. But looking at a guy like Chris, and one of the most respected managers in the industry, there should be allocations to pros like himself as well. That's a Bitcoin diversification strategy, letting professionals also help you through these next couple of years of massive volatility, especially if you're increasing that allocation, which seems to be the trajectory.
But they're only allowed in if I like them.
No, but it's all jokes aside, it's true. There is a massive need for professional managers in this market because navigating this next couple of years is going to be extremely tricky. And understanding some of these risk management strategies can help us survive and add sats in the meantime.
Yeah, that is a really good point, and it reminds me of the digital chamber person. I'm sorry, I forgot. Saying that there seems to be a lack of understanding of how Washington works, and sometimes I feel that way a little bit when we're talking about not understanding how Wall Street works, so to speak, or coming up against these traders like you mentioned. And so, what would you say to like the retail trader? John, you and I talked about this a little bit, but would you say that retail should just hold Bitcoin and not try to go up against what's coming?
Retail traders should just buy Bitcoin and really try to keep their eye off the price action for the next couple of years. But if you're not retail, if you're a high net worth individual, if you're an institutional investor, you should be really digging into some stuff that is pretty common in traditional finance. I'll give you an example. We're talking about buying the dip on a lot of these panels at this conference. Okay, so you can go buy spot Bitcoin today at the spot price, but take it a step further. You can sell a put option. When you sell a put option, you have an obligation to own the asset at the strike price. Okay, I'll give you an example. Let's say we're trading at 43,000 spot Bitcoin reference price, all right? I can sell a 38,000 strike put option that expires on February 25th. I get paid a yield day one for selling that optionality. I'm collateralizing that option with dollars that will be used to buy Bitcoin at 38,000 were the market to go to 38,000. That's an interesting way to buy the dip. Let's not think about picking our prices. Let's find a strike price that we're happy to own the asset at. Let's sell the option, create a yield for ourselves. By the way, you can take that yield in Bitcoin because these are Bitcoin native options. These are in-kind options. Educating yourself on this stuff right now, I think, is going to pay dividends, especially for those looking to stack sats for the long term.
Can I just speak to the normal player, not the guy that's worth a ridiculous amount of money? You don't, if you've done your 25 hours, I have never met, and you and Gabe would know better than me, but I've never met anybody that spent 25 hours on this subject that did not invest more dollars than when they started the 25 hours. I would challenge, if you're a negative naysayer, like do 25 hours, I'll give you a Bitcoin if you do 25 full hours and you tell me I hate this. I'll give you a full Bitcoin. I'll do it all day long. See, this is the kind of advertising we need to do. Like, just go do the protocols, just study, okay? Read the white paper 3 times, watch some YouTube, follow some people that have money. Do not listen to these cartoon people that they sound like they know everything, but dude, how much do you have? And they won't tell you. Like, this is very important. I have hundreds of Bitcoin, okay? Like, I'm in. So I'm telling you I'm in. So you know, well, this guy's convicted. There's no way you're pushing me out. I had 7 margin calls last year. Okay, I was moving gold around. I'm so convicted on this asset class. But if you're a smaller player, first to me, man, do everything you can to own $40,000 per Bitcoin. Okay, buy the whole Bitcoin, not 0.1. Buy it all, dude. It's so cheap. Okay, it reminds me 20 years ago buying apartment doors. Me and my brother were buying apartment doors for 40 grand each. Like, that's now $250,000. And that's all with inflation and maintenance. So if this is risk management, your size of your position is so important. Okay, if you're freaked out about Bitcoin going to 41,250, dude, your size is way too big. Okay, your size, I don't even look at the price. So you know what happens to me? If you're a 5-year plus holder, I look at the chart and go, why am I looking at this? Now, I'm in the business, so I kind of need to know. But me looking at the chart does one of 2 things. It either validates my already extremely biased view, or it puts doubt in my mind. Well, why am I looking at a daily 1-minute chart when my play is 5 years?
It's fun, Gary.
Yeah, it's fun, Gary. Yeah, but I'm trying to make a shitload of money for my kids so they can be protected. I don't need to pull all my assets out of legacy. What I need to do is make sure my future and my children's future is protected. And that includes not only self-custody, okay, if that's your deal and you actually know how to self-custody. I maintain a lot of people do not, okay? So I'm not going to shame you for not self-custodying $50 million. Like, I understand people have a different view. Your bank, if you're doing business with margin, they might hold your Bitcoin for you and give you some leverage. So I can see where that would be a decent scenario for me for some part of my portfolio. Okay, but when my position gets too big, that's when I get the external phone calls, and that's when I start freaking out. So that's really what you need to know about risk management.
Yeah, Gary, you woke up an old school way of managing position size. I had one thing I always advocate for, before even risking capital, both in time and in fiat, or in labor, because that's what capital is representing, you got to come up with a trading plan, and it should always include bull, bear, base, and understand, okay, let's say if it's 40 grand, what happens if it goes to 20? What am I doing there? Am I using leverage, therefore I'm stopped out, so I lose all my equity in the position? Am I doubling the position? Am I having the position? All of those things you should know ahead of time in a thoroughly thought out trading plan, and know, all right, in the middle I'm doing this, which is, you should know, pretty much do nothing. And then if it's ripping like a mother, am I doing the old school way to keep your head on straight, both directions, which is rebalance. So if you say, like, Gary's saying, like, no offense, very good looking, but older guys like yourself, want to take the last part out. Let's say it's 25% of your liquid, right? All right, well, if it doubles, what happens? It becomes 50%, right? If there's stasis in the other assets. So you naturally won't have to pare down that position to get it back to ideal weight. And then the converse effect is the case on the downside. It goes from 25 to 12.5. Well, you have to rebalance it upward. Literally doing that alone in every MFing asset class will make you money ad nauseum. So thanks for reminding me of that.
I'd like to talk about that risk management that you brought up there, though. You say we're investing in Bitcoin to hopefully make some generational wealth for our family, but then in that sense, Bitcoin almost becomes a way to bring the family together and manage risk together. And what I'll go on that saying, instead of having someone else custody your Bitcoin on behalf of your family, the family can be taught how to manage this asset together through multi-sig wallets. Okay, so Bitcoin really should be bringing generational wealth or the potential to accumulate generational wealth as an education practice that also strengthens the family. Meaning, let's say you hold your Bitcoin in a multi-sig wallet, you need 2 signatures out of 4 to move that Bitcoin. Hey, that looks like a great setup to teach my entire family how to manage this asset. And if one of us goes down or 2 of us goes down, the family still self-custodies this asset. The bank can't offer you that. And by the way, most of us are looking over the bank risk because the last time they should have failed and all went bankrupt, they got bailed out by the taxpayer. So we're looking over the counterparty risk from trusting these institutions with our generational wealth.
Now they're gonna do a bail-in, by the way.
Or you married?
No.
I didn't think so. Do you have any children?
I do not. So
yeah, you're talking right out your ass. Let's think about this, right? So you got $10 million and everybody in the family got $7 And let's say that you, Gabe's laughing because he's like, oh, I know what he's saying.
I see what my 2 sons would be thinking.
Well, it's, first off, okay, my children are not giving me advice about finance. My wife is not going to give me advice about financing. Like I'm not interested in attracting somebody from Wall Street that knows more about finance than me. I just want somebody that's a nice human being. So I make the decisions on investments, and my 12-year-old, like I'm not giving any seed phrases, multi-sig, anything. I don't want to ask anybody if I want to liquidate. See, that's the beauty for me. And by the way, I don't want my girlfriend taking my damn wallet from me. Well, see, we start to have real problems.
This is also signaling the breakdown of the family in the United States, quite frankly.
46% of everyone that holds Bitcoin is going to get a divorce, and 100% are going to die. So nobody's a hard
I'm going to go on this conversation.
Or no hard.
Both of you
There
are
will be a liquidation.
So I have a 10-year-old and 8-year-old, boy, girl, and my wife, we have one multi-sig, her and I. That's the maximum she can take if she fails. And then my son, who is a tech freak, already through Scratch programming, he has the backups to the big boy wallet. And, it's a little bit biased because he's older, right? But he's also responsible. And if I get Epstein, then he'll take over. But you don't have to do it with all, like you're saying. You can divide up, here, honey, you can take this for me. And then here's the legacy that I want my grandkids to have, because our ancestors came from Italy and Ireland, and we had not a pot to business. So there's ways to do both, but Gary's right, like divorce risk is a mathematical fact, but at the same time as what John was saying about educating the kids on, hey, your Schwab passwords, I'm an effing moron for having money at Schwab, and then this is multi-key, multi-sig, high-end tech that makes you not only aware of the technology, but brightens and broadens your horizons to what we all face as our common enemy, right? Which is the state, quote unquote, and the various oligarchies around that. So both are correct, is my point.
And I think just to add to all of this lively discussion, the idea for retailers specifically, and I tell everybody this, is you gotta just think longer term, lower your time preference. Don't watch the price every day. It's ridiculous. You're not gonna get buy low and sell high. Don't sell at all. Don't look at selling. Look at 5-10 years where Bitcoin's gonna be. Look at the past. Where are we at?
The TV trains me to do that.
It doesn't matter. Where Bitcoin is, how important it is to own it, it should not be sold for any price. That's the idea, is that there is no dollar price that should pry Bitcoin out of your hands.
It is a privilege to be in its midst. We have never, as humanity, had such a powerful political will of the people and monetary asset ever. And not the Articles of Confederation, not the French Revolution, not the AK-47. This is the tip of the sword for permanence of freedom.
And it's not priced in.
Correct.
It's
And
never.
let me give you a hint. In a few years, 2 to 10, it ain't gonna quote fiat. You wanna know why?
Yeah, that
is a mathematical certainty. You know why? Because there's only 0.37% away to deflate our purchasing power all the way to zero. And again, math, not opinion.
Yeah, that was the conversation we were having last night. We were like, $500,000 Bitcoin means that, yeah, really, does it mean anything? That price doesn't actually really mean anything because we're not measuring things in
It's
fiat
the old
anymore.
adage, 2 ounces
Yeah.
of gold from 1910 still buys you the exact same thing 2 ounces of gold does now.
Everything will be baseline on Satoshis.
Yeah. So I just got like that we have 5 minutes, and I told you guys this was gonna be the perfect panel right after lunch, so I'm sure everybody's awake, but I did want to open it up for questions for the last few minutes. And like I said, these guys will be around, so, questions?
Ben?
Ben?
Speak up. So I'll ask the first question. When was Elon have?
They have a really wide range there.
What year?
I mean, arguably,
My life now.
so from a Orthodox historian perspective, it was March 9th, 2009. The day direct quantitative easing occurred is the day it died.
Yes. I'm not sure how you get there. It's still easy, right?
It doesn't mean anything dead. Like, so what I mean by dead, meaning, basically, sorry, Ben, let's take your question.
Less of a question, more of a comment. Quit saying legacy system. It's a slavery system. You guys are actually talking higher level of you guys lived in the old prison system. You guys were the wardens. We were the prisoners. You ask, well, Bitcoin has a bad marketing, no campaign. You know why? Because we're tired of getting our asses kicked. And we are tired of asking nicely to quit kicking our asses. That's why the marketing campaign sucks, because we're not asking anymore. We are telling, and not you guys specifically, the legacy prison system. We're telling you, them, to fuck off. And we're done with it.
No more questions? That was it? Yeah. And Ben, real quick, I agree with that, but as Gary articulated, you got to go up against the commies at Goldman Sachs, who are sophisticated as all hell and have K Street, lawyers out the yin yang, will buy every politician, send them every pedo site they want, and all the kids and all the pizza they want, just so that you can't even fight. So you have to know your enemy and go at them in their way first. Gary's 1,000% correct. It's not necessarily marketing, it's the whole plan. Like, nobody lobbied properly, nobody had the right jurisdictional awareness, and no one represented it for what it really is. Now, luckily for all of us, Bitcoin has handled more negativity, more attempted ban, and more pressure than anything that has ever existed, and it's still a middle finger to all of us. So we have that going for it, but had it been more professional and articulate and balanced, it would already be the replacement system.
Okay, let's take this one more question. I know Mel over there's got a really burning question, but I got a person over here with a microphone, so hang on.
Yeah, great panel. I love the strategy of selling covered calls and puts as well.
Somebody
I'm
get called out.
assuming that most people here don't have dual citizenship and are stuck with US exchanges. Where can you do that as a retail investor here in the United States?
I mean, the short answer is your U.S. passport makes it very difficult to transact in this stuff. But if you're a high net worth individual or institutional investor, this stuff is available. But for retail investors, I'll answer this. Just because you can't sell out of the money put options to optimize your execution, you should still buy Bitcoin and turn the screen off and stop looking at the price.
As a market maker that has access to worldwide exchanges, where do you find the best? Is it Deribit? Is it Bybit? Where are you going for the best opportunity?
So big boy feel secondary.
trades over the counter. So we're not even dealing with exchanges. This stuff's all bilateral execution between.
If we transact, John and I, which we do on a weekly basis, if we transact on derivative, we're taking the counterparty risk, execution risk, jurisdiction risk, legal risk, supply risk of derivative, versus we know exactly what our price is, our collateral is, and our mutually assured execution of the swap. That's how big boys trade. Like the entirety of the secondary market OTC bilateral trades is where real money trades. This is why you watch the S&P, it's like my kids are trading it with their pennies. That's not even a real market.
For the smaller players, do you see development that's taking place that will open doors?
So yeah, 60 to 90 days, you'll be able to trade fiat crap on top of the ETF crap.
Yeah.
So at least that can provide some hedging possibilities for retail investors. But again, they probably put some weird, you have to be accredited or wait, you're Merrill Lynch. We don't let you trade.
Okay, these are some great conversations that you can have in the hallway. I'm going to give this lady one chance to ask a final question, and then we're going to wrap it up.
This question is for Gary. Gary, I've heard you talk about Bitcoin's marketing many, many times on Spaces. I've heard you mention it today. You do know that Bitcoin does not have a marketing department, right?
That's the point I'm trying to make, ma'am.
Well, but I don't understand what you think is going to happen.
Can I answer? So the big, and I have a reasonable size investment in Bitcoin and the whole community. So I'm a part of a company in this community. So I think I kind of paid my membership dues. All I'm trying to do is point out that every time you tell me how great decentralization is, and you don't look at the weaknesses behind decentralization, which is shitty, horrible, non-existent, consistent marketing message, we have to understand, know thy enemy. Like I need to know thy enemy, but I also need to know what my strengths and weaknesses are. We have no market. And so what we have is, 3 or 4 different spider groups going out marketing the way they think Bitcoin should be marketed, and it's alienating people, okay? And all I'm saying is that it's not a consistent message, and it's one of the weaknesses of a decentralized, non-centralized, no management, no boss, no marketing materials, no fancy magazines, and guess who's going to fill that gap? Wall Street with their advertising firms. Okay, and it's going to be so glossy. If you think we got to this price in 15 years, what is going to happen when real marketing? See, it's a very bullish statement, but we have to understand it's a weakness of ours.
No, it's not what you're saying. Like even me, for example, I'll give you an example. So some maxis, because I am a hedge fund, and hedge fund's a bad word, I like saying private fund. I'm a bad person and not part of the Bitcoin community, even though I was way earlier than them, way more than all of them combined, and have been market making billions of it since 2018. That's the point he's making, is that the message is very opaque, and there's 6 to 10 groups with massive opacity, and they even turn on people like me who are willing to blow time, which is more than money, telling people observable facts. So again, Gary is exactly right. There was no coalition of intelligent marketing to awaken people via wisdom for this space. And now it's already being usurped by Wall Street, which is a huge loss to all of us.
Okay. I definitely, like I said at the beginning, yeah.
Fight.
Buy Bitcoin.
Buy Bitcoin.
Right now.
Buy Bitcoin.
And hold it.
That's the battle. No. It's tubes, Gary. I'm sorry. Well, no.
No one's saying don't decentralize. They are saying that it's important to understand that there's weaknesses to decentralization. And if we're going to fight against centralized systems that don't have those weaknesses, we have to understand where our weaknesses are as a community as we're trying to get the message across, even in Washington.
We're going to hear Paul's wisdom, and then we are going to wrap this up.
I just want to add, don't give me any credit for wisdom. I just want to add that Bitcoin means different things to different people. Okay, and people are adopting Bitcoin for different reasons all over the planet.
So for somebody like Gary, who wants to hedge traditional wealth, that's fine. Marketing, decentralized marketing in the decentralized marketing campaign that doesn't exist in Bitcoin, that's fine. He doesn't need that. Other folks in other communities, South Central America, this is a completely different tool for them, right? For my counterpart over here, she's gone. You know, this is just a step into a new future. And I guess what I would suggest is that you all need to be your own marketing campaign. You all need to go down your own rabbit hole. You all need to figure out why Bitcoin is important to you, to your family, and your future. And that's how you orange pill yourself. If you're relying on somebody else to tell you why and how, you've missed the entire point.
Get plugged into your local Bitcoin community.
Local Bitcoin meetups.
That is your question, Paul.
Thank you, everyone. Let's give them all a hand. Give them all a hand. Thank you so much.
Good job. Yeah. Wow. We're about to call up our mining panel next. Thanks for going a little extra distance. That was really fascinating with our risk management team. Thank you, Rosa. That was incredible.
Great.
Now,
Can we get Gary's mic off of him? Never mind.
Somebody grab that mic in here.
We got it. I got it.
Just a special shout out, of course, to our friends from Build Asset Management. They're John and Matt are somewhere in the room. Oh, there he is. Oh, look at the two of them. They're hanging out in the bleachers back there. They put together a special solution for Bitcoin-backed private credit. And it's a pretty fascinating conversation. I encourage all of you to say hello to those two gentlemen right there in the back. That time, and John Root. We appreciate their generosity in helping produce today's event. And now, our mining panel is going to roll right in. And we have, of course, a really outstanding team right here lined up. Bob Burnett is on stage finally. We appreciate a lot of our great speakers, of course, that have hung out for the day. You want to do your drawing, John? Oh, okay, good. I was about to move forward. So as we get our mining panel ready, I want to also call attention to John right here, John Drew, and he's got our Valet physical milli-coin, which is a bearer coin with a 0.001 value worth of Bitcoin preloaded onto it. And John's going to do a quick drawing. Maddie is doing it. 0.001.
089095. 089095. Who wants some Bitcoin? All right.
Now, most of you got the Valet cold card in your goodie bags. Most of them were specially packaged for us. 044. Who's got it? John Root, check your tickets back there.
We got a winner. We got 015.
Okay.
All right.
No, that was the end. Those guys are doing.
All right, Jackie, is your mic hot?
Can everybody hear me? Right. Okay, welcome to the mining panel. My name is Jackie Price. I am a consultant with the Chamber of Digital Commerce and in Washington, D.C. Our primary purpose at the Chamber is to advocate for the adoption and use of digital assets. The Chamber has been around for 10 years. We're the largest association representing the industry in America. We're very much on the federal level on the policy side, so we're going to touch on a little bit of that. I was also the former chief operating officer of a Bitcoin mining company called Lockwood Mining in Paducah, Kentucky, and learned a lot there. So let's just go real quick down the aisle here and everybody introduce themselves.
Bob Burnett, I am CEO of Verify. Also on the board of directors at Ocean New Pool. My previous life was in the personal computer industry, most notably as the chief technical officer for Gateway.
My name is Danny Condon. I'm Chief Revenue Officer at Blockware Solutions. We are a Bitcoin mining as a service company, which means that we sell Bitcoin mining ASICs to both individual and institutional investors. We own, operate, and also partner with data centers to provide co-location hosting services. And we have a marketplace that enables our clients to buy and sell turnkey rigs. Happy to be here.
My name is Maddie, and I'm the CEO of Consensus Protocol, and we're a mining and computing company.
I'm Steven Smith. Can you hear me? I am the founder of Celestial Mining Management. We manage mining assets for the East-West Times and a collection of joint ventures. You'll find East-West in the exhibit room next door. Happy to be here.
Awesome. So one of the things that we're going to talk about today, right at the top here, are the ETFs and how it might affect miners. And I do want to say before we kind of roll on the panel, in general, when you think about federal level Congress, even governorships and high-level state policymakers, one of the industries that is part of our Bitcoin industry that is most on the radar are the miners and the node operators. And my personal view, others might disagree, is that none of us would be in this room if it weren't for these folks and the node operators. So they are kind of the tip of the spear on the regulatory environment as well, whether from ESG or other purposes. So we're going to talk about everything from the ETFs and some other issues to the regulatory environment for miners in general. So let's start with the ETFs. What do you guys think, and we can just go down the line, 1, 2, 3, 4, if you don't mind. What do you guys think about how the ETFs could potentially affect the share price and investment attractiveness for public miners, but also with the halving coming up? How do you guys look at the ETF landscape and the halving combined, potentially affecting the hash rate and you as private miners?
Okay, there's a lot there. I'll just hit a couple comments. I'm sure the others will fill in. First is that I do believe there could be some negative impact on the public mining company stock prices, primarily because they've been somewhat of a proxy in the past. So people that wanted to invest in Bitcoin but needed to do it, let's say through a qualified plan or something like that, didn't have a lot of choices, and Bitcoin mining company stocks were one of those proxies. In terms of second question about private miners, I don't think there's a tremendous impact. I don't think there's a tremendous impact directly on the public mining space. But there's a second part of your question. Oh, the halving. Boy, well, the halving is really an inflection point, and the impact is going to vary tremendously based on the current Bitcoin price at the time of the halving and just after the halving. If you look at the economics of Bitcoin production for most of the public miners, you'll see that they're in the $20,000 to $30,000 range. They're in that space. So if the halving occurs at the current price, and it sustains there for an extended period after, there's frankly a bloodbath. And you'll see a heavy impact on the public miners. I think a lot of the private miners, I represent private miner space, a lot of us have put in place protections for that for a long time. Like we've, at Barefoot in the last 15 months, we've replaced every single machine in our infrastructure. So we're ready, we actually knew it was coming, and we made the investment to make sure that we were in a great place post that. A lot of the public miners still have big pieces of their infrastructure based on much older, less efficient technology.
I'll take a little, almost a different approach there. So I think to understand the impact on public miners or mining in general, you have to kind of rewind and look at what's the impact on Bitcoin and price action, because fundamentally Bitcoin miners are economically incentivized. That's what incentivizes Bitcoin miners to mine Bitcoin, because we're effectively arbitraging energy using Bitcoin as the arbitrage vehicle and creating Bitcoin at a discount to the spot value of Bitcoin. Right. So if you look at where we're at in just kind of the evolution of Bitcoin, and you look at really any disruptive technology adoption curve, you know, cell phones, internet, you see one of those charts, it looks like a hockey stick, right? So we're really at, like, we're still on the blade of the hockey stick right now, but we're gonna start to move quickly. So the whole game is all just about adoption. And in order to adopt something, you have to be educated on it first. And in order to be educated on something, you have to be aware of it, right? And it happens in that sequence. You can't really skip a step. So the ETF is fundamentally, you know, probably the strongest adoption catalyst that Bitcoin has ever seen, right? We're going to have significant capital inflows into Bitcoin, which on the demand side makes number go up, right? And if number goes up, and you have, you know, the supply side, just basic economics. So I think the ETF has a significantly positive impact on adoption, therefore demand, therefore, you know, Bitcoin price action, which is beneficial for miners, right? And then as you look at that from, like, you know, the halving impact, so the block subsidy is cut in half, that's a supply shock catalyst. It's not even talking about, you know, mining per se, but just from a price action perspective, we're going to have significantly increased demand, right? Combined with significantly decreased incremental future supply. That's a recipe for number go up. And when number goes up, that is good for Bitcoin miners because your revenue and your profit increases. And when that happens in businesses that are publicly traded equities, you know, in a vacuum, the stock price goes up, right? So this is going to happen. You know, there could be momentary short pain. The halving is, you know, you're running a business and your revenue gets cut in half at a binary point in time. There's going to be an impact of that. But as you look at this gradually, it's a super positive catalyst for Bitcoin price action, you know, combined with the halving, which creates supply shock, which number goes up, which is good for Bitcoin miners.
Well said, well said. I think I agree with a lot of the points made there. I'll take a stab at this. I think a lot of people sort of overestimate ETF in the short term, but they underestimate it in the long term. And we had a lot of great talks and a lot of different viewpoints. And I think this idea of RIAs, or registered investment advisors, sort of passively allocating over the next decade, 2 decades, is going to be so massive that people can't really fully comprehend that. And I'm going to take the opposite side here. A lot of people said, oh, this is a Trojan horse, this is a bad thing. And it can be a bad thing, potentially. But I think also when people get off zero and they have a little bit of exposure, you see your RIA sort of allocate maybe 2%, 5% of your 401k or IRA to Bitcoin, and you start to think, what is Bitcoin? You know, what is this, right? You see it in your portfolio. Why are you putting that money in this, right? You start to sort of get educated, and you want to learn about kind of what you're holding. You know, then you sort of go down the rabbit hole. Anybody, like I think Gary said, anybody who spends time researching and understanding Bitcoin, you know, they want to have more Bitcoin, right? And it sort of takes you down this rabbit hole of self-custody, which is definitely the end game of what we all want. So I'm going to say that, you know, hopefully the ETF, the marketing that's going to come from it, is going to be a Trojan horse for good as opposed to be a Trojan horse for bad. I'll pass it on.
the halving, I think, a lot of people are considering it as kind of a buy the rumors, sell the news type of event, but over the longer term, there's definitely, Bitcoin has a marketing funnel like any other thing, and we just made the gate, the entrance to that funnel so much larger. The potential inflows are massive here. I think there is danger that some of the traditional Wall Street way of setting things up and operating, there may be some conflict there in the dynamics of a 24-hour 80-ball asset or Bitcoin or whatever. But as for the halving, public miners are a kind of a higher beta play on Bitcoin. It means they generally go up more than Bitcoin goes up. If Bitcoin goes up 5%, so these miners go up 10%. And likewise, when Bitcoin drops. And part of that is because they operate on the margin of profitability. And so, a small change in Bitcoin price can have a very big effect on their margins. We saw in 2020 that margins maybe were running around 10 or 20% for a lot of miners. They blew out by the end of the year to 60, 70%. That had a big effect on the multiples. So it all depends on the price of the halving, how much pain we're going to see, and for us as private miners, what we try to do is stay in the bottom half or quartile in terms of production costs. There's a range of production costs, and so as long as you're operating in a safer place and that has improved efficiency and power costs and all of that, then a lot of dead bodies before you. So.
Awesome. So let's talk about one of the big elephants in the room for this industry, which is the ESG debate. As a lot of you all in this audience probably know, and certainly our panelists are very familiar with, there's been a coordinated effort to attack Bitcoin for many years for using too much energy and too much of the wrong kind, quote unquote, wrong kind of energy. But our industry got together about 4 years ago and led by Michael Saylor, started the Bitcoin reporting initiative, basically, where miners self-report every quarter on the amount of energy that they use and the type of energy that they use in the United States. The last one I saw a couple quarters ago was over 100 miners were reporting. And the industry has been really aggressive at seeking out new sources of renewables that are affordable. And we are now, according to the measurement of that group, the greenest industry that we could find in America, with over 50% of Bitcoin energy coming from renewables. And yet there remains a coordinated attack against the industry. And before I ask the panel for their views on that attack, how it's affected them and what they're doing about it, I can say from the Chamber's perspective and from my perspective as a former CBS News journalist and as a media person most of my life, this is indeed coordinated. One of the founders of Ripple gave $5 million to Greenpeace to go after the Bitcoin industry, and Greenpeace took the money and did it. They worked very closely with the New York Times on a pretty damaging hit piece against the industry, which is debunked the day that it came out. So this is intentional, and I know there's been a lot of talk today and debate about the realities of Washington. When you talk about the realities of Washington and our federal policymakers, you can put the New York Times and the mainstream media all in there together. And I've worked in that industry for 30 years. And the challenge that we have is we have to live in the world as it exists in some ways. It's very difficult to fight the media machine. So these guys are on the front line of that. I'd like to hear from each of you. How are you sort of dealing with the ESG issue, both from a public perception standpoint, but also from an operational standpoint and how you run your businesses? And Bob, I know you're at the tip of the spear here, so I'd like to have you go first.
Well, we do what we do because of what we believe, not because of any pandering to any ESG standard set by anybody else. So frankly, we don't care. We realize, of course, that the industry presents itself or is perceived by many within the general community as being an evil force. People like Elizabeth Warren certainly are trying to portray us that way. I will say as well that the Bitcoin Mining Council, which by the way we are not a member, vastly underreports the industry because it is very underrepresented by what I call the rabbits in the horse, which are the small miners. The small to medium-sized miners tend to be, by the way, more green for whatever it's worth. As an example, we have a combination of on-grid and off-grid operations. Our off-grid operations are very green. We own our own hydroelectric plant, for instance. Our on-grid location is about 87% green. But I'd say like we don't report our numbers, and I know a lot of small to medium size don't report their numbers either. Part of that's privacy, and not to be overly critical, but the Bitcoin Mining Council hasn't been open to everybody. So there's a little bit of a, let's say, a schism there, let's just say.
Yeah, I think there's, there's kind of like a moral and ethical piece of this, and then there's a practical piece of that, and it's a good news story that Bitcoin miners have on both fronts. From a moral and ethical standpoint, it should not be a subjective debate as to what you are doing, who and how energy is consumed. Because consuming energy is what enables human civilization to evolve and innovate. If you want to drive cars, go on airplanes, go out to dinner, go to movies, do basically anything, you're going to be consuming energy, right? So you're opening up this huge Pandora's box of policing how you're using energy and for what, right? So you kind of leave it to the open market. And this is where it's practical. So the way energy works, in short, is you can't really store energy efficiently, right? So you need to, forget Bitcoin miners, just for human civilization, you need to have a base load of reliable energy at all times. That's going to be there, base load production. And energy consumption is not constant, it's variable. When it's cold, you turn on your heat. When it's hot, you turn on your air conditioner. When it's neutral, you just turn on the fan and chill out, right? So because you've got that variability to energy consumption, and you can't really store energy efficiently, it's beneficial to have this variable kind of layer on top of the reliable, energy, production. And that's where Bitcoin miners come in. And if you hear last year, I used this analogy, and I stole this from Troy Cross, but I think it's spot on. So, Maddie, imagine you own a donut shop, right? And you're an energy producer. You produce a good. I come to you as a Bitcoin miner in this analogy, and I say, I will agree to buy as many donuts as you could possibly produce, even all of them, man. You crank them out, and I will consume them. I will buy them. That's going to provide you with an incentive to create, get more ovens, crank up production, because you know that you have a buyer of last resort at all times, right? That's what Bitcoin mining is. That's what Bitcoin mining does to energy grids. That's how we help balance, these grids. And, as you look at that that's the practical side of this, and a huge contribution that Bitcoin miners, bring to the network. Or bring to the energy landscape, sorry.
And I'll just pick back up right where you left off. And, a lot of these energy companies are thinking in 20 to 30 to 40 to 50 year time horizons for the projects they're deploying, right? These green projects, whether it be wind or solar. And 100 megawatt, solar farm or whatever, might take them 40 years to ROI the investment in that project. We come in as miners and say, hey, you want to ROI this in 5 years and then build 4 more, solar fields or 4 more wind farms, right? So I think it's a massive thing that a lot of the media and people are missing, that, we are actually accelerating this, right? And it comes down to the idea, and of course, nobody wants to screw over the planet or do any bad thing. We don't, we all live here, right? We love the place. Nobody wants to destroy it, right? So at the end of the day, green energy at some point is the future, right? We're going to figure out a way to innovate and store energy better. We're going to continue to innovate and create, better panels, more efficient solar panels. It might not be fully here just yet, but it is coming in the future, right? So at the end of the day, we want to help accelerate that transition, and we will continue to seek out those sources as miners, because if you put a panel down and they can run for 30 years, 40 years, whatever, it can just absorb the sun. It's gonna end up being a lot cheaper energy source than having to have a trucker bring a bunch of gas constantly to a location, dig it out of the earth, right? It's the idea of marginal cost, right? So that's why we are profit-seeking entities. We want to maximize our profits, and it goes hand in hand, right? We're going to seek out the cheapest energy sources. So I think it's honestly a match made in heaven, and the media just needs to sort of catch up to that.
Yeah, I'll add one thing real quick. Bitcoin miners are time and location energy buyers of last resort. The cheapest energy out there is the sun, the wind, it's renewable energy. It's not efficient energy. So that's that variable layer on top of it. We are the perfect catalyst for the solution and to actually create demand to facilitate transformation to greener technologies.
And I'll take it one step further. We also can do a program. We can basically curtail and power share with the grid, right? When there's emergencies, no other industry can just shut off megawatts of energy, right? Hospitals or industrial companies, nobody else can do that, right? We are one of the few companies who can press a button and shut down megawatts of energy just to relocate to the hospital where there's an emergency. They have to keep 100 grandmas alive, right? So we're one of the few entities, businesses, companies that can actually do that, and we do that constantly.
We're both on-grid and off-grid utilizing stranded gas. So we're big supporters of American oil and gas. I think it's underappreciated just how important oil is, and actually the utilization of gas is essential to the production of oil. But I'd like to push back a little bit on just the narrative, because I don't really think in terms of renewables as much as I think in terms of energy abundance. Energy abundance is critical to human civilization and quality of life. You travel around the world and you look at the cost of energy in different places. If you've ever seen some countries where the cost of energy is so high and and labor so low that you will pay a person to cut grass with a scissor because it's not worth it to buy the machine and use the energy, or it's cheaper to pay someone to wash their dishes by hand than it is to buy a dishwasher. This is all driven by the cost of energy. And so as you bring the cost of energy down and have more abundance, the quality of life improves, the environmental impact of human behavior in those places, people begin to have time, leisure time, to care about the environment and things like that. So I just would like to reframe things in terms of abundance and human flourishing, which I think is given little attention. Everyone wants to focus on renewable and conservation.
Yeah, I think it's a really great point. And, one of the things that drives that narrative, again, is we all know about big pharma. We all know about big agriculture. But what we don't know about is big media and big PR, which is the world I come out of. And you have these activist groups who want to fuel that narrative. And there's probably a lot of people in this room sitting here thinking, well, what can I do? Here's a basic thing that we can all do. Start educating yourself, and as you educate yourself, educate your friends on how the power grids work in this country, how electricity and energy is generated in this country, because most of us know very little about this. I'll be honest, I didn't know that much about it before I got involved in the Bitcoin industry 10 years ago. And I just turned the lights on. I don't know where the power comes from. You can go on most of your local power company websites and find out the consumption mix that they use on a daily basis. Most people don't know this. So they want to put all this pressure on my rogue group of rascals here and say, you guys are all bad, not knowing that, guess what? In the area in which you operate, you might not have any access to wind or very little access to solar. So one of the best things that you could do as individuals is start educating yourself and read some of the books that are out there, because the narrative carries on because people believe it. And until we all start saying, no, that's not exactly how it works. You shut off all these coal plants all over America and good luck. That's real. And very few people go that extra step. So next question that's sort of related
Can
to
I, on that one, a couple things too, just some context for everybody. One is, our industry is still tiny. So we live in, a lot of us live in the Bitcoin world. I think even when you look at a Riot or a Marathon, you probably think really big. They're actually very small companies. The entire Bitcoin mining industry, all the revenues of all the companies on a global basis in 2023 will be well under $20 billion. So, you know, the whole industry in and of itself is like barely a Fortune 500 company. So that's where we are. We're really not consuming that much energy. So all the things Jackie said about mix. It's number one. Number two, I did a study, it was about 6 months ago, so it may be slightly dated, but it should be pretty accurate. If you go to the US Department of Energy, and you look at all of the already approved power expansion projects through the end of the decade, and you contrast that with the country's goals for electronic vehicles, you'll see that the need to power those new electronic vehicles equals or exceeds the entire growth in the grid in the next year. So some of the things, like we as a country, I've traveled a lot in the world. My wife's from the Philippines. We've never dealt with brownouts and blackouts and like those sort of things. To Jackie's point, it's probably worth everybody's time and attention to go look at where our grid really is and how precarious that might be. And some of the things these guys had on earlier can be very important pieces of that in creating some of this stability, especially if we get a little bigger. Right now, we're frankly insignificant other than in certain local areas. We can't really help the grid on a national basis. We can only do it in West Texas and a few other places locally.
And maybe you guys can also react to there's a new, I was just reading about this yesterday, the day before. The Biden administration just released a plan to penalize oil and gas companies by imposing fees of $900 and $1,500 on every excess ton of methane emissions for oil fields. This is the first time there's been a federal price slapped onto greenhouse gas pollution. So do you guys see this as an opportunity for Bitcoin miners who can work at flare gas sites to try to capture more of that? And or are you worried that this kind of a fee is going to potentially cause certain oil and gas companies, especially the smaller ones, to decrease production?
Well, yeah, they're certainly faced with a number of challenges. It's a very serious matter. Whereas you used to have to sell the oil and gas operator on the idea of placing money on the site. Now, if you tell them I can take your flare away or greatly reduce it, they won't. When can you start? That's a situation in some parts of the country now. But they've had this problem with caps before, and some operators run into the problem where they did it too much and they have to shut down operations. So you would think that, well, let's build pipelines. The pipelines are long-term capital projects, and they build them for long-term production. And when you use modern methods of oil extraction and drilling, you have high initial production and a decline. So they have to build the pipelines for the terminal production. And so we're going to produce a lot of this gas. We have to consume it. We have to help them. Otherwise, it's going to stop. And that would be a big problem.
Well, this is another area where, for example, public policy really comes into play, because organizations that are policy advocacy groups in DC for our industry are very likely to be fighting against this, because there's so many other tentacles to something like that. Once you open Pandora's box to that type of binding and regulatory environment, it can go on and on and on. So
that's the real goal.
yeah, exactly. So let's kind of move on to, I'm not sure if the roof's going to blow off on this one. Let's talk about ordinals a little bit. For those that don't know, because I hear different versions of how people describe it. So I thought a really good one actually came out of a journalist at Forbes magazine. He's pretty good. He knows our industry really well. For those that don't know what ordinals are, they're the equivalent of NFTs on the Bitcoin blockchain, and they use Satoshis. So they're basically a new method of creating NFTs or meme tokens, other assets, creative assets frequently, that kind of stuff. And the launch of ordinals has been really controversial in the Bitcoin community because some people believe that it opens up the blockchain to spam email, and basically there's a lot of people who feel like there's really no place for ordinals on the Bitcoin blockchain. Ocean is a big part of this. Bob, I believe, is on the board of Ocean, so you're on the hot seat, buddy.
Well, and to expand on it, so the reason for the controversy is that Ocean, which is a new pool launched in late November of this year. I also have to back up a little bit for those who's not familiar. So when the Bitcoin network is sitting out there right now, there's something called the mempool. And at this point in time, there's somewhere on the order of 250,000 transactions waiting to get included in the block. A block on average can only include about 3,000 transactions though. So there has to be some criteria by which those creating what are called the block templates, which are what miners try to mine, make those choices. Now the truth of the matter is, right now, there are only 15 points in the network where that decision gets made, which are there 15 active pools, 6 of which control about 90% of the hash rate. Okay. So all of them have to have some criteria. There is some people call it censorship, but everybody has to have some criteria by which they're going to choose which 3,000 out of the 250,000. And so there is a set of filters that people have to decide to use. Now, most of the time, and this is, I don't know if you call it a dirty secret or not, but all of the pools will not just line up the most expensive ones or the ones that have the highest. They will, for instance, do things like, if they have to make a transaction, the pool has to, let's say, pay out to a miner, they will include that fee or that transaction at a very low fee or no fee and send it out, thereby technically kicking out some other ordinals. So the ordinals debate, there are stamps and ordinals and BRC20 tokens and all these things, which are typically attempts to use the Bitcoin blockchain to, as Jackie said, we'll keep it simple, to do things like NFTs on Bitcoin. Some people believe that those are spam. They tend on a per transaction basis to pay more though. However, they take a lot of space often, and they take advantage of something called the witness discount, which basically means they cram a lot of data into a section of the transaction that is at a discount. So there's a lot more beneath that. So Ocean, when it launched, in its core template, had a filter set up that didn't allow a lot of the ordinals or BRC tokens to go in their transactions. It caused quite an uproar about what is censorship and all those sorts of things. And I'm sure everybody has an opinion about are they good or bad. I'm not a big fan of them. I'm probably less vehement in my opposition to them, to some, but probably way more vehement in my opposition to them than others. However, the big thing in my mind is actually not ordinals. The big thing is how are block templates created and how many people or different organizations are creating block templates. Because right now we only have these 15 points. And we are, as a network, very subject to true censorship, which is an OFAC or an SEC or an IRS or the Chinese government, by the way, 4 of the big six schools are Chinese-based, coming in and doing real censorship, which I believe is a directed action to prevent a person or an organization from participating in the network. What Ocean is really about, actually, is creating a structure so that every miner can choose their own template. So you can be part of the pool, but actually create your own template. And what Ocean will do, since we've been on a hot seat, but I think it's been misinterpreted, is we'll allow you to pick whatever one you want. You pick and put whatever criteria you want into the template. We encourage all the miners to do it because ultimately it is the mechanism by which we become censorship resistant as a network.
I'm going to take a little different to Bob. I'm going to take a different kind of angle on it, and yeah, I think it's fun. We can disagree on stuff makes for a more interesting panel, and really just kind of hit it at a conceptual level of inscriptions on the blockchain, period, right? And Bitcoin is simply the most valuable database that the world has ever seen, right? To kind of simplify some of this stuff and use broad strokes. So as such, the data space within the database is exceptionally coveted, right? And if you're inscribing transactions or pictures of wizards or monkeys or your will or your real estate contract or medical records, there are a shitload of use cases for blockchain technology, and more specifically, the most valuable blockchain data space of all time, which is Bitcoin, right? So, number one, right? And then I think as you look at how does that impact miners? So taking one quick step back, miners derive their revenue basically from two factors: from the block subsidy, which gets cut in half at the halving, and from transaction fees. So if you think about this super valuable data space, it's almost like there's an auction at all times to inscribe something on the blockchain. And if there's more competition for that space, because now there's monkeys trying to get on the blockchain and transactions and wills and all these things, it's logical to think that the price, the winning bid is going to be more expensive, i.e. transaction fees go up, right? And that's good for miners. So if you're looking at it straight up from an economic perspective, which is how miners, largely look at running their for-profit businesses, it's advantageous for there to be competition for this block space because it increases revenue and profit, right? So then there's the whole Bitcoin can't be for everyone. It was designed to be for everyone. Then there's the piece of markets are efficient. So it's a free market, an open free market. And our monkey JPEG is going to be perpetually sustainable to pay high transaction fees forever and ever and ever? I don't know, right? It's going to be those that will last, or those whatever gets inscribed in the blockchain on a forward-looking basis, perpetually is going to be a byproduct of who can pay. So I'm moving that because I think that's something.
And I'm going to ask us to be a little brief just as we have lunch.
Yeah, I'll go real quick. Just follow up on what you said. You guys knocked it out of the park. At the end of the day, it's a free market bidding system. So, I'm happy as a miner to, collect the highest fees to stamp in that scarce block space. Do I think that long term that, spending $100,000 worth of Bitcoin to stamp a picture of a turtle with a bow tie on is going to be an efficient use of Bitcoin's block space? No, personally, I don't. I think it's kind of bad. There are other, blockchains that really don't, that aren't really like money, which is what Bitcoin is, that would be much better for that type of stuff. Do I think there will be a niche market for Bitcoin ordinals and, super rare and expensive, pieces of art? I think there will continue to be that, but the average individual, I do not think it's sustainable. Just because Bitcoin, is so scarce, and the block space is so scarce, that they're using it as money and collateral, I feel like it's a much better use case for Bitcoin. That's my personal opinion, of course, right? The market can prove me wrong. If it wants to keep printing, $100,000 turtle pictures for the next 10 years, I'm not going to complain. Just like you could get from here to California in a bicycle, some people might take that once in a lifetime trip, but most people can hop on a plane and, get there that way, right? So, free market decides at the end of the day.
Ultimately, I think this is an artifact of the early days of Bitcoin, when
the Bitcoin price is high enough, and the volume of money moving on the Bitcoin network is high enough, a lot of these non-monetary uses are going to be priced out. So it probably does solve itself to some extent. I don't care for it. If people want to fly their beanie baby collection across the Pacific on first class, a lot of airlines will sell that ticket. But I think the more general thing here is that we as miners do need to step up and exercise our sort of citizenship duties here in terms of choosing the transactions. I expect that there will be increasing strategic values in owning and controlling assets as businesses and potentially sovereign.
So on that real quickly.
I'm sorry, I wanted that, because I think these guys talked about block space scarcity, speed and points, is really important. I want to give you guys a couple numbers. They're very important. Each year, there are about 53,000 blocks processed. There's nothing that can be done to change that number. There's only room, I'll be in the maximum, there's only room for about 4,000 transactions per block. That means that there's room in any given year for just over 200 million transactions. Now, there are 8 billion people in the world. There are 330 million companies in the world, and they will compete for whatever the reason is, whether it's monkeys or sending money overseas or whatever. They will compete for that. That is a commodity. That space is a commodity. It will be the most valuable digital commodity in the world, that space. It is absolutely scarce, just like Bitcoin is. Like Satoshi created the two really only absolutely scarce things in the world, amazingly, Bitcoin itself and the block space. I've said this a few times, but never in a bigger public forum. A lot of people think the mining industry is eventually going to kind of merge with the energy companies. There's a lot of that. I actually believe that's going to get usurped by the financial services companies, who will realize that controlling those 200 million transactions, that's the world central bank in the future. Those 200 million transactions are the world central bank. It is the financial services companies that will come for that space, and they will pay anything for it.
You literally read my mind. I was going to ask you about, with the mining and the space issue, do you guys, and maybe the rest of you can answer, see financial services companies, AKA the BlackRocks of the world, potentially coming in looking to control pieces of that? And also, Bob touched on something a little earlier, which I never thought of, and I wanted to ask about this, which is, do you also see, when you were talking about censorship, is there a possibility that you could have government entities trying to take over some of the hash space and the approvals, if you will, to create another weapons for sanctions?
Yes, and we have. That's why my passion is for the I understand the ordinance debate. I really don't care about it that much. What I care about is hundreds and thousands of different authentic creators. If we only have 15, those governments, not just the US government, the Chinese government, other governments, will figure out a way to control that. It's too easy to control.
Yeah, you're spot on. I'm going to be brief. You're completely correct. And the catalyst for the want is because of the value of blockchain. It's because Bitcoin, right? So institutions, why do you think they came out with ETFs? Because there's money to be made in that space, right? They're not doing it to be like noble. It's not a noble conquest or quest. They're doing it because there's a lot of opportunity and there's a lot of power that can be derived from participation.
I think you mentioned BlackRock and sort of financial services companies trying to acquire miners. There's been a lot of that, public miners, BlackRock especially, buying up these public mining companies, et cetera. I'm going to take actually raise a point here that we haven't touched on yet, which is the fact that the public mining companies' share of the mining hash rate in the world has actually gone down. So even though we've seen this industry start to commercialize, this is just a kudos to the decentralization of the system. And not many people realize this. You expect with marathons and riots and all these different companies, you expect that the public mining companies would actually, grab more of the global hash power and hash rate and centralize more. But what we've actually seen over the past couple of years is the complete opposite. The smaller players and the private miners like myself, I know Bob, Steven, Blockware is not a public company, I believe. So, the smaller and medium guys are growing just as much, if not more, having to deal with all the burden and overhead and all the stuff that a publicly traded company has to deal with is actually hindrance in a lot of ways. So this is a huge win. Earlier, someone said that it was Gary said that there are downsides to decentralization, but there's actually also tremendous benefits, right? It's always about trade-offs, but I think this is an important trade-off to take note of and to realize. You don't usually see this in many industries, right? Once Wall Street gets a hold of something and it's institutionalized, commercialized, they actually grow and grow and grow. But we've actually seen the opposite with the mining industry, which is fascinating.
A few years ago, it seemed like we were heading in that direction of centralization. I learned over the last couple of years a lot about the American oil and gas industry, and it was a very decentralized industry for a long time. Mainly sort of mom and pop producers. We're finding that too, thousands of small miners, undoubtedly. Some of what we're seeing is I believe Russia's coming online with more and more hash. And the reasons that they might be mining is not necessarily for censorship, but to be assured that their own transactions can go through. And let's say if you have 1/1000th of the network hash rate, you could be assured that you will mine your own transaction within a week or so, something like that. And so there are a lot of institutions for whom that might be a real strategic value. And you can imagine that there's some software products and platforms and services that would benefit from being assured of being able to mine their own transactions, regardless of who says you're blocked.
It's an interesting topic, which kind of leads to the last thing I think we have time for, although I'm going to ask each one of you the same question at the end before we pack it in. As many of you know, there's the Elizabeth Warren bill that has been put before the Senate. It's called the Digital Asset Anti-Money Laundering Act. Essentially, big time. Essentially, if this thing were to pass, it essentially would kill the entire crypto industry in America. But almost unbelievably onerous burden on the industry. And so a question for the miners, and I hope they can understand that the people who are really at the center of the target of this legislation are the miners and the node operators, because they know you guys are the heart of the body. And if they go after the heart of the body, good luck to everybody else. So there, as far as I know, I think someone said earlier, this is bipartisan. It was not as of last week. It is 20 Democrats. So it's a big lift for all the policy organizations in Washington to try to change hearts and minds on the Democrat side of the House and the Senate. It's just a fact. So my question for you guys is, how do you engage on the public policy side? Do you engage? And if you don't, please see me after and we will talk about the digital chamber.
Yes, I'm on the board of advisors at Satoshi Action Fund, operate a little bit of folks in your organization, Bitcoin Policy Institute. Earlier there was the whole thing about, Bitcoin marketing. This is kind of, we have the same issue in kind of lobby and we have to, as an industry, support these folks because they're on the front line of the state and the federal level. And it's going to be important in other countries as well, not just in the United States. So I personally and my company are very strong supporters. I think it's going to be difficult for like Elizabeth Warren to do what she's trying to do, but the threat is it's greater than a 0% chance this gets through, right? And we have to take it seriously because, we're fighting for, I think, the future of our children and our grandchildren. It's existential. So we have to take it in a maximum level of seriousness.
Yeah, I think it's just show up and tell the true story, which is a good story. And you see a lot of organizations, like Dennis Porter, so Social Action Fund, doing a lot of great work on this front. But it starts with miners showing up in jurisdictions that benefit from their presence, right? A lot of these areas are de-industrial parts of the country that have been, beaten down over time, that have significant power infrastructure in place, high job market coming in there, partnering with politicians, because at the end of the day, we are consuming power, which lowers power costs for these areas and create costs. And that's a really good story to be able to tell and just getting out there. So at Blocker, we operate primarily in Eastern Kentucky, which is basically exactly the area that I just described, and partner with politicians because it's good business for us and it creates good. It's a good news story. So just tell it.
I think the good news is that I read a stat the other day that like Elizabeth Warren's proposed like 100 bills, and not a single one of them's been passed. So. I think again, we don't want to rest on our laurels here.
Yeah.
It's not off to a good start. She's not an honest broker. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah, she's very ineffective in terms of passing regulation.
She I don't know. She's a very dishonest individual, in my opinion. But as far as sort of getting involved, I think there was a good point brought up earlier that the benefit of the detriment of decentralization is like not a coordinated sort of marketing sort of thing, right? So we do have to actively engage right now. And when I first came to this space, Jack, you mentioned earlier, kind of like what's the emotional aspect of kind of why are we doing what we're doing? And to me, when I first found out about Bitcoin and I went down the rabbit hole of learning about, what is money, and I was like, oh my goodness, like how can I participate in this, right? What does it truly mean to be permissionless, right? As a miner, anybody can be a miner, anybody can participate. And to me, that was just insanely powerful. And like, well, I'm not really super technical. Like, I was like a jock and an athlete. I wasn't really a computer guy to start out with. So, I went on, online and did research and learned. And how could I participate? And to me, mining was like the most accessible way for me to just sort of plug into the system and support the system, right? We talked about energy. I'll never apologize, for using energy to support this decentralized, permissionless censorship money for the whole of humanity, right? So I think it's a beautiful thing there. And if anybody's interested in getting involved here in the state of Florida, I highly recommend reaching out to Samuel Arms, who spoke earlier. Consensus Protocol, my company is a member of the Florida Business and Blockchain Association. Very reasonable organization. They've already achieved some good goals, the anti-CBDC stuff. So if you're interested, definitely reach out.
Yeah, I think these organizations are worthy of our support. I've spent a lot of energy on political causes before. My focus now is loading mining machines. Every time I load another machine, I feel like I'm loading a battle tank for the monetary revolution. So,
yeah, it's a great point. Thank you, guys. I guess I'll just try to wind it up by saying that there's a big election coming up, as everybody knows, lots of them across the country this year, and these issues will be on the ballot. So try to make sure you know the positions of the people that you're voting for, because if we get people on elected who are not in favor of our industry, we're all going to get super distracted over the next couple of years, and we're trying to prevent that. So thanks everybody.
All right. We're going to do a little housekeeping with some of our prizes and goodies because it's just good fun. Hey guys. All right, we do have Bitcoin and futures coming up in just a moment. Market science. Shucks. I love track of him. All right. Well, we might have to circle back. Okay, so. Okay, we're gonna take care of just a little bit of our incentive fun. John is gonna do a drawing game. The game is for one of our ballet milli coins, which is a physical bearer. Oh, hey, Sean. Oh, yeah. Hey, what's happening? Yeah, I wanted my friend Sean Osborne here from Bequest Legacy Investing to give us a super quick, what you guys are up to. Tell us why you're here, why you joined us this weekend today.
Yes. Nice to see everybody. Bequest Funds, we're in Sarasota, Florida. We met a few people here from different events that we've had there. We are a fund operator and manager we are Reg Ds, so accredited investors. We started out as an income fund, giving 10-11% per returns with no investment. And along that way, our partners were investing in Bitcoin mining, and ran across Steve Smith, who spoke up here a little bit ago. We partnered. We have a joint venture that we just opened and closed last month, and another one just opened. We raised 1.3 million last month for Bitcoin mining in North Dakota, and we look to raise 1.5. North Dakota.
Event coming up, you're promoting a little bit. Tell us.
February 22nd at the Artivation Hotel, we have our Platinum Investor event. You get a flyer over at our desk.
That's in Sarasota, Florida. All right. Thank you, everybody, for indulging me right there. It's been fun to get to know Mark and Sean. Now, John, are you ready?
I am ready.
He's got a milli coin.
I am ready. So I have another one of these beautiful ballet coin, physical Bitcoins, 1 troy ounce of copper. So that's not worth it as much as the physical Bitcoin 0.001 BTC. And Jorge, would you draw a ticket for me, please? All right, ticket number 089014. 014. All right. Come on up. All right, and then next we are going to do a drawing. So Bitcoin Ben is obviously offered to give away $2,100 worth of Bitcoin. He's going to zap it to you right to your Bitcoin wallet. Whoever the winner is, that's what this drawing is for. $2,100 worth of Bitcoin. Let's let Susan do the honors. $2,100 worth of Bitcoin. 089138.
Not here, draw another.
Yeah. I know. Gotta be present to win. Let's go.
138. Last call. Going once. Twice. Okay.
Oh, drawn, huh? High stakes.
For $2,100, 089079. Woo! 079. Oh my goodness. Going once. Going twice. I hear a loud scream. All right, one more time. 089071. 071. All right, there you go. We have a winner. All right. You want to do silent auction? Or you want me to do it? We had okay, so let's see your ticket, sir. Because this is just, you got it. So just see, oh, here he is. All right, guys will work that out. Okay, so we also had a silent auction going on in the exhibitor room, and we were auctioning off this piece of art from the Essence of Bitcoin. And I'll let Susan tell us who the winner is.
The winner here of this, it's called Energy in Motion, is Marcunas. Thank you.
Yeah. And we do have one other silent auction thing. It's still available. It's going to close 5 minutes after the end of the next panel. And I'm going to let Ed here tell you about it.
Perfect. How many of you have been to a Bitcoin conference in Miami in the last 3 years? Okay, so you're all pretty much aware of it. So we've got an industry pass on silent auction. The price of that today is $1,299. By the time the conference comes, it'll be $29.99. That'll get you into the first day of the conference, which is Thursday. It's a more exclusive day. Also gets you into the enterprise hall and the mining stage. It's a more potent pass. So I think the current bid is $120 for a $1,299 today pass. Get over there before 5 minutes. After this panel, get the bids in. All the money from that ticket sale goes to Bitcoin Day Naples. Perfect.
Hey, thanks for indulging us. That was so much fun. And now even more fun yet ahead.
All right, let's have some fun. All right, Bitcoin and the future. Let's start with some woo-woo, right? Because it's not a Bitcoin event unless we have some woo-woo. And there's a lot of experts here. So when you're thinking about the future and you're planning for your future, these are really smart people. Investment managers, miners, these are some of the smartest people. When you think about the future, you think about psychics, horoscopes, fortune tellers. That's how you think about the future. That's who you go to when you think about the future. And just so you guys know, I'm mentioning it because it is today, tonight at 8 p.m. Pluto goes into Aquarius, and that only happens every 248 years. And 248 years ago, it was 1776. That was the birth of America. It hasn't happened since. And it won't happen again. Of course, Ben back there, all right, and he's all about the woo-woo. So just so you know, when the price starts going nuts, all right, we are in Aquarius. And that is a real big deal, all right? So, okay, we're going to talk about the future in respect to what these fantastic people do here. We had a fill-in, one of my favorite people, Cedric. I'm not sure if he's an expert on Bitcoin in Black America, but we're going to find out because those are my notes here I want to talk about. So let's introduce the panel and start. So Leonard, tell me about yourself.
Yeah, I think you set the stage very nicely with the 1776. My name is Leonard Notman. I'm originally from Germany. I fled the old continent in 2007. And it keeps following me for some reason. Really an honor to be here. I founded Byte Federal together with two friends in 2016. I fell into the Bitcoin rabbit hole in 2011. So pretty early, my background is computer science. And
check it, there we go. Edulane, I'm completely unprepared. I thought it was going to be the future of Bitcoin, not Bitcoin future stuff. I have no idea what I'm going to talk about here. I'm with the Bitcoin conference, been with them about a year. I have the dubious task of trying to grow the Bitcoin conference out of the early adopter phase and into the early majority phase. How do we get it to be more than just a bunch of early adopter maxis, although it's quite a few of them, 25,000. It's about growing it into the enterprise stage, growing it into the next level of adoption.
Are you the marketing team?
The whole company is the marketing team. BTC is sometimes considered the marketing department of Bitcoin.
Yeah, sorry guys, I'm here to bring the anarchy. So, I'm Michelle Weekly. I lived in DC for 12 years. I fled the country, lived abroad, learned a lot of things, saw a lot of corruption, ended up in Bitcoin, and now I work for this gentleman here. I do digital product development for Byte Federal, and we are working to build the future of Bitcoin.
Hello, my name is Cedric Gelmelman. By day, I mine fiat as a corporate accounting consultant. I mostly work in Fortune 500 companies, so I definitely like running the numbers. At night, I have a Bitcoin podcast called the Bitcoin Matrix. We explore the philosophical, cultural, and social economic implications of Bitcoin, and put me on Team Anarchy. I'm also on the Bitcoin marketing team, and I think Satoshi's the greatest marketer of all time. Bitcoin is the first asset to reach $1 trillion in 15 years. I mean, that's an incredible feat, and probably the first asset definitely to reach $5 trillion. So I think Satoshi is the greatest market of all time. Maybe we'll get into that.
Let's do that first, actually. Michelle mentioned that, and she has something to say about the marketing team for Bitcoin. So let's start with that.
It's a feature, not a bug, that there's no bug. Let's be very clear about that. This is a feature. There is no CEO, there is no COO, there is no C-suite team, there are no managers, there are no marketers, and it is a feature, not a bug, because we are sick and tired of being told what we can and cannot do.
Amen to that. Speaking of, everyone knows Bitcoin's a cult. So if this is your first event, welcome. All right, we hope to see you again. There's many of these events all over the world, actually, but we know that Bitcoin is, we joke about it, that it is a cult. And what we have here is a very entrenched cult leader of conferences, all right, who is very involved with the large Bitcoin conferences that the Bitcoin magazine puts on, as well as things like this. This is not easy, guys. So what sort of future do conferences play in the future of Bitcoin? And is this critical for Bitcoin adoption, in your opinion, the conferences?
Yeah, okay, so let me, I'll start with the story on that. Bought my first Bitcoin in 2011, didn't know what I was doing, and moved to Amsterdam for a couple of years, 17, 18, and just got entrenched in the meetups, got to figure out what I was doing around that time frame. Never went to a meetup with more than maybe 50 people. 100 people would be a huge group. And I'd been in manufacturing for 30 years. When I heard about this Bitcoin conference in 2021 in Miami, I'm like, well, I've been to manufacturing conferences my whole life. What is a Bitcoin conference going to be? I took my 12-year-old son because Zebedee was going to have a whole gaming village, and then he was going to enjoy that. And when Bukele came on the screen and announced that they were making it the legal tender of El Salvador, I'm crying. My whale friend next to me is crying. My 12-year-old looks up at me. He's like, Dad, what's going on? And I look at him, I go, oh, shit, I got my son in a cult. and he's fully interested now. But I actually wrote an article on this because it keeps coming up, this word cult, right? And is it a leaderless cult? Is it more like flat earthers? Is it, how does this all fit in? And to me, it doesn't matter, because what I came away from the Bitcoin Conference 21 with is like, holy crap, here's 15,000 people that I can identify with. 15,000 new friends, 15,000 people that we all share the same set of values, this thing that we're interested in. The conference has since grown since then, but what I think is going to happen is the same way in manufacturing. You don't have a manufacturing conference. You have a plastics conference. You have a textile technology conference. You have whatever these niches are. And we now see some mining conferences. We see, Wall Street conferences. Our conference in particular, we're creating kind of that village atmosphere, where you're going to have the mining village, you're going to have the degens over in the ordinals, you're going to have the enterprise. And they all come together under this common theme. But to have this one Bitcoin conference where everybody talks about the same thing all day is not going to happen. The same way that, some people stepped out for mining, some people step out for this. You're going to get more niche and more niche to the point where people say, this is where I fit in, this is where I belong in this new revolution.
So then are conferences a critical part of Bitcoin adoption? How necessary is this? How necessary are these 15 and 20,000 person events? Is it helping? Is it a key part of education? How do you see the future? Do you see more? Because that was a joke the other day on Twitter. Somebody said, I got an idea. Another Bitcoin conference. Because there was quite a few.
Yeah, there are quite a few right now. I mean, you could literally travel the world and do one every week. There's only 1 week this year that there's not a conference somewhere in the world. And so, we kind of base it off of certain pillars. And that's connecting. We have to connect with other people, transacting, learning, and then somehow getting hired, getting a job in this business. And so they serve a function. Do you need to go to a conference to be part of this? Absolutely not. But like any industry, they do serve a function. They help move things along. A lot of the conferences, whether it's CES or
DEF CON or manufacturing conferences, they provide this place for people to connect, do business, learn, and hire people. And that's kind of what the conferences do for us.
So bullish on Bitcoin conferences. Okay.
All conferences. I think they're all.
Fiat conferences, Swift conferences?
Well, I mean,
I've never heard of a WhatsApp conference. You know, maybe they exist.
Yeah, and I mean, I go to Money 2020, I go to CBOS, I go to these financial service conferences, and that's where the business gets done. So how do we bring those people? They're already attending the Bitcoin conference. I mean, we look down our email list and do some scraping, and there were 17 people from Fidelity at our conference. There was like 24 people from Merrill Lynch, right? I mean, they're at our conference. It's just kind of a little incognito. They're all over Wall Street. So now we got to just bring them into the fold in the language they speak, not Bitcoin Ben's language.
Initiate them in the call. What's up, Cedric?
I don't think the conferences do anything for Bitcoin, but I think the conferences do a lot for people. And I think it's really hard to be a Bitcoiner and rock this without meeting other people in real life. So the conferences, the meetups, they give you that opportunity to meet people, find out you're not crazy. It's okay to sound like this, and you're in a call, you're just learning about it. But I think the conferences are really just important about people. Bitcoiners care. And maybe some great things and synergy comes out of either meeting each other and ideas look great. That's great. That can happen at any conference. And that's what people are yearning for right now. And I find in my real life that it's really hard to connect in fiat. Like it takes like 6 hours to level set with someone to get through small talk. Be like, so you know money not paid, right? And so that gives you just a lot of small talk. I think the conferences are great to meet. And I don't think there's a community, but I do think that Bitcoiners are somewhat like-minded, that they're looking for truth and answers. So you can find other people that are searching for things that might be similar. It's not you're gonna like the same music or like the same clothes or vote the same way or anything like that. I mean, it's just money at the end of the day. You know, when Bitcoin becomes ubiquitous, it'd be like having a dollar. It doesn't make a lot of sense. We don't brag about our dollar investments and talk about the dollar anymore. Bitcoin would come like that. We don't need it.
I disagree. I mean, Money 2020 and CBOS, and there are plenty of dollar conferences.
All right, Michelle. So, Byte Federal, now Director of Product. So, Michelle, from my understanding, is focused on merchants, right? And merchant adoption has been something that we've talked about in Bitcoin forever. And it's not easy. It's not easy. Why do they need Bitcoin and how do you get them on? And now there's a second POS and all of these kind of complicated things here. So, you're focused on these type of tools, and it's a tough area. So what do you see for the future of merchant adoption, both with Byte Federal and just in general? What is going to be the turning point when merchants would even be motivated to take Bitcoin? And by the way, nobody uses Bitcoin, you know, in reality, right? But what's going to be the turning point? What's the future for that?
Well, people do use Bitcoin outside of the United States. So I think when we talk about Bitcoin adoption, we have to realize that there are a lot of different use cases. And in the United States, there's a slower growth because there are all of these ingrained fiat systems, and the fiat machine is really fighting against Bitcoin. But if you go down to Latin America, other places in the world, Africa, adoption is massive and it's happening now. So I think, you know, and Mark can chime in, but we have sort of a dual mindset in building. And one is for the areas that are ready and that are adopting now. And so we've launched tools that can be used to create circular economies, you know, places like down in El Zante, where people do need real money, they need a store of value. And then we also have to build for areas like the United States that are being regulated into oblivion, which is definitely more of a challenge. So there's a lot of different challenges, but we are trying to create the tools for people to transact in a parallel economy so that we don't have to track Wall Street or markets or puts or whatever all that was. Because most people don't want to have to do that. They don't want to have to invest their money so that they can keep their money. They just want to earn real money, which is Bitcoin, which over the long haul, if they're earning Bitcoin, it's going to retain value.
I wanted to chime in and also harken back a little bit to the cult idea. This country, 1776, the Continental Congress was also perceived by the British as a kind of a cult for a while. So I think there's this period where the Bitcoiners started out as small little weirdos, and then the beauty of this decentralized system and offering really the first non-violent way of opting out has grown into something massive. And we did actually in Sarasota our first meetup, I think, over there. There was like 5 people in 2012. So yeah, it's grown extremely well. And then you come to the point where you say, okay, so we're investing, we're mining, we're seeing some form of adoption in the general public. But at some point we're supposed to use this thing, right? It's supposed to be hard money, and it should have an ethical form, or allow us to have an ethical interaction with each other rather than using credit of some Wall Street bank or a bank that facilitates bombing some Middle Eastern countries. So we were actually, after building our ATMs and going through all of this, we were watching the merchant space, as I'm coming back to this real quick, and nothing much happened actually on the technical side, as we're a technology company. And so we just decided 2 years ago to jump in and build the device, not knowing where this was going to take us and if there's actually ever going to be any market for it. And Michelle went out a few weeks ago, and we deployed our first POS in Sarasota at a gas station. Did I think the first gas transaction, someone paid with Lightning for gas in the United States. I think we were the first, maybe. Anyway, 500,000. Thank you. And so the POS sits on that counter now, and we have people drive there for hours to get to that location and pay with Bitcoin, which is really, really cool and gratifying in many ways.
I think Bitcoin has really nailed store of value, and now we're working to solve the unit of exchange.
I'm actually not bullish on merchant adoption and payments and things. And I've been to El Salvador 3 times where it's required that you must accept Bitcoin, and there's a government-sponsored wallet that makes it very easily and unified to do that, right? And if you're a Fortune 500 company like a McDonald's or a Walmart, or even paying for your passport or visa when you enter in the country, yes, you can pay for Bitcoin, and it's more of a novelty. You know, the conferences here, and it's sort of a niche thing, and there's the debit cards and some things that you can do to spend your Bitcoin. But if you think about it, the local flower shop or bakery or lunch, okay, if you had the option and you saw that pay with Bitcoin here, are you really going to spend the best the best appreciating asset that we've seen? Are you really going to spend the hardest money first? Because I'll get my airline miles, all right, and I'll pay the bill when it comes in, and I'll keep my Bitcoin. So I personally am not really a very bullish on this. What did I just kill the mood? I'm sorry, guys.
This part of it is taking a long time to develop. I want to just one quick story. I just remember this event when my dad got his credit card in the mail, and he looked at it. He was like, "Nobody's ever going to accept this." Threw it away. All right.
There's also another aspect, which watching all of these amazing panels before, wonderful discussions. I love the energy and the debate. It was beautiful, only in America. And I have to say, if you compare what's happened with Bitcoin compared to the internet adoption, I mean, most of you in this room remember how the internet came about, and then it was this massive wave around 2000, and all of a sudden it's everywhere. With Bitcoin, there is an immense force by the political system and financial system to stop and slow it down as much as they possibly can. They have everything to lose, including at some point, I really firmly believe, elections on blockchain, cryptographically secured end to end. So they have a lot to lose, and that you can see this break in the room. It's glowing hot. I think we would be already on some form of cryptocurrency standard, using it every day. The same, we had the same type of permissibility, if you will, in the United States, letting innovation just run with it. And so I truly believe, if you take an example, your wallet, your bank app could have Bitcoin side by side to your regular bank account. It could have, at this point, theoretically, an algorithm that starts buying and selling Bitcoin on the side behind, even without you noticing. And you could just go to a merchant who gives you a 5 or 10% discount because he's not going to have any chargeback problems. But all of these things technologically were solved if you were years ago. But when you actually, like us, try to go into this arena and implement and put them in front of people, the complication that Anessa mentioned, the regulations are completely insane, crippling, and expensive. So you have to kind of rule through it, and we all are. But it's a much slower adoption of the technology into the real world than other technologies that we've seen in the past.
I don't think that's necessarily because of the mandates, because like you said, the regulatory hurdles to do what you have to do just to put a product out are incomprehensible.
All right, so Leonard, since we have some Bitcoin ATM experts up here, let's talk about the future of the Bitcoin ATM. I had the second one in New York City, right behind Charlie Shred, who probably jumped out of here early. He had the first in Midtown. Thankfully, I didn't go to prison or get busted for my little one on the Lower East Side. But we had a Bitcoin ATM, and you know, there's one-way ATMs, there's two-way ATMs. You can walk up to a machine and cash out $40, $60, which is incredibly convenient through Bitcoin, especially with Lightning and some of the other things that they're integrating. Or you can walk up to a machine and feed $200 and buy some Bitcoin. So in a cashless future, right, which is what everyone's talking about, in a cashless future, what is the future of ATMs in general and Bitcoin ATMs if we are moving to like a cashless society?
And I want to also keep this a little bit shorter on as a response, but in general, I think a cashless society is very far in the future, in my perspective, because we were talking about bearer instruments. Right now, there are really only two bearer instruments, and one is a half bearer instrument. Because if you walk with dollars, the government owns half of it and is destroying it, or even more. So the real bearer instrument, especially on the digital side, is just Bitcoin. For a long period, there's going to be a transitioning aspect. I think these ATMs, their opponent, if you will, is a retail banking branch. So we see them as putting all potential cryptocurrency related financial services on those machines and allowing people anywhere in the convenience of going to a gas station or convenience store to be able to go in and out from one digital bearer instrument that supports freedom to another digital bearer instrument that supports freedom to a wide degree. But at some point, you're right, at some point we may all be just digital currencies, and I think then they've basically done their job as a long-term on-ramp. So that would not hurt my feelings at all. I just really want to facilitate that ability for anybody to walk up anywhere in the country and take a dip into and get started with cryptocurrency.
You know, between Visa, MasterCard, American Express, Discover, Jack Knowledge does some good presentations on this. Is one of them going to take the lead on this and say, yeah, we give in, we need to be able to accept this on our current POS systems, or are they all going to just keep fighting it to the end?
I think we heard before that they're kind of doing both at the same time, right? In the backroom deals, they're working on ways to take advantage of it and then sell part of their company to Circle or so. And on the other hand, they're fighting tooth and nail, paying the lobbyists to stop it. I honestly don't know. They have had a lot of time to implement any of this technology. I mentioned actually to one of you here at the conference. It was funny, in 2015 at a conference in Miami, actually. A Visa sent one guy to the conference, and he came with a little notebook and a pen, and he walked around and he stood in front of me and said, like, I'm from Visa. This Bitcoin thing, what should we do? In your opinion, what should we do? And I'm like, I don't know. What are you trying to do? Well, at Visa, we're trying to take advantage of these technologies. I'm like, okay, so why don't you adopt Bitcoin? And we were talking back and forth, and at the end he realized, after me explaining what Bitcoin does, like, so how do we fit into this picture? And I said, you don't, unless you come up with some better product or service around it. But honestly, I don't know. They have the capital and the manpower to do amazing things in terms of technology and pushing the country forward. Why aren't they doing it? Coinbase similar. Some of these companies have astounding resources And I've heard when we went into the merchant sector, there were a lot of startups before us with point of sale systems, and you just basically all died and withered away because you didn't have enough funding over time. So it's interesting. I think we're just gonna watch it.
Point of sale is a hard space. That's a really tough space to get into. Anyone else want to add about that?
I wanted to just add about cashless societies. I think we need to be really careful about ceding to a cashless society because there's all this conversation about CBDCs. But if the fiat system gets rid of cash, that's your CBDC. They don't have to implement a CBDC if we are in a fully cashless society. They already have full control over your digital money. So it doesn't have to be like labeled or called a CBDC. It's just a cashless society. And so as great as as forward-looking as we are, and I mean, my background is in computer science, I'm all excited about the tech. I think we have to, again, just be very, very careful that we don't cede to a fully cashless society. Keep the ATMs as long as we can.
So Cedric and I, we're both from New York. We're Florida transplants now. And, you know, it's funny because there's the juxtaposition. There's a lot of places that won't even take a credit card. You know, there's a lot of Chinese places on the Lower East Side for great food that's just, it's cash only, or bars in Brooklyn, they're cash only. And then you have this new wave, whether it's post-COVID, it's no cash, you know, no cash at all. So you're seeing this kind of rift in there. I want to go ahead and not hit you, right? But I just want to ask a couple of questions about the Bitcoin ATM there. And a trend that I'm seeing with my company, Lightning Ventures, we invest in Bitcoin startups. And there were a lot of startups that dealt with other coins, right? They had these kind of other crypto things. And, you know, when you really dig into the company, you find out that it's a minuscule amount of their business. It is actually maybe 5% at the most. And when you work with a founder and you say, listen, you can get the entire Bitcoin community to rally around your company. You can get so much goodwill and support if you stop selling Dash, right? You know what I mean? There's like 3 people a year, you know, that use this sort of thing, and kind of the goodwill that comes when you get rid of it. And by the way, it's got to be a headache to maintain 75 other crypto things, right, and the resources that you put into it. So it's a beautiful ATM. It's fantastic. The interface, everything is great. But I couldn't help but notice there was a couple of other things on there that maybe weren't exactly, you know, Bitcoin.
So that question was for me. And the story of Fight Credible goes back to 2016. Even further, if you're this long into Bitcoin, you remember 2013, Litecoin comes out, a lot of people start creating other coins. It was hard, people did it, pump and dump schemes. Most of them disappeared very quickly. The same thing happened with the ICO bubble in 2017. Each time, however, there were amazing technologies developed. People came together, rallied around some new cryptographic ideas. And to me, I'm a libertarian, anarcho-libertarian at heart. I love the market and I love technology in a free, open marketplace fight against each other. So there's a certain agnosticism on my part in terms of what cryptocurrencies people create or provide. Now, granted, 99% of our traffic is all Bitcoin, but sometimes Bitcoin's fees go through the roof. Not everybody has a Lightning wallet, and you can see on the ATM network, people switch and fall over to Litecoin, maybe Dogecoin or some other currencies that at that point are a little bit cheaper for them to send back and forth. When 2017 came along, our company had maybe 3 or 4 different cryptocurrencies. We had to, because of the regulations, we had to be very careful, very judicial in what we put on the network. So Ethereum took a while before we did it, and Dogecoin and some others. It was a very careful deliberation, and similar to what Coinbase did originally. And then all of a sudden, everybody flipped over and put on every single token. And we said, like, no, we're not going to do that. It has to be very decentralized cryptocurrency, something that the SEC is not going to have a problem with, and that we can stand behind it. And so far, you see a couple other coins on there. They're not really. They're basically there to demonstrate the technology that it's possible. Lightning is on there as well. But I think in general, the company says we've always been massively pro Bitcoin, but we're not, how should I say, completely anti any other experiments that people want to do.
And this is my personal opinion, not the opinion of the Bitcoin conference or BTC, and I could get fired for this. So when I interviewed for this job and took this job, I was a Bitcoin maximalist, no doubt about it. However, I have transitioned to become what I call a Bitcoin inclusionist. And what does that mean? All the other people that are working on different projects, working on different cryptocurrencies, working on different blockchains, or even on fiat and stuff, it does us no good to call them shitcoiners. Absolutely no good, right? We have to either say that all these other projects are a test bed for Bitcoin, keep going, work on it, and let us know when you're ready. But these petty battles within the cryptocurrency world and calling other people, it's like you're wasting your life and all this stuff. That's not what's going to move us forward. That's my personal opinion. So, having these other coins on an ATM or any sponsor we get for the conference, I know you're going to have something on this. I've kind of gone like maximalism's not working. We have to be more inclusionist.
Lenart's a radical free market person, which I learned. I'm a Bitcoin maximalist, but you can't really fight the free market, the radical free market position.
I just can't kick one currency out to make another one the singular currency. It just does not work. The problems that I have with the fiat currency, I don't want it supplanted by another, because we had some conversations here, and they should be taken serious. Where BlackRock coming into the Bitcoin space, larger companies taking over, selling the general public paper, and all of a sudden what you had before shifts into what was before. So I really like that competition with Bitcoin. It keeps Bitcoin also on the toes, and you can't relax ever, and you have to make sure that Lightning works very well. And so generally I think it's a good thing, but I totally understand and I get the maximalist. Bitcoin Standard was one of our first free advertisements on the ATM. We really deeply get it, and we have heated debates inside the company about it almost on a daily basis. But I think that's good.
Well, I look at it two ways. I see kind of being a Bitcoiner as like being a pioneer on the Oregon Trail. So, while the earliest people on that trail withstood to gain the greatest riches by making it to Oregon first and got the most acres, the later people got less. The trail is very dangerous. You could sleep at night and not protect yourself and get eaten by a bear. You can get taken down by a river crossing. It's not a safe, guaranteed passage just because you're on the trail. And I really worry, speaking to people trying to figure this thing out, like, I don't want to steer anyone the wrong way. And I know and I have complete faith that Bitcoin is what it is. These other things, 99.9% do turn out to be scams, whether the founder knew it or not. And all of it's going to get absorbed by Bitcoin at the end of the day. So none of them are building on anything that's going to stay there. And the other way I look at it is like what Bitcoin Ben was saying, is like, we're on the Titanic. So if there's a certain amount of lifeboats, 10 lifeboats, and I got 10 kids, like I'm not diversifying into all, 9 of those boats have holes in them. I'm not putting a kid on each boat and one kid on the boat that has no holes. I want us all to get in that boat. And so I think it's clear that all these other things have holes in it. The reason I'm Bitcoin is to get my life back so I can spend it with my family. I just spent my whole life doing everything right, going to school, getting degrees, getting a good job. And no matter what I did, it was really hard to keep up. I was fighting the Red Queens race. So you get a 5% raise and camp goes up 8%. The water bill goes up 9%. Housing goes up 22%. And the only thing that's eliminating all that concern in my life is Bitcoin. It's the only thing that nothing can come between me and the thing. And all these other things that, pre-mines, ICOs, it's all just the fiat waterfall kind of reinvented. And it's a very dangerous game. Some people will do really well, and some great things will come out of it. I just think that it's really important you're going to share information with people to pretty solid information. Right?
Yeah, you're right. I'm a maximalist again. No, I'm kidding. No. Let me clarify that. Okay. So I guess what is more about mutual respect. right? It's about, these are people that they have jobs and they're working on this project, and to demean them and talk about them in ways, it's just that doesn't gain anything, right? So it's like, one day they may be working for you. Because what happens when you tell them, it's like, oh, that project, you're a shitcoin. And then they just say, well, maybe I want to go work on Bitcoin. You've attacked their identity. You've attacked their ego, you know? And so now they have to defend that shitcoin to the end because it's been part of their identity.
I think that's part of the process, though. Bitcoin is like, it's a humiliating thing.
It is.
Like, it's humbling to find out, like, I have degrees, I have masters in accounting, and bachelor's of science in finance. They don't teach any of this stuff in school.
So let me tell you something, going to these Money 2020, to CBOS, to iConnections, these big financial services conferences where I would live in the JP Morgan booth. I mean, it is nicer than my apartment house and everything. I mean, it's just beautiful, and there's sushi, and they have drinks, it's just beautiful. And, you know, Ripple has a massive booth, and Stellar, and Cardano, and Chainlink, big booths. How are they paying for that? We know how they're paying for it. How do they have people in suits my age working for these companies that spent 30 years on Wall Street? We know how they're doing it. But I'm walking around that conference with a press badge going, who's here marketing Bitcoin? Nobody, right? I mean, we don't have a Bitcoin booth at these conferences saying, hey, Wall Street, here's what you can do with Bitcoin. So unless there's these champions within Wall Street that are saying, hey, boss, I think we can do something here with Bitcoin, the Ripple guys are pounding away, taking on the sweeps of the games and golf and everything, and the Cardano guys on the Chainlink, and it works. You know, it works for some things they want to do, and Bitcoin's not getting a fair voice. So if we continue to be maximalist exclusionists, I think we're just delaying the process. Does that make sense?
All of that, but I think there's a protection mechanism here. I mean, whether they're got good intentions or not, I don't know if we want them to intend. And I think we want them to kind of understand the difference crossing that line. I think that's important. I think that's part of the journey to building consensus. And I also think we're looking to wake up the lions and not necessarily the sheep. I mean, we're not going to get to everybody.
I have, if you don't mind, I have this, maybe what's a contrarian viewpoint on both of them. I totally get and understand where you're coming from, especially having seen several cycles of a lot of shitcoinery, people, a lot of pump and dump. We're in a bear market, everybody loves Bitcoin. We're in a bull market, everybody talks about all kinds of fancy shenanigans, and it goes like on and on like that. It's typically parasites come in and take advantage of a financial system. Here in Bitcoin, you can copy a chain, run with it, whatever, make money and rip people off. So I totally get it. But if you zoom in and if you look at it a little bit closer, the ICO bubble and Ethereum kind of did show us that we can replicate stocks and shares on blockchains with the click of a button. Wall Street saw that and freaked out, and they sent their attack dog, the SEC. I believe firmly if we would have let the market go, a lot of people would have lost money, because like you're right, 99% of all startups, from an investor perspective, are a shitcoinery, because you're going to lose your shirt on it. That's the nature of startup businesses. But if we let this bubble play out, and if there wouldn't have been an SEC, I think eventually we would have seen decentralized or centralized auditing firms, probably also on blockchain, that would have created maybe even decentralized people voting on the validity of these different projects. We would have had the market kind of clean itself up, and that I think that would have been a bad thing, because suddenly you can create your own banana stand and capitalize your own company. If you have enough backing and a good track record, you could have raised capital in an instant. And that's of course saying that all of these tokens were more, if you perceive them more as shares and as capital raises, and not so much as competition with Bitcoin, which I think they never really were and never had a chance. Then I think that becomes a little bit of a more differentiated conversation. And I think there's room for all of the innovation, and there's no room for fraudsters whatsoever, under no label.
So, two things real quick, and then maybe we can close that out with where we want to see Bitcoin in 5 to 10 years. So Bitcoin has all the characteristics that you would see in a currency, right, which is no marketing department. You would never see the 2024 World Cup brought to you by the British pound. You know what I mean? You're never going to see something like that. And my only fear with the ATM is you get early people coming in that are kind of new, and we talk in simple heuristics. which is Bitcoin only. That's what I tell my family, that's what I tell my friends, Bitcoin only. That's why we love companies that are Bitcoin only, and our portfolios strikes on all of them because there's no confusion there. You don't show up there and all of a sudden it's, well, what are all these other things, right? The simple heuristic of a child, don't take candy from strangers, okay? There might be a lot of great strangers. They might have some very fine candy. They might be a very safe situation, but that's just good advice that you give that child moving forward. So, all right, so in closing, all right, where do you see Bitcoin in 5 to 10 years?
Well, it depends. We're talking about the United States, I think, is in a very seminal moment right now. I think the adoption in the rest of the planet, if you think of places like Dubai or Southeast Asia, they're just running with the innovation. And I think you'll see massive innovation in the wallets, in the crypto space, maybe even beyond Bitcoin, but maybe Bitcoin will be the main factor and everybody will use it, I think also in the daily life. I think that's in reach within 5 years. Within 10 years, I would like to see really voting and some government activities actually running on-chain. That would be something I can see. It's not just the financial system that's under attack, it's also the political system that's here actually disintermediated. Yeah, on the Bitcoin ATMs, 99.9%, like I said, people do go for Bitcoin and buy it and love and cherish it. So yeah, I think Bitcoin has a bright future. I hope the United States is going to partake in that.
You guys yield your time? Yeah, thanks, I need it. So I've been in this since 2011. Since I've had this job, I come from work and I'm almost like, well, you can see it in my face. Like, what happened? I'm like, everything changed. Every day, you know, it's like every day in this job, it's like, okay, it's changed again. If you go back to the Google Wayback Machine and you look up ordinals 18 months ago, it wasn't even a word. The 21 conference, we had 3 miners. Now it's going to be half of the expo floor. 5 to 10 weeks, I'm not too sure. But if you haven't read Jeffrey Moore's Crossing the Chasm, this is simply a technology adoption curve. That's all it is. I reached out to Jeffrey Moore and I said, hey, we want you to have you speak. He wrote an article on LinkedIn in 21 about Bitcoin. I said, come speak to the Bitcoin conference. He's like, absolutely. What's the use case? We don't have one yet. You know, we're working on it. And he goes, and he's just very academic. He was like, every one of these technologies has a use case, has a beachhead, has the things that it lands on and evolves. Let me ask you all something. Who emailed built you? Right? You remember who email built you? No, you just started using it because it worked, right? I mean, there's some people that, yeah, they learned SMTP, they learned Microsoft and all the back-end server stuff and all this technical stuff, but we all just started using email. We all just started using Netflix online, and Bitcoin's not there yet, right? It's difficult. You got to go and do this, you got to do that, you got to do this, and so it's common. It is so close, but you know, 5 to 10 years, it's just going to be a widely diverse thing that there's going to be miners over here, there's going to be whales over there, there's going to be all these different use cases, maybe 3 or 4 that we haven't even thought of yet, and it'll just be a common part of society. That's all I got.
That is actually what I was going to say, that Bitcoin is going to become ubiquitous in the same way. If you look back 20 years and someone asked you, you know, what do you think the future of the internet is? You could have never predicted the way the internet is intertwined into our lives. And I think that it is absolutely a technology adoption curve. And Bitcoin is going to be a part of our lives, hopefully defunding all the fiats.
I noticed.
I think we live in a post-truth world, and it's hard to determine what is real and what is not. And Bitcoin is the only thing that we know is real in a post-truth world. Bitcoin is also, I think, the most consistent thing in the universe. It just, every 10 minutes there's a new block. We're just working towards 21 million Bitcoin. Nothing about Bitcoin is really substantially going to change. Humans are what are volatile. Humans have been FOMOing in and out of this asset since the beginning, and we will continue to FOMO in and out of the asset. I see Bitcoin as a defense tool, something I don't have to think about. Everything else is what I'm trying to focus on and protect myself by having Bitcoin. So I don't know how fast adoption is going to go. I agree with a lot of what everyone's saying, but I try to take maybe a contrarian mindset. Maybe it won't come as quickly for everyone as we hope. I think faster is better, but I think we can use it, and I think you can count on it to just do what it's doing forever and work on the other volatility. So.
Yeah, one of the things that I've checked, if I have one prediction for 24, I think this is the end of the phrase orange pill. I think wanted to be orange pilled, has been orange pilled. Those early adopters look at it, we're orange pilled. And I think this is where the orange pilling kind of slows down, and now we get into these people that just want kind of an orange, or like an orange bob, or just something. I just want to. I don't want to get that deep into it.
All right, John, unless we have any questions here, I think we're done. Do you have a host? All right, does anyone have any questions for these fine, outstanding young people?
As soon as we leave stage, right inside here, let's get that bid up on that. It goes to a good cause. It goes here to the Bitcoin Day Naples, which John puts hundreds and hundreds of hours on unpaid. So then you get that industry back.
Questions for Mike? You say you're gonna put it on Bitcoin payments, but and you prefer to pay with fiat. But why do you have fiat in the first place? Is it because you can't use Bitcoin as payment?
Well, it's all about the reward status, because I want the gold miles on the Delta or whatever, you know what I mean? I'm not paying with fiat, I'm paying with, their big money, and it's just, and by the way, there's protections with that, all right? There's no protections with Bitcoin, all right? If they don't deliver their good or service, I'm on the phone with Amex in 2 minutes, and that's it, it's over. There are some benefits to paying with their fake BS system, and you get in the lounges for free when you travel. But, and by the way, why wouldn't those merchants actually offer a discount? I was actually at a place the other day, they charged 5% as a premium if you pay in Bitcoin because they were worried about volatility, right? They're not saving the 3.5% on the Amex or on the Visa MasterCard scam. They were actually charging a premium. And I think that should be less.
Where do you guys see Bitcoin and the blockchain being interoperable with other blockchains? You guys in the future?
Do you see Bitcoin and other blockchains being interoperable in the future?
No, they're definitely, look, stablecoins make a lot of sense in the world. I don't think about them as cryptographic because of the lack of decentralization in those projects, but they make sense for a lot of people around the world to get on a digital dollar. There's going to be a transition period. People are going to look at things whether we want them to or not. They're going to experiment, they're going to innovate, and all that is going to result in technology for Bitcoin. So yeah, I think there'll be a transition period. Look, Bitcoin is the greatest savings technology ever invented or discovered. The fiat dollar is really good spending technology. And so Bitcoin as a network comes out with new tools to kind of augment that. I think the dollar is very good.
Are you looking for a tip on a shitcoin? I got one. Harry Potter of
But really, when you're talking about the dollar culture, yeah, this conference is explore the dollar, make money, but people don't walk around like shirts. This is your 1990s about money. You don't brag about your dollars. It's not a culture of dollars. Right? People are trying to figure out how to make income. And you see with like Wall Street, the financialization of our society, 30% of our society, a dentist who makes good money, spends 30% of his time trying to figure out how to create perfect money. Because our money is broken. So that's all portfolio construction is trying to figure out how to save your wealth and increase your purchasing power, which is just money. So Bitcoin takes that. Even BlackRock a year ago came out and said, you should be 85% allocated to Bitcoin, probably 105%. That's not what I would recommend to people. I want to figure out for themselves. But I think even if you're at 1% Bitcoin over time, you'll be at.
Two thoughts real quickly, and it touches on your question and the previous one. One example, we were talking about ordinals before, but there has been a project that's been around for ages, the Open Timestamp server, if anybody knows, where you can make a digital notarization. It's a beautiful project. Any amount of documentation, they all get hashed into a Merkle tree, and then the final hash gets inserted into a Bitcoin transaction. So you can do massive amounts of data that you can anchor into the Bitcoin blockchain. And I think we'll see a lot of that, a lot more of that actually, because the Bitcoin blockchain becomes this arbiter of truth for not just transactions, but for other things without actually clogging the blockchain. So I think there's ways to do that. And then the other thought is with the discounts, you're absolutely right, you're hitting on a point. I think we're in a transitioning period. It's drawn out very long. But we have seen, for instance, interesting use cases where there's so much credit card and debit card abuse out there and chargebacks that some merchants, online in particular, will offer 20% discount if someone pays with Bitcoin. And then folks come to the Bitcoin ATM, and we were like, why do you have all these instructions? They're like an old lady, and she came with this whole booklet, if you will, of how to do a Bitcoin transaction. And it's because some pharmacy was giving her a 20% discount for some rheumatic medicine that she can't afford in the United States. So there are these are edge cases at first, and I hope eventually that's going to become a norm, saving Bitcoin, hopefully.
All right, let's give these guys a round of applause. Thank you very much.
One more thing to ask, and you're going to buy a ticket for the conference, what's your affiliate code?
Oh, our affiliate code is Bitcoin Day.
Bitcoin Day. So if you buy a ticket for the Bitcoin conference, put in Bitcoin Day for 10% off.
Yep. Thank you, Ed. All right, thanks everyone. All right, last chance to bid on that. Last chance to bid on that industry pass for Bitcoin Nashville. We're done with all the raffles, so we're going to get everybody a chance to do that bidding. We'll announce who the winner is in a minute. I'm going to ask for your assistance a little bit, not right now, but as you're leaving, after this is the last panel. Monica, you can come on up. This is the last panel for the day, and there's a couple things. We do have an after party location all set up. We have a back room reserved at Giuseppe and the Lion. So if you want to continue the conversations that we've started today, if you want to interact with this wonderful group of people a little bit more, you don't even have to get in your car. It's literally right across the street, so you can just walk over here to the exit and walk across the street to the shopping center across the street, and Giuseppe and the Lion is right there. So Giuseppe and the Lion. Giuseppe and the Lion. So plan to join us there. Also, you can see up on the screen there's a QR code. We would love to get your feedback so that we can make the Bitcoin Miami conference and Bitcoin Day Miami conference, Bitcoin Day Miami conference even better than this one, and any other conferences, any other Bitcoin Day conferences. There will definitely be Bitcoin Day 25, Bitcoin Day Naples 2025, definitely. There will definitely be Bitcoin Day Miami in May this year, and what is next after that or between those is yet to be seen or yet to be decided. So, but this, if you can just pull this up on your phone, you can answer the questions now if you want, or you can wait till after this final panel and answer all the questions while you're walking over to Giuseppe and the Lion. Mike. Mike, oh great. So Mike's going to be the greeter at Giuseppe and the Lion.
Yeah, welcome.
All right. So when you get over there, look for Mike Jarmuth, and he'll wave you down. Let's see. Carrie, can you go get the bid sheet for the industry pass? I think we're ready for that. And then, so a little bit of last housekeeping. If on your way out, if you could please clean up your table. There are trash cans near every single exit. If you could just please pick up all the trash off of your table, it would help us tremendously so we can turn this place around and join you at Giuseppe and the Lion. Okay, I'm going to take, while I get the panelists up on the stage. Are you playing something, Jack, up there?
So I'm doing like 7 days with you here. All right, I'm just going to go and I'll no, Darren should. Yeah. What he was saying. Yeah. That'll be better. Yeah. Yep.
Hello? Testing, testing.
I can't.
We got the Bitcoin and Uber panel coming up. They're all set up. We're going to get started with them in just about 2 minutes. Okay, so the winner of the, oh wait, before I do that, I just spotted somebody. Some of you have these lovely flowers on the table. John here is going to give you a 30-second explanation of what the flowers are.
Those flowers are Bitcoin. Let me tell you, folks, 100 years ago, Henry Ford and Thomas Edison predicted Bitcoin because of the invention, actually not an invention, but the discovery of electricity. So Bitcoin itself, not an invention.
Oh, wow, okay.
For a few hundred years before,
Well, yes, but so in order to make a transaction, you do have
mathematicians
to
were trying to solve
this 18. Yes, so what would you?
the curvature of parallelism. So this
And so this is just in terms of service, basically just.
was the inspiration
Lists and everything of that
for a
sort.
new
And so
mathematics
what is your
called
personal phone number?
parabolic geometry, which was a precedent. Parabolic geometry
And then so now you're
is
gonna get
part
the
of SHA 256. Elliptical curve.
So 3, 4, 4.
So the next time you go to a Publix or Trader Joe's,
So now it's
you
going
see one of
to
our plants,
have
you
you.
say,
Can I see your?
calla lilies are Bitcoin too.
All right, the winner of our of the industry pass is Jorge Castro. He is one of the volunteers today also, so he deserves this more than anyone else in the room. I think that's a great winner, and I'm handing it over to Jack to moderate this Bitcoin and Uber panel. Wow us and send us off with all your great wisdom.
There we go. All right, thanks, John. Thanks, everyone.
Yeah.
Our final session of the day. Well, you guys,
Whenever it.
looks like this internet thing's gonna stick around for a while.
That's a fact.
See, we can, that's right. See, we can say that here in our boomer generation and first generation before us. Great generation, is that the proper designation? Yeah, well, I remember when there was 2 radios in my house when I was a wee kid, and then came along the black and TV and transistor radio, all that fun stuff. All that stuff is just a thing in the Smithsonian. The Smithsonian's like a boomer thing, right? That's even the hip place to go anymore for relics, history, data. Probably not. I know I'm Gary Biggs. I know where. Okay, well, since you said it that way, I kind of had a question about that. Because, you know, like when we were coming up, I'm going to say with my first experience, so like there was only like 3 sort of television outlets out there, right? The, I don't know, NBC, ABC, CBS, something like that, right? Because before the news kind of took off, you could read all kinds of great papers and industry journals, which I was into. engineer background, kind of this and that. But so nowadays, with the way things have evolved so much, it's like how would you talk to someone that's in our peer group, group, or maybe just a little bit older, or kind of looking at things differently, if they are not aware of how to do the research? How can they get out there? Where can they go to find good information about this thing called Bitcoin? What do we do with that? Oh, anybody is welcome to jump in. I'm sorry.
Well, when I have people who ask me about it, what I do is I direct them to Safe Book. I think it's the best one book explanation of the Austrian case of commerce.
It wants me to get. Oh, okay, perfect. Wait, so now it wants the selfie. It finally uploaded. No cell phone pictures. It has to be you. So just stand.
So I'm sorry. I think I'd like them to read
And
that
then we would
book.
just hit next.
That's
And
been my
so
most
I
effective
went and saw
work.
it with Leonard. The connection
Safe
is
Book,
very
the Bitcoin Standard by Safety.
The router is expired. We have to run off
It's not-
of Wi-Fi for.
Everybody
it to
in the
work
room here is
as smooth
rather
as it usually does, unfortunately.
Yeah.
So that's why the
Most people are
uploading
right.
process
This
is
is a
taking
must
a
read
little
book.
bit of time because it's being sent to our
Probably
database
the best
essentially.
I'd probably give away.
Yeah, usually it's set up and hardwired and everything right now. Since
Most
it's
of them probably have
temporary, we just kinda-
But that's my, that's boomers, right? I mean, we are what we are.
That's kind of the gateway drug.
So this
Oh, I've run into some people who often still need.
I believe so. These are
Especially
relatively
our
new. That is the.
Somewhat amazing
cards.
sometimes,
Do you have
because
the
I think this infection of people not willing to take the time to examine things is not just younger generation, but I think it affected our generation as well. I have found that some of the early videos, like Andreas Antonopoulos,
So
with his early
QR code is your
videos
Bitcoin
that
deposit
maybe
address.
are
Do not
only
fill out
20,
the
30 minutes long, can be the impetus to get somebody to read that book. And then I think, as most of you know, once you do that, then, God knows where you're gonna go, because there's so much out there.
And so they're just trying to warn you in. This is just a quick survey.
Monica, what you got?
You basically answer with whatever you want.
Oh my gosh. All right, you're right. Okay, hold on. You're right. I jumped in. Please forgive me. I know they can see the names, but I skipped over. Can we back up a step and do that? You guys mind? All right, we're gonna do it. And then hold that thought, Monica, because I want to start with you. In fact, Monica Bravo is here joining us, and Monica, tell us about yourself. Super quick.
So, and then now you have, first time $300 limit.
So what's my ATM card?
I was always very happy
Right,
to
so
say
what
that
we're
at
gonna
least
do
people
here, no, it would be cash only.
And then lo and behold, after many
Yeah,
years
we
in
are,
Europe,
not
we
part
are
of the bank, so we
in our
don't have
artists,
card readers
we do a lot of
and we don't
public
accept
art
ones or fives.
savings
So
institutions,
then,
among many other
when we
things.
do
I
Bitcoin,
realized that I was
basically
living in
just-
New York. So in the pandemic, I had a dream. The dream said I would just confirm. So I actually came to Miami Beach twice a week. One of the reasons why I went to Miami is because I knew there were a lot of Cubans, and I knew the Cubans.
And then you
would
said
never
you don't do
have
what's the denomination?
So I made a very good choice. At the time doing that, relationship education, it's like, even though I'm technically a boomer, I don't define myself as any of that.
Right, that
I
is
will
so
be in the
bad,
panel
based
as a
on the
boomer, I'm
answer.
technically 1964, but the thing that has
So
brought me
based
to
on the market
Bitcoin is
analysis
the
that we
idea
had
of
conducted,
allowing you to have an open mind.
along
This
with
goes for everybody, any
around
age,
30
it
to
can be
35%
24, it
of
can
other
be 64, it can be 94.
They also
If
charge
you have
a
a beginner's mind,
We
always
absorb the
allow
money
new
rate,
things
and
to
our
happen.
fee
And
is
for me, because I've been around, I lived in Europe, I speak seven languages, I've done a lot.
25%
For
higher
me,
than
I've
spot.
seen a lot, and Bitcoin is the most
That's spot
important
price?
technology that is ever been created. And I'm
That is
so
what the
happy that
fee
I
would be
can
for
serve
buying Bitcoin at a Bitcoin
myself
ATM.
in the network. So I was thinking for a while, what can
I know, I'm
Bitcoin
looking at it.
do?
You're gonna put that
And
There's your money.
then I said,
You don't have to do that
"Oh,
much at all. You don't have to purchase if you don't want to either. No, I want to do it. Okay.
I love it, wow. We're just looking back to that thought, so keep going.
Cash reader down here.
Hey, Gary, can you introduce yourself to everyone again?
Gary Cardone, St. Pete. I've been building businesses my whole life since I was 27.
don't know how to do anything on startups, and this was a very, very natural. It actually pulled me. I think if you notice, this industry pulls people in. I don't know anybody that's jumped down the rabbit hole.
Well, I do know about
voluntarily, but
it.
you do get sucked in. And it's my personality. Not too early, but a little bit early. We really understand the game. This is the first inning of probably 15 minutes. So,
That's the way to look at that.
Right, that's what I'm thinking too.
We got Bob. Remind us.
Well, I'm the CEO and founder of Barefoot Mining, but just.
I'm sorry. Oh, gosh.
Yeah, I think that they're getting
a strongly worded letter.
Yeah, so maybe for this context, for this conversation, say my background, I came up through the personal computer industry. I was on the design team in the 80s of the world's first laptop computer. I eventually became the chief technical officer at Gateway, personal computer Gateway. I've been blessed to be part of the personal computer revolution, the internet revolution. And I honestly thought I would never be able to replicate anything so significant and exciting in my career. My wife Lola over here just to say, you know, as I left that industry, some of my life kind of faded. And it was when I found Bitcoin and started being involved in 2017 that I had a rebirth. So I'm very blessed to be here and part of this revolution.
Okay.
Not many
I didn't
people
get one, so
free
that's why I was
shots in one
wondering,
life
yeah.
can be part of something so significant. And so I'm very happy to be here and hopefully share some of what I've learned having done it a couple times before.
So right now, you know, you would just.
So I'm born as part of Sound Money Advocate, born in 57, so maybe 56. I think the interesting thing that the boomers bring to us all is that we've watched the society deteriorate since 1971. And everyone here is a boomer, nod their head and gets it. You know, this is not the America I grew up in. This is not the way it's supposed to be. Really, really fucked up and broken. I'm here to fight. Fix it. And this is the sharpest spear we've ever had. So we gotta take the spear and go kill these fiat assholes. Just fucking kill them. So that's what I'm doing.
Glad I can count on you. That's right, absolutely right. You didn't know what
So since you just made the.
No, that's right.
It has to still.
Right. In fact, it's funny you say that because I was just reviewing a little bit of the tape from a recent Twitter discussion with Samantha Leduc, a new friend, of course, in the Bitcoin world, right? And I can't remember if any of you all chimed in on that. Everybody's sort of nodding a little bit of recognition there. Fascinating. I don't know if she's more mature. She may not even be a boomer or whatever. But she had designated us as Rogue something, right? Rogue Planet. Rogue Money there. Thank you for that thing. And what a fascinating sort of lightning rod, of course, TradFi conversation, right? Drew from the rest of us out there on Twitter and Bitcoin and whatnot to kind of wrestle with her and try to school her and stuff. But she really didn't quite relent, right? For those of you. Yes, Jackie, you're right. I realized as I said that too. Who's got a good beat on what happened there? Bob, do you remember that? Sure. What I'm referring to? Oh, okay. Well, let's put it this way. It was about, start off with the pizza thing, right?
You can go right ahead.
Larry!
I'm serious. She is a dumb fucking woman.
Oh.
She could be a dumb fucking man. It doesn't matter. It's nothing about the gender. She is just dumb as fuck. I mean, basically, she thinks that because Satoshis are infinitely divisible, and that because of Bitcoin is divisible down to 100 million Satoshis, that there's no limit. I mean, it's like she thinks that a pizza, because you can, turn it into 10,000 slices, is unlimited. I mean, it's just so fucking stupid. I couldn't believe it. Once I heard her say that, I just stopped interacting with her. And she's on CNBC, she's classic TradFi. I mean, people pay attention to her, she talks on
And then
$7,500.
now you would hit submit.
I wanted to say, you stupid bitch. In fact, I even said that. I tweeted back when I said, haven't you ever heard of Lincoln's dictum, which sometimes it's better to remain silent, be thoughtful, rather than to open up your mouth and remove all doubt? Because when she said that, literally I stopped. I was like, okay, I'm done. I'm not interacting with you anymore because you're too stupid to have a conversation. That's where she's at.
That's the difference between being ignorant and wanting to take time to learn. So that's really the very big difference. And education is very important.
Did she want to learn, or was she just so committed to the TradFi storyline?
The thing is, it's like we live in a world of opinions, and opinions are everything but experience. People can just like go online and say this and this and that, especially if they're working for me. So they would think they can say whatever. But in Bitcoin, there's one term says proof of work, so you have to really show up. And that means you have to study, you have to put up the time to understand, not just what money is, but how mining works, how the whole ecosystem is fragile. You have to really put time into it.
Yes.
That's what
I think she was engaged.
Yeah, I had that same thought.
Yeah, my take is, she kind of put it out there, I think she was engaged with farming, and when she made that stupid comment, I have no interest, I'm not gonna feed your tweets like a respond,
You still need that in order to get it though.
Right, oh, I know.
Keep it in sync.
Yeah, Gary, did you catch wind of some of that out there? It's probably a distraction. Oh, I know, okay. All right, well, I don't know if Don't tell her you said that. Well, yeah. I would have had her on the stage too, but she was my fault. But you know what? I'm gonna say this about that, which was really kind of cool. I'm not trying to take advantage of the good lady who dared to sort of speak into the world, and she drew a certain thing. And there's probably a whole cohort behind her that's all like, yeah, Samantha, absolutely right. Oh man, we know better, right? We got all the story down. And I think that in a funny way, like, okay, Greg Foss said this cool thing about it. He says, if everybody's thinking alike, then you realize that someone's really not thinking. And in an echo chamber kind of weird way, like I kind of find that you're gonna have to in the Bitcoin zone at times. I love it too, because I'm part of it, part of the headbanging crew and the whole thing. So in a way, she kind of like drew a fantastic response from the rest of the Twitterverse there. Of course, they try to school her, or try to be like, oh, you poor thing. Some tried to argue and convince. Anyway, I felt like it was almost a great exercise because so many different people were sort of experimenting or testing out their own ability to rebuttal with someone else, which in a way was kind of the topic that I was after with this group. Because what do we do with our peers, or say our family, or our folks? Some of us still have folks going. I know we're kind of in out there, whatever that is, out on the horizon. How do we deal with them when they're just going to be like that?
No, I was just letting you know it was at the end.
One of the things that I've been doing the last year was, my question was, how can I serve? So I started volunteering first time in my life, I'm sure about volunteering in the Bitcoin conferences. And that's where I met great people. Many of you I met and I'm here because meetings, right? So one of the things that happened was that I felt the power of it, but I knew that orange filling is not that easy, especially with people who are not even open. So I started, I studied many ways to how to teach people, and I found out that we implemented Bitcoin, which is like the curriculum that is used in El Salvador, my first Bitcoin. It really works perfectly for people who are very logical and also people who have a very abstract mind like mine. And so I have been in the last 3 months educating fellow South American badass women, middle-aged, and I'm very happy because they actually invest around 10 hours of their lives with me, one-on-one, and I just walk them through it, and they learn, and they're really right now they're DCAing, they have the language, so it's a question of time and investment in oneself. So value is very important. If you value yourself, you will invest in yourself. You don't have
like willing to be open
and so then
to
we
it?
can answer the survey.
Time is different because time is like, we live in a parenthesis of two breaths. If you don't understand that this is the most scarce thing and valuable thing in the world, then I mean, what?
Alongside like our own personal thing,
It's
right?
like a spam warning. You just-
Well, what's funny about that is, you were kind of mentioning, we were off stage earlier, and you kind of said how I felt like the oddball. And she said that word, and I thought, oh, well, that's kind of funny. And I thought, was it because you just feel the pressure of not being a finance geek or having all the big tech background? Because, it turns out you're actually here and you're one of us now as well. So at some point, even if you might have been oddball, and I know you were just probably being contrite, but really, there was something about you that was open and realized that you were willing to come in and be around a room of sharks and craziness.
Subconscious, I'm fine, I maybe ask people and I see you as I'm one of yours, so I'm fine, but I'm very used to talking publicly for what I do. I'm a public art, and I'm very invested in what I do. One of the things that I'm so good at it is because I hear what the community needs. So I know what they want and I give them that. So I do like to spend time with people and understanding what they need. That's why I also very much about education. I come from a family of pedagogues. My grandmother, she opened the first kindergarten in Colombia in 1933. My mother followed her lead. She recently passed, and she taught me one thing. I was always about money when I was little. I was a trader, like always trying to get things. And my mom said, having a understanding about money is very important. You have to earn it. And I said, what do you mean? She goes, well, teach something that you need to have. So I was teaching. I was a very fast learner, and I learned how to write and read really early on in other languages. And so I was teaching my cousins how to write.
When did you finally come to New York?
I was ready in 1994. So this is what happened when I came to 94. I didn't know. It was so, yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to rug you right there. I meant you came to New York, but you were of age, right?
I was 30 years old and I came to New York, and it was in the beginning of the internet, American Online. But the most important thing that I didn't know I was coming into it was coming into the program of political correctness. And that's why I say I got indoctrinated.
Was it a New York phenomenon, or did you just be in the States in general?
But in New York, as an artist, it was starting very fast. People, as an artist, you couldn't say anything without being politically correct. You have to tell people like, what is your phrase? You don't call these people like that. And that's
it's like a foreign concept.
Yeah, but I was indoctrinated. I didn't know it was part of that cult until I
I was looking around the room for Lola. Everybody, there's Lola. Mother Satoshi herself. Lola and I had a very similar conversation because Lola's lived around the world and came from somewhere else, and having to be able to sort of translate what she believed about the world and the wisdom from her culture, suddenly adapting and to somehow living here and, trying to fold in about being told what's correct. Of course, I'm not going to speak for you, Lola, but you did share something really similar to that, and I love that about both of you, that for being, willing to be the oddballs.
No, it's not basically my message all around is I want to be here to inspire people to be authentic. Because when you have authenticity, you have your own authorship. And if you don't believe that that's true, then you have to do a lot of inner work. And you have to actually start trusting your body, your gut, your instinct, and stop just following. Somebody said that this was an influencer panel. I say, no, I'm not here to force power upon anybody. You guys are free. I don't know if you noticed that. You are free. So I'm here to inspire you to reconnect to your own self. That's what I'm here for, in life, in general.
If I could, Jack, you mentioned Lola, so certainly she's her own woman and speaks for herself. I, as well as anybody, know that. But as her husband, I can say you're very right. She was born and raised in the Philippines, and she was born in 1970 under martial law and the Marcos regime. So the experience of growing up in that world is radically different from the experience that people have here. You asked the original question about talking to boomers, and there's a chart up here that I noticed, the massive wealth by the boomers. I speak to a lot of them here, especially in South Florida, living in South Florida. And that's the problem, is that they have acquired massive wealth as a generation on the back of this existing system. And it's difficult for them to see the problem with the system. When I talk to them, the first thing I'll try to do is ask them to step away from that if they can. Some can, some can't, and say, put yourself in the Philippines, put yourself in Argentina, put yourself in Lebanon, or someplace that's experiencing hyperinflation, a place where you can't trust the banks, and now try to see Bitcoin. And some won't get it. And I think that's one of the things I've learned is I have to see who's open and who's not, and quickly decide where to put my energy, because I spent too much energy trying to scream at people that were just not open.
Oh, that's so funny. I was going to put up a slide about old man yells. I got that coming up. We'll circle back to that one. That's him. That's his podcast channel. Gary, you have any thoughts on this about coming from different parts of the world?
Not so much different parts of the world. I mean, I think we are an incredibly insulated population. 12 to 22 million people have been pushed out of the Ukraine. Like, Bitcoin for them is the solution. Like, there isn't any other solution. They're all going to roll into Europe and stress the shit out of Europe. So they'll go completely broke. They'll launch, some multi-$50 trillion, $100 trillion nuclear project in Europe. That's quantitative easing, okay? When they do it, we'll do it. So the domino game that's going to get played with fiat is going to be the same kind of inverted game that Bitcoin should play. And if you look at this chart here, I've never seen this chart. There's $82 trillion sitting in Gen X, silent generation, and millennials, okay? Guess what's going to happen to the baby boomers? That 78 trillion is going to move into those buckets. So there's $150 trillion, because we're dying dead. Those baby boomers are dying. That's going to get inherited. What age are they being inherited? It's going to be my 30-year-old daughter. She has been in a bank once, and I purposely showed her what $1 million in cash looked like, because I realized 5 years ago, these kids will never understand. They're going to be reading stories and going, what do you mean $1 million in cash? They must have been drug dealers. No, they saw their dad with $1 million in cash. I wanted to show them. I wanted to bring them to the bank. And they're like, wow, why are we waiting around 30 minutes to get a wire? So they didn't know what a wire is, but like, this is going to be a distant memory. I'm like you. I'm not pitching to somebody that doesn't want to listen. Like, they can come around when they come around. My actions really speak very loudly. Sorry. I love that.
To me, I look at this chart and I think of the Willie Sutton quote, why do you rob banks? Because that's where the fucking money is, right? Well, why am I trying to orange pill the boomers? Because that's where the fucking money is. I mean, to make this asset go mainstream, we got to just continue to grow what I call dogs eating the food, right? And, we've got it going on, but the more we can get at those big pots of money, the sooner we're going to win. And so, that's why and a lot of the boomers, I view people say, well, you're in the gold business and that's a dying asset, and they're right. But, to me, gold is the gateway drug, right? Gold's marijuana and Bitcoin's heroin, right? And so, I can get the boomers to understand why there's monetary debasement, and then maybe I can get them to buy gold. And once I get them to buy gold, then I can definitely get them to buy Bitcoin. So, there's a process that you go through here, and Gary's right. These boomers are going to die, and their kids are going to be buying Bitcoin, not gold.
Larry, I would only add one thing to what Larry's saying. I think the gateway drug was introduced to us last Thursday or Wednesday, called the BTC ETF. That is the gateway drug, okay? It's going to bring all this money. It's going to suck this money so rapidly, because it's going to roll from old. It's not even going to come out of old assets. It's going to come from the distribution of those old assets.
And there's one thing, coming from the TradFi world, one thing I can say with absolute certainty is that investors chase performance, period. Full stop. They chase performance. They chase what's working. That's why we've had, the Magnificent Seven, that's why the NASDAQ, that's why NVIDIA, that's why all this shit worked. Guess what? Bitcoin went up 150% last year, NVIDIA did. Okay? Our asset is outperforming every other financial asset in the world, full stop, right? The world just doesn't know it and understand it yet, but they're about to. And then we're really going to get going. So the future for this shit is incredibly bright, but you know, it's incumbent upon all of us to be evangelists and to spread the word. And you know, my view is, I'm with Foss, who sadly isn't here. You know, I will go anywhere. I'll go into any den, any person, any place, anywhere, as long as they'll listen, and I'll talk about Bitcoin. I spent an hour and a half yesterday doing a podcast with Boca Raven and Peter Schiff. And as everybody knows, Peter Schiff hates Bitcoin. And I tell you, if you listen to the whole thing, what you'll see is he started conceding points to me. And I'm telling you, I'm gonna orange pill that Bitcoin.
Wow. Nice.
He may not admit it. Well, that's the thing. I actually think I think he's too smart now. And I think he's engaged. I think he's engaged with farming
closet
with his gold, you know, stuff. You got to remember, not everybody, what everybody's saying online and so forth, that's not necessarily what they're doing. So, right.
It's all become a bit performative.
Yeah.
At times.
If I could, I want to jump on something Gary mentioned earlier about Ukraine. Last summer, I spoke at BTC Prague. It was about 6,500 people attended that conference in the Czech Republic, in Prague. Most of the people there were from the Czech Republic, Slovenia, Slovakia, those sort of countries. It was a radically different Bitcoin conference than anything else participated here in the US. Most of them were relative newbies. However, they were super advanced in that a massive percentage of them were already self-custodying their Bitcoin and were trying to learn things about multi-signature wallets and all that. And why? Because they're all sitting on the border of Ukraine. They realize that they're 24 hours away from being refugees themselves. It's front and center. So those people faced with the need, when they see the problem, it's the only solution. And a lot of them, I heard several stories from some of them who directly knew Ukrainians who had fled Ukraine into their country, Czech or Slovenia or Slovakia, and were now there, and the only thing they had was their hardware wallet. And there were great stories, but it was like firsthand, real world. This shit works. It's helping people. It's saving people.
I love that. Great sentiment. You made me think of this this part of my personal life where, like, I lost like grandparents or my father, things like that. Kind of before I got to get like a great offload of maybe some wisdom and whatnot. Some of us maybe experience that kind of thing, and it happens to all of us eventually. But what I meant by that, I brought it up not to be dour, was the whole idea of being able to transfer the knowledge of the elders and the wisdom of the culture kind of down into these younger generations, right? And it kind of occurred to me in a way that the Bitcoin becomes like a vehicle for that in many ways because of how it embodies so many types of virtues, the integrity, like Monica mentioned, and so many countless things that we've all been examining just here today. It becomes a vehicle for that, perhaps. Maybe you guys buy that?
I think it becomes a opportunity. You can't understand this unless you have to go back and understand the whole world. And most people don't understand it at all. They have just trusted a system that's been ripping them off decade by decade. So you're actually pushing someone to go look at something they had literally avoided their whole life. They didn't want to look at it. So that's the first thing. And then you talk to a really wealthy boomer, and you're like, dude, why do I need to do this? Like, I understand my brother. If people get so orange, by the time I'm done with him, he's going to have Bitcoin stuffed up his butt. He's going to chase the yield. He's going to see, oh my God, this product is outperforming everything and has no headaches. I mean, this is, No, you can. Okay, I invest in companies. I buy brand new companies, ideas. Every company I buy now, like I tell the owners, that you have to measure up against Bitcoin. If you're not much better as an investment up against Bitcoin, why would I have the headache of you? You get sick, your wife gets angry with you as a founder, blah, blah. There's lots of risks to this particular, to many businesses. And again, I will say that most of these people are already invested in our legacy. And that it's going to be a very easy thing for them. We're not asking for them to remove their investments in the old world. I mean, just do some new investment. So the new money that's rolling through the door. I think they're capped. I think they're absolutely maxed out on legacy assets.
Yeah.
They're choking with it. The super rich, right? How many airplanes can you buy? How many more villas? I mean,
yeah, good point. Let's see, I put up a funny slide over there. If you can see an old man yells, Bob gets out there and does. Has anybody been out there and seen Bob's show occasionally? Okay, a couple of people. Bob, you haven't been doing a lot of yelling per se, but you do some great grants. I do like that.
Yeah.
What's on the horizon? Are you still out there pontificating and spreading the good word, the opium, as it were? Utilizing your channel?
And try to keep it real. I think that sometimes we have to be critical of what's going on in the ecosystem too. I mean, there's some healthy dialogue here. I'm glad that there was controversy. I think going to a Bitcoin conference and watching panels where people compliment each other and just say the same stuff is completely useless. We need these sort of forums.
Yes.
I did one in December in Las Vegas, because one of the things that I will say here is that I am not a fan of public mining companies. I think they do a disservice to the ecosystem and actually present a threat to us. And so in Las Vegas, Tone Bays, who runs that conference, set up a debate with me and a couple guys from public mining companies. And it was respectful, but you know, we have to have those sort of discourses, and people can make their own decision. You don't have to agree with me, but you know, we have to have that. And the whole concept of old man yells, I'll say one thing, which is anybody that's interested, I've got several episodes, but I have one episode I call the 10th Man episode. And anybody ever seen the movie World War Z? Brad Pitt,
the zombie?
The zombie movie, yeah. Yeah, there's a phenomenal life lesson in that movie, surprisingly. But there's a section of the movie where these zombies are taking over the world, but the only place in the world that hasn't been overrun is Jerusalem. And so Brad Pitt, who works for the UN, flies to Jerusalem to see how is it that they built a wall around the city to keep all the zombies out. And he says to the person in charge there, the head of security, says, how did you know to build a wall? And he gives the story of the 10th man and says, hey, in the 72 Olympics, the Israeli intelligence had seen and heard of lots of terrorist threats against the Israeli athletes. They decided to ignore them. And those of you who know history will know that several Israeli athletes were kidnapped and murdered in Munich. And he said after that, in Israel, they decided to put the concept of the 10th man in place, which said that if 9 members of the Security Council are presented with information and they all agree with the same conclusion of what to do on that information, it is imprudent on the 10th member to always oppose the 9 and present a case against the other 9. And so the reason I say that, I think even somebody alluded to it here earlier, is that it's important to disagree. And sometimes you have to disagree even just for the sake of disagreeing, to challenge the status quo. And as Bitcoin, we are threatening the power structure and the wealth structure of the entire world. So things that seem like small threats have to be taken very, very seriously, because we're going to get attacked continually on every vector. And I do another episode where I say Bitcoin, part of what I try to do is say we're trying to build money for the next 1,000 years. And so something that is a small threat in any one given time, applied to a 1,000-year window becomes a very high likelihood. And so I just say all of this in part because the yelling, the old man yells, is to try to embody that spirit. And I think all of us have an obligation to always try to be that 10th man, always try to be out there challenging the status quo.
Oh, please do.
Yeah, so for me, one of the most important things in life is our relationships. Because the way we relate to things, people, and situations is going to tell us where we are. Now, when we are in a place that we don't see any other point of view, we're going to grow inside of that space and we kind of going to be defined by it. So one of the things that changed in me during 2020 was that I went and I started doing and studying things that I never thought in my life that I would, such as money or Bitcoin for that matter. So it was by me changing my point of view and like the place where I was looking at things, I changed my perspective. And in that, I gained so much insight and I was able to synthesize something that I didn't know even existed before because I dared to do that now. I want to give a big shout to Mike who said about Pluto's entering Aquarius tonight. I'm also an astrologer. I like to study the stars. It's not a woo-woo thing. It's actually language. Speak many languages among astrologers and one of them. So the whole scope is like Aquarius is an archetype that defines the unknown. It defines technology. It defines like that capacity that we have as individuals to be unique. So my word for everybody this year is like, please find the courage to be yourself. Because if you don't take a step forward, we're going to be eaten by the system. We are really going to be eaten by it. So if you want to make, you all have the courage. You just have to find it. That's my thing. Have courage. We all have it.
Love it. Gary, I've seen you out on your channels lately. I think you're doing great work. I feel like it's been a good vehicle to spread your wisdom, explore things, be that 10th man.
Yeah, I think so. That for me is a better way to educate than just trying to handle on everything. To your point, it creates a challenge. I think it's a really very interesting example of what's happening. Decentralization does not just need Bitcoin. Decentralization is actually helping us. I think we're making greater advancement in freedom of speech through the decentralized nature of social media and media. Like I am actually thinking about investing in building a media firm. And I'm not sure it'll make any money. I'm pretty sure it won't lose any money, but I'm quite certain that if 1,000 of us do it, most of us won't make it, but we will destroy CNN, Fox, Anderson Cooper, and every other overpaid speaker who cannot possibly. There's only going to be one Tucker. There's only going to be, does not need to happen again. Okay, I don't make any money from it, and I don't need to. Yeah. Like literally, because it's education. You're bringing people into the world. Like this is why I'm bringing these older guys and the younger guys. Yeah. See, we bring them all together and we start operating as a team. And these two gray-haired guys will be like, wow, there's 22-year-old people investing in Bitcoin and they're listening to Larry and Bob and this lady, right? And that is a form of mentorship that this country hasn't had in 40 or 50 years. We were totally lost where mentors and adults are actually teaching youngsters. I don't care if you're 40, if you don't understand stuff, you're a youngster. I'm a youngster all the time. There's so much stuff I'm an idiot over. I need guys to keep me kind of in line. So
it's like a transfer of wisdom kind of thing that I was maybe referring to a little earlier.
Yeah, but it's really like it's been very, very challenging. It would be much easier for me to just keep on Bitcoin than to do the spaces. It's a lot of work, but I think in addition to adding monster bags consistently and then speaking about it, and if I'm wrong, everybody, Gary went broke. That's sure. But I don't think I'm wrong. That's
right.
Quite sure I'm not wrong.
I know. Try me, right?
Yeah.
Larry, do you feel like you have an obligation, responsibility as we become the most distinguished generation on the planet?
I really do. I mean, I share that. I want to talk about that whole idea. I mean, decentralization is going to save the world. I mean, the internet is going to save the world. Combination, and I think they're actually kind of divine. The internet and Bitcoin are going to break the centralized structure. I've said this many times. We hit peak centralization in World War II. I mean, on a mass scale, we figured out how to murder 40 million people in a 6-year time frame. It was pretty bad.
When did they form data?
Yeah,
around then?
right around that. And so, you know, and it was all driven by, you know, Federal Reserve, fiat money, banks, all of this. And, you know, the people, I mean, the sad thing today, I look at my kids, they're all in their 20s, they can't afford to buy a house. And I talked to other boomers about that, and they said, yeah, my kids can't afford to buy a house either. That's no big deal, I'll just give them the money. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? Yeah, what is the service you're doing to your kids? And the kids are kind of saying, well, Dad, why is this thing so fucked up? And, you know, and I say, it wasn't this fucked up when I was young. I mean, I grew up in Ann Arbor. You know, I lived down the street from the guy who ran Ford Motor Company. That guy, you know, the guy who ran Ford Motor Company made 4 times what my dad made. You know, today, I mean, he made, you know, 200, 300, 400 grand back in 1970 something. My dad made 70 or whatever the heck it was. And, you know, it was normal. There was a middle class, you know. Today, the guy who runs Ford Motor Company makes $40 million a year.
And they lose money.
Yeah,
while they're losing
and
money.
they create shitty products. And so basically, you know, what this country is all about is completely been hijacked by, you know, the powers that be in the broken monetary system. And, you know, those of us who've been around long enough to see it unfold, I mean, I'm with you, Gary. We got to go out. We got to educate the rest of the world as to how it happened. I mean, you know, there were all kinds of seminal events. In my view, it started when the CIA killed Kennedy. And that was the beginning of the downfall of the United States of America. And until we go back and we address those original sins, and we educate the entire populace as to what happened to this country, we don't have a chance of getting back to the founding documents, which are the greatest things ever written, right?
Yeah.
Promise us, because we've drifted so far away. But, you know, we've now got an internet, which allows Tucker Carlson or Joe Rogan to put CNN and Fox out of business, right? And we've now got a form of money that basically screws all of these fiat people, right? I can't wait until the day when Jamie Dimon's broke. And I'm a billionaire.
Yeah,
Because I'm telling you, that's going to happen. I am absolutely positively convinced that's going to happen. These Satoshis are going to be worth millions and millions and millions of dollars, and fiat is going to be worth it. And it's going to be so much goddamn fun. And I know the movie says don't, you know, just don't fucking dance. But you know what? I'm going to dance. When it happens, I am definitely going to dance.
It's important to add also that freedom is very important. You can have a lot of money, but if you don't have the freedom to spend, and that's why we have to really keep also an eye on that. Like freedom of speech and all that. So important. It's not just about money. I don't come from a financial background. I never had a problem making money in a way, but I had a lot of problems, no problem spending it. That's why I started understanding like, oh, I can make all this is magic. But at the end, by studying money, studying also economics, studying how it works, now it became like the thing that I got sold was low-term preference. When I understood that, I was like, I've done everything wrong. So now it's like, okay, I'm planning, I'm doing very different things, but I'm doing it also, I don't have any children by choice, so I'm not doing this to leave anything to anybody. I think that I'm doing it for the world, like for myself, just by being here and being myself, I'm going to give something to the world.
And your
my artwork, yeah, also my artwork is my legacy, but I create those pieces and I give them to be, so I'm not attached to them at all. I'm responsible for them during the process.
Yes.
And then I get commission, so they take care of, but once I leave them, they're not mine. They're just the way I kind of like had some information come through me. So I own nothing.
I love it. Well, you guys, we started off with this idea of paying attention and realizing the value of Bitcoin. It was John's original thought of the day. Yep. Feel like we've gotten anywhere with that? Some people paid attention today. Wisdom gets shared.
I'll listen to them.
I know, on the edge of my seat with everybody. In fact, that's what I love about it, even though I like to take credit as boomers to say, well, we come packing with all the big wisdom and the long arc of life experience and all the stuff that we built those big bags. That's right, that we brought from way before, right? The traditional world or the old world. It's actually become the old world in a way, right? Despite all of that, the wisdom from us, but what inspires me actually is that there's so many fascinating people in this room, and speakers and all of our guests and the audience and everybody has this fancy, unique kind of wisdom that seems to kind of pop out or kind of flesh out or sort of bloom out in some funny way. And I'm going to attribute it to kind of being on the journey of Bitcoin, and I feel like that is kind of really what the value is, or what it kind of brings out of you, and who it kind of lets you become, as opposed to thinking you're going to come in and fix it and change it. And it's fun to stack and all that kind of stuff. But I know that's my personal experience just in the couple of years that I've been around all of you and all of you, of course. So that's a great value for me. Any questions? Any questions? Let's see if I can get this gentleman a microphone. Well, we've got our panel here for just a couple more minutes. Hey, sir. Hi.
Bill Alster. Almost everybody talks about decentralization, and that's one of the strengths of Bitcoin. However, in the panel today on risk analysis, they talked really essentially about centralizing decision making for dealing with risk. And it seemed to me as though not singing out of the same hymn book hinders the ability of communicating to boomers, what the real essence of Bitcoin is. It is, and I would like your reaction to that. You understand the point?
No.
Yeah, well, I think what you're trying to say is get a consistent message to speak to the community.
Right.
Diversification or decentralization. And in the risk panel, they were talking about essentially having to concentrate Bitcoin in order for them to make decisions about risk management. And for a boomer who's new to this, I would think that would be very confusing. I was shocked when I heard them say that.
You guys recollect that one?
Well, I just want to say is, remember that Bitcoin exists in many dimensions, in many vectors. In almost every vector, there will be forces trying to centralize that vector because there's control that comes with it. At the end of the day, though, it's the protocol that really manages this whole thing. Okay, so no matter what BlackRock does or somebody else does, it comes down to how is that protocol. So it's really the decentralization of the nodes and the miners. If we maintain that, in my opinion, I'm not saying we shouldn't worry about those other things, but that's where we really have to be careful. I understand that messaging is hard. I think that came up in the panel that Gary was on. The messaging, the marketing piece. We talked about the lobbying. We talked about some of those sort of things. That's going to be really hard. I came from a Fortune 500, Fortune 200 company. We worked really hard on those sort of things within that company with very specific people. We had ultimate points of decision. We had processes we went through on all of that stuff. That will never exist in Bitcoin. Yeah. But as I said, at the end of the day, each of us, if we run a node, if you participate as a miner, you get a vote. You can ensure personally that Bitcoin as it currently exists never changes by running your node. Because that's your Bitcoin. That's your node. It's always.
Anyone else have a question from the room? Yes, sir. Are you willing to kind of shout it out from there?
Can you just expand on that? What does that look like? Next 5 years?
I think it's a 5 to 15 year time window, but if you look at, we're in a fourth turning, and the issue is money, and fourth turning typically lasts 20 to 30 years, and this one started in 08.
So, that would take us to 2028, if it's 20 years, if it's 30 years, that would take us to 3038. But, the frequency and the magnitude of monetary hiccups, frequency is increasing, the magnitude is growing. And so, if one follows the pattern of prior hyperinflations, I think we're in deep shit by the end of the century, 2027, 2028. And the end game of, it can happen very, very quickly. When everyone loses confidence in the ability of the government to control their spending and stop printing money, or not stop printing money, the currency goes to zero. And that's it. It's all over. And you have to do a reset. Well,
that's absolutely easily viable.
Yeah, it's in history. There've been single countries, examples of it.
It gets fixed by
war. The war came later, but if you look at Weimar, there was no violence right then and there. You've had lots of countries go through hyperinflation, there is no violence. What happens is, basically all the assets change. The old winners are wiped out, and you start all over again. You got a lot of angry people. But if you can avoid a war, all the assets are still there. There's a lot of great technology, a lot of great people. It's just that the people who used to be rich aren't rich anymore. And the people who are productive become new rich.
Can I just say on this that we could also grossly underestimate how long they can do this. We could.
Yeah, that's true.
You could see
There's no doubt.
every currency on the planet except the pound sterling and US dollar has failed. It's come into existence. Every one of those two. These two will also fail. The question is 50 years, 20 years, and what's it take to set it up? I personally think we'll be lucky to have an election this year with the guy that just won the Republican. I think he could be blown up in the face. And we could probably end up in civil war. And I have no idea how Europe gets out of the mess they're in, but it's such a shit show that they start producing money. Well, it's I don't know what other word would you use? It's such a mess.
This is going to be a good one to follow up with at Giuseppe's or just outside. And I say that with love and respect, gentlemen. Everybody, thank you for your attention and regard for our panel. Plenty of wisdom from everyone in the room. And with that, please do participate in our evaluation and exit survey. John, do you have anything else you'd like to say? It's been an incredible day, everyone. Thanks. We're going to wrap it all up. We're going to see you at the Giuseppe's, which is literally, maybe 500 yards away. As soon as we're going to tidy up here in the room, and everybody have a safe journey home wherever you came from, but please do hang out. Great to get to know you all. Follow us, share out there on the social media world. What a great time you had here with us at Bitcoin Day Naples. And we'll see you soon in Miami. All right, hey. So once again, John, are you guys hanging out a little bit? All right, I'm glad to hear it. There's so many people to catch up with, and I hope that you've made some new friends, and please stay in touch. Be the Bitcoiners that we know that you all are.
I'll be right back to say bye.